Guys, start the year and drive with Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer 2 years in a row. Moran makes car buying a breeze, and of course, you always get the best price, period. Right now, GM employees and immediate family members can lease the 2026 Trax LT starting at $299 a month. That's just $999 down. Straightforward pricing, never any runaround. Shop online at MoranExpress.com or stop by. They're on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. That's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Good morning, 97.1. It's 0 degrees where we're broadcasting.
Wow, it's down from 13 when I came in.
It's going to be negative this weekend, so.
High temp at 3 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah, good stuff. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Govin Gregg behind the glass. Happy Friday. We got the cookie jar coming up in the 9 o'clock hour with a lot of fun. We had some good stuff today. John, did you see Mike McDaniel is interviewing for the Buffalo Bills job?
I did, and it sounds like he's kind of got the same thing going with the Chargers as Brian Flores has going with the Vikings, where they've re-signed Brian Flores as their defensive coordinator. They want him back, just like Jim Harbaugh wants Mike McDaniel to be his offensive coordinator, unless you get a head coaching job.
Do you think this at all is a factor for why the Lions decided to go in a different direction?
I don't think it's the main factor, but I'm sure it played a role in it in regards to, well, if we hire Mike McDaniel as our offensive coordinator, is he, is this, hey, you're signing this contract and there is absolutely no negotiating with another team. You are locked into us this year. And maybe Mike at that time was like, well, I still want to see if I get a head coaching job. You're my backup. Do you want to be somebody's backup?
And how would Lions fans handle it where we celebrate the headline of getting him only days later to hear, well, he's interviewing for head coaching jobs. You might not actually get him to be your offensive coordinator.
Right, yeah. You hired him, and he's not even going to put together a game plan for the first OTA.
Another whiff for Dan Campbell at OC.
Well,
I'm kidding. Yeah. I'm kidding.
But it would be, you would then lose him, and now you're back to where you began, and maybe the guy you wanted signed somewhere else.
Just what I was going to say. The guy that you really connected with, that checks all your boxes, that doesn't win the headlines, but scheme fits.
Mm-hmm. I mean, think of all the hate messages that Mike McDaniel would get from Detroit Lions fans. Hey, we agreed to be the OC, and then all of a sudden 2 weeks later jumps to the Bills as the head coach.
Yeah. And he absolutely should be interviewing for head coaching jobs.
Yes. So we'll see how that one sorts itself out.
All right, John, let's see if we can have this conversation without it turning into a discussion about ice cream. That's what happened earlier in the show.
Yeah, I'm not even sure how we got off on that, but we'll see if we can avoid that.
I compared Sam Darnold to strawberry ice cream.
Oh, well, and so why would you do it again?
Okay, let me just retract that. Guys, you didn't hear that.
Yeah, he was the chunky strawberry ice cream.
I said the poor play are the chunks of strawberry, and I don't like the frozen strawberries and strawberry ice cream.
Yes,
pointed out it's the last flavor eaten in Neapolitan ice cream.
And I argued with you. Okay, so yeah, let's get past that.
I know, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Hey, he almost hit the dump button because of the way you set up a topic. That would have been a first in my career.
Could you imagine? He's like, what did he say?
Let's do this over again.
Do you like strawberry ice cream? 248. No, I'm doing it again. We were talking about the games this weekend, and Pro Football Talk wrote that we could have record ratings. And that's because everyone's going to be stuck inside with the cold weather across the country, not necessarily because these games are overly interesting. We wanted to know from you guys, who do you want to go to the Super Bowl, and who do you think is going to the Super Bowl? 248-539-9797.
So who I want to be playing in the Super Bowl is the Broncos and Seahawks. And part of it is the uniqueness of Jarrett Stidham. And I'm kind of the underdog story. He hasn't thrown a pass in 3 years. How could he possibly come in and win an AFC championship game? And the Patriots are favored by 5.5. And that may actually grow by the time they actually get to the kickoff. But it's also on the side of the Patriots. And it's not that, the Patriots went from Tom Brady to Drake May, and now they're just set up for another dynasty. I don't care about that. I do like Drake May, and I like some of the guys that are playing for that. And rivalry aside, I think Mike Vrabel is a terrific coach. I don't want their first opportunity. They won't agree with this. But in terms of Drake May's, legacy, I want his first Super Bowl win to be, hey, we had a tough schedule. We had a first-place schedule. We rolled through the playoffs, and we earned a 1 seed. It was tough sledding, and then they actually earn a Super Bowl.
Oh, they don't
care. No, they don't care. No, but this is just me talking. They'll have, if they win the Super Bowl, they'll have earned it. Mm-hmm. But people are always going to bring up, well, it was a last-place schedule, and they never really played anybody, and all of those different things. The division was weak. they played the AFC Championship game against the backup quarterback, and it was kind of like a gift that was given to them.
But you would rather the Broncos go to the Super Bowl and subject us to Jarrett Stidham in the Super Bowl? Because that increases the chances that the game's just a dud and a waste of everybody's time. That's the football finale, baby. I can't have Jarrett Stidham in the football finale.
Can't you root for an underdog? Is Jarrett Stidham not truly an underdog? They're a 1 seed, so as a team, they shouldn't be the underdog.
Right.
But, hey, Bo Nix tears up his ankle. He can't go. Now, all of a sudden, it's Jarrett Stidham. And I just think it's a great story. And on the flip side, the Seahawks, I think the Seahawks are a better team. It's nothing to do with Matthew Stafford. I just don't want to see Sean McVay there again.
Okay, so I want to see the 2 MVP level quarterbacks in the Super Bowl that can make elite high-level throws going back and forth. That's the Super Bowl I want to see. You got the wily vet chasing a second Super Bowl and maybe putting him top 10 all-time legacy conversations, and you have Drake May in only his second season, potentially a Super Bowl champ, and starting to craft his own legacy. I love the throws, the potential for shot, score for score, all of that. What I think we're going to get is Patriots-Seahawks. So the Patriots' path to the Super Bowl would be Chargers with no O-line, gift-wrapped game by C.J. Stroud, Jarrett Stidham, and then Sam Darnold.
You're making my point. You just made my point. Like it was gift-wrapped for the Patriots.
I don't want that.
I don't want that conversation.
Which is why I want the Rams there, because then you're right. Then it'd be legit if they win it or not.
Yeah. So Broncos-Seahawks is the one I want. The one I think we'll see is Seahawks-Patriots.
248-539-9797.
And it just, part of it is my disdain for Sean McVay. But a lot of it is just the Seahawks. And I do like Mike McDaniel, obviously. Mike McDonald, sorry. The head coach for when he was at Michigan.
Yeah.
I thought he was a solid dude. He was just a guy that I liked being around, and talking defense with him, I thought he was very good at what he's doing. And obviously he is, because now he's secured the number 1 seed, and he's ready to play in his first Super Bowl as a head coach in year 2. 2 or 3?
I think it's 2.
2, yeah.
Early returns on the topic. Let us know about strawberry ice cream next. Overrated, underrated. Or who you want in the Super Bowl. It's 97-1.
Brought to you by Blue Chew. A couple teams will be on the hardwood tonight. First, the Pistons tip off at home against the Houston Rockets in a matchup that pits Amen and Asar Thompson twins against each other. Detroit has won 4 straight in 7 of their last 8 games. The Rockets, meanwhile, 26-16, which is good for 4th in the Western Conference. Houston's on a back-to-back tonight, coming off a loss in Philly to the Sixers that snapped a 3-game winning streak for them last night. That tip-off from Little Caesars Arena set for 7 o'clock. Mark Ryan has our pregame coverage right here on 97.1 at 6:35. Michigan basketball also plays tonight. The Wolverines will retire the jersey of point guard Trey Burke at halftime of their game against Ohio State, which tips off at 8 o'clock in Ann Arbor. For Michigan State basketball, Tom Izzo spoke yesterday about Charles Bediako, a former Alabama player who played in the G League the last 3 seasons, including this current season with the Motor City Cruise. Bediako could play for Bama again this weekend after being granted a restraining order against the NCAA by an Alabama judge. Izzo was not happy about it. And Lions O-lineman Dan Skipper announced he is retiring from the NFL yesterday. Maybe Danny could be a caddy, or perhaps Judge Smales has a suggestion. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabat. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Got a text from Evan Jenkins. It's a picture of Guernsey strawberry ice cream. He says, I love strawberry ice cream.
Does it have the chunks?
Does it have? Yeah,
no
it's got the chunks in it. Yeah,
They're aggressively so.
Yeah,
yeah.
and strawberry swirl.
Oh, nice.
It's like jam inside the ice cream. It's amazing.
See, I like strawberries. It's just the frozen strawberries. They don't do it for me. Kind of like Sam Darnold doesn't do it for anybody.
I just think you're weird.
I think it's a great analogy. I'm going to keep patting myself on the back for it. We want to talk football. 248-539-9797. Who do you want in the Super Bowl, and who are we going to get in the Super Bowl? Text says Seahawks and Rams is the actual Super Bowl. It'll be played this Sunday.
Okay.
Do you agree with that?
Whoever wins the NFC?
Feels like those are the two best teams left.
I think so, yeah. If I was going to rank the teams, I would go Seahawks 1, Rams 2, Patriots 3, Broncos 4. I think most people would probably go that route, depending on where you want 1 or 2.
Yeah. Do you understand how much of us never want to see New England in another Super Bowl?
See, I've never really fallen into, Kansas City, you hate them because of the dynasty, or New England, you hate them because they're there. Like, they were a good football team.
And I want the best to play in the Super Bowl. It's not that I don't want them to go. It's that I don't want. They haven't suffered enough between quarterbacks.
Oh, I agree with that. Yeah, sure. You want them to feel the pain that we felt. We felt it for 60 years. You'd like to think that they could feel it for more than just 2.
It would be very annoying if they had a Favre to Rodgers situation, where you go from one Hall of Fame quarterback to the next in short order.
Well, it's a
There's supposed to be pain and
it's
suffering.
a longer stretch than we saw Indianapolis.
Yeah.
I mean, Indianapolis went from Peyton Manning. They went 1 year where they were horrific just to earn the ability to draft Andrew Luck. Now, they never won anything with Andrew Luck.
That's the difference. They didn't then immediately go win another Super Bowl with
and Drake may have a Dan Marino type career where he gets there early on and then just never is able to put it together to get back.
Yeah, so my thought is I don't want Jarrett Stidham, so I'll take the Pats in the Super Bowl begrudgingly, but I want the Rams to beat them. Or I guess if it comes down to it, Seattle to beat them too.
Yeah. And I think that's ultimately, I mean, the texture's not wrong. I think the best 2 teams are playing in the NFC Championship game.
You guys back there, what do you want to see and what do you think we see?
I want to see Rams Patriots. I know we've seen it 2 other times, but to me, it's about the quarterback play. It always starts there with me in the NFL. I mean, look, if Jarrett Stidham comes out on Sunday and plays well and they win, what a story that becomes. Like, I would. What's the greatest injury ever overcome in sports? I mean, are you putting that into that conversation?
Well, you start talking about Foles, what Foles was able to do filling in for Carson Wentz.
Yeah.
But that was for a longer period of time. It wasn't just in the AFC or NFC Championship game.
Yeah, you'd have the debate of the proximity to the Super Bowl versus, Foles did replace the leading MVP candidate. Wentz was the leader in the clubhouse as MVP that season when Foles came in.
Who was it that Hostetler went in for? Was it Phil Simms?
Yeah.
So
that's another example.
Good one. Yeah.
But they had time, too. That was regular season.
Yeah. If the Broncos make the Super Bowl, there's also the Sean Payton storyline. So he'll be chasing a Super Bowl with 2 different franchises. No coach has ever done that.
Yeah.
He's got the one with the Saints, and it would put him in rarefied air if he did it with the Broncos.
I mean, the other thing, too, with the Patriots, I've always liked Mike Vrabel. He's a guy you root for. I mean,
I think he's likable.
I mean, that was always, instead of Patricia, the Lions should have hired Vrabel back then. And who knows how all this plays out then, but things would be vastly different. But I'm not rooting for Stafford, but I like that story.
In terms of the interesting business that we're in, Stafford in the Super Bowl is interesting, right?
Sure.
Well, if he gets number 2, second Super Bowl championship, he starts creating conversations we never thought would happen.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. What about, you brought this up earlier without going down the ice cream rabbit hole, like Sam Darnold and like when does he get respect?
Last year he, with Minnesota, steps in and wins 14 games. Now, obviously, he was a large part of why they lost that game at the end of the year to us, the Lions. Mm-hmm. A large part of why they didn't win a postseason game last year. And then Minnesota, having drafted, obviously, J.J. McCarthy, decides that we're going to move on. They let him go in free agency. He signs with Seattle. And again, he earns the 1 seed. Well, not again, but this time he earns the 1 seed, but he wins 14 games with a completely different franchise.
Yeah, look, their first playoff win this year, he didn't even throw for 200 yards. They won in kick your feet up, rocking chair fashion. For him to get the respect, like, you have to win the Super Bowl, right?
Yeah, but I also think if Seattle does win the Super Bowl, is it not proof that you can win a Super Bowl with Jared Goff?
That would be true, yes.
I think we can all agree that he's better. Jared Goff is better than Sam Darnold.
Oh, I can already tell you the show will do that Monday. If Sam Darnold wins, it's like, hey, there's no excuses. You can get it done. So
Yeah, but he's more mobile.
sure.
Not by much.
You're still timing both 40-yard dashes with a sundial. I mean,
Yeah.
let's not get carried away here.
He doesn't have little hands either. All right.
Okay. 248-539-9797. Hey, guys, great topic. Personally, I like strawberry ice cream. but
I do too. I like strawberry ice cream, and I like it with the chunks.
Another one, strawberry ice cream is underrated. This is what happens. Strawberry ice cream is underrated. I don't care who's in the Super Bowl. Thank goodness it won't be the Bears. I would prefer not the Pats, too.
All right,
Guys,
so let's throw this out there. What's a better topic? Do you like strawberry ice cream or not, or who's in the Super Bowl?
Guys, I'd like to see Neapolitan play mint chocolate chip in the ice cream bowl.
We got the Puppy Bowl. Can we do an ice cream standoff?
We could. Where do you stand on mint chocolate chip, John?
Oh, it's terrible.
Oh.
It's you're eating your toothpaste.
I just don't think your palate is sophisticated enough.
Oh, I won't argue that.
Yeah,
There's no question about that. I'm very basic in what I like.
Where do you stand on cilantro? Does it taste like soap to you?
No, cilantro's fine.
Okay, because some people cilantro tastes like soap. I didn't know if that was like the same thing as people who think
Oh, does
mint
this
chocolate chip
put me in
tastes like
the sophistication
you
category?
actually just earned some like bonus sophistication points.
You know, when it comes to mint, less is more for me. Like, I would never order that kind of ice cream, but like, for example, like if you're out at a restaurant and they have mints, you know, they
Little
give
Andes mints?
Yeah, that I like that. Okay. That's about it for me, though.
Where do you stand on coffee ice cream?
No, thank you.
Yeah, I'm not on.
I don't like cold coffee, the cold brew, that whole phenomenon. I'm out. I like my coffee hot.
Heather had the scolding hot take that she doesn't like chocolate ice cream.
Yeah.
No, I don't mind, I guess, a little bit of chocolate pieces in my ice cream, but I
How
prefer.
about Mackinac Island fudge ice cream?
Well, that's great. I mean, I prefer like a vanilla base.
Yes. Okay. All right. So could
I
you
don't
do cookie
ever
dough?
really go. Yeah, I like cookie dough ice cream. So I don't usually go for the chocolate ice cream as a base.
It has to be a backup flavor.
Yeah, I like the vanilla. I like strawberry, but those are pretty much the two I stick with.
Good morning, cookies. There are strawberry chunks in strawberry ice cream. How would they not be frozen? Come on, Jim, be smarter. No, I would just like the strawberry flavor.
You would like fresh strawberries sprinkled on your ice cream.
Yeah, on strawberry flavored ice cream.
Sure,
I think
you'd
the
prefer
flavoring is
that.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fresh. Yeah, he's got to have fresh strawberries. Yes.
Well,
They have
it's
to
a
be
texture
organic
thing,
too.
isn't it? And maybe a little bit of a flavor thing.
Guys, when I get Neapolitan ice cream, strawberries are the first to go. It's from an unnamed texter.
Yeah, because other than the company that makes that strawberry ice cream that Evan sent us, it's hard to find strawberry ice cream. Just
on
straight
its
up
own.
strawberry. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's get to Dean. You're next up. You're on 97.1.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
How you doing?
You going to talk ice cream or football?
I'm doing real good. Oh, well, ice cream, yeah, I'm real picky, man. I don't want no strawberries in there. I'll take the strawberry flavor.
Thank you.
But I don't want any kind of fruit. Fruits and vegetables don't belong in, like, junk food, man. Get that stuff right out right away. They don't belong there. So that's my take on that. Hey, Patriots, man, we've been rebuilding for so long. We deserve to go back. You guys don't know what it's like.
Shut up.
Oh, come on.
Shut up.
No, but I'm a big Patriots fan. I hate even saying that because everybody thinks you're just a bandwagon. But I've got a plaque that my younger brother bought me for a birthday back in like 1997, and it's a Drew Bledsoe plaque. And I proudly display that in my garage to this day. So,
Did you grow up in Boston or at least on the East Coast?
never here my whole life. I of course wanted the Lions to do good, but ever since I started watching football at 8 years old, they've never been I just took to the Patriots back then. I like Drew Bledsoe kind of. He was my guy. I was a little bit pissed when Brady kind of took over, but I got over that pretty quick.
Yeah, after 6 Super Bowls.
Yeah. And then anyways, dude, you got to root for Stafford. I think if he gets the Super Bowl and if he wins it and the MVP, I mean, 2 Super Bowl rings, MVP, he's got to be a first ballot Hall of Famer, no question. So
Yeah, he would be.
I want to see the Patriots and the Rams, obviously. So
Yeah, I think that's the best Super Bowl matchup. But especially if your
Yeah.
Patriots lose that Super Bowl, that would be beneficial. Tex says, are we going to gloss over Jim saying Stafford would be top 10 with a Super Bowl win? Dude wouldn't even be top 20. We had this in the Thursday touchdown. Was it last week?
Yeah.
And we started really stacking up, not how you feel about Stafford, but the hardware he would have. If you had an MVP in 2 Super Bowls, you really start putting him ahead of guys that you wouldn't have considered before.
You start to move him around, and again, I don't have my list in front of me. I think I had him right around like 11 or 12.
Okay, I think I had tucked him just
Could have been
in.
like 9 or 10. But we were also taking out, Bart Starr and some of the old
Sammy Baugh.
Fran Tarkenton.
Right.
Yeah.
If there's black and white footage of you playing, we left you out.
Yeah.
Johnny Unitas, you didn't count.
Yeah.
All we said was their conversations.
Yeah.
We didn't say it's adamant. Like, he will be top 5 passing yardage all time unless he retires this year.
Yeah.
I don't think he will.
Yeah, but the game, I mean, it's so you're comparing eras when you start talking about some of those stats.
Yeah, but I'll tell you a guy that he could pass if he plays a couple more years is Brett Favre. If I'd have told you Matthew Stafford's a better quarterback than Brett Favre, you'd said I'm nuts. I don't understand how you couldn't have a great debate about it if he does pass him in passing yardage, especially.
Yeah,
I
again,
mean, Favre won one.
right.
Super
Favre,
Bowl.
but Favre also has a bunch of MVPs. So
Yeah.
does Aaron Rodgers. I had both those guys ahead of Stafford, even with the Super Bowl this year. I mean, it
But
was
the argument
obvious-
for Stafford is this resume continues to mount that it was the Lions that held his career back, the thoughts about him.
Oh, I think he's already proven that point. But just the names. I think we had Brady, Mahomes, Montana. The usual suspects are obviously ahead of him, but he starts to make a case for the back end of that top 10.
Those subjective arguments, like with a Dan Marino.
Or how about a Ben Roethlisberger?
I mean, there's no way I'd put him ahead of Elway.
No, I think I had Elway ahead
Yeah.
of him too. Yeah, I mean, we don't have the whole list in front of us.
But we were having struggles a little bit with the Terry Bradshaws of the world.
Yeah, it's tough. Like Steel Curtain helped him win 4 Super Bowls, and his numbers are terrible. I mean, some of that's the era.
Right. I mean, you start going back that far. I would put him in the Roger Staubach
Yeah,
sort of category where how do you compare completely different eras of quarterbacks?
It's just a debate. It's like, you're talking about Favre again. He didn't play in a 17-game schedule, so numbers are skewed. Those guys way back then, like Bradshaw, were in a 14-game schedule for most of their career.
Right, and there was no such thing known as roughing the passer.
Breeze, another guy I'd still have ahead of Stafford, even though Breeze only has the 1 Super Bowl. But again, it starts to create the conversation, is what we've talked about. As I look down, I'm excited to see that they are not all strawberry ice cream calls.
Okay,
there are
good.
people that want to talk about the Super Bowl potential matchups and storylines. It's 97.1.
Hey, as we're talking about football, I want to let you know, as you probably already do, America's favorite place to watch football is Stadium Swim. It's located at Circa Resort and Casino. You can catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools, and boy, doesn't that sound nice. Looking outside right now, standing outside, you'd like to be in one of those 6 pools. 3 different levels. You got a perfect view no matter where you are. They're massive, 40-foot tall high-definition screen located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Who do you want to play in the Super Bowl? Who do you think we get for the Super Bowl? We decided this weekend, Championship Sunday. Good morning, 97.1. Rick in Holland, you're on 97.1. How you doing?
Hey, I'm good, guys. How are you?
Good.
It's I'm in Holland, Michigan. It's colder than my ex-wife's hello out here right now. Hey, I'm thinking it should be either original cone, sugar cone, or cup. I go with cup. But I think the best story in the NFL is got to be Sam Darnold. The way I'm looking at it, this guy has been thrown to the trash heap a couple of times, and he just keeps coming back. He's not a Hall of Famer, but he deserves. I think this is the story. I think, for me, that's the storyline, Sam Darnold.
So you're right. If you want to talk about it, you get drafted by the Jets.
Yeah.
Already starting from a bad spot. The whole seeing ghosts routine.
Yeah.
By the way, his first win was in his first game against Matt Patricia, right?
Oh, that's right. Yeah, because it wasn't his first pass, the pick six.
Yes,
and we thought,
Diggs.
oh, hey, this New England way has come to Detroit, and then they get spanked.
But that feels like several lifetimes ago. He's the Jets quarterback. He sees ghosts. He was in Carolina, right, too, at some point?
I think he was, yeah.
Yeah, and then has this resurrection with Minnesota, and then even they're like, yeah, we're not sold on you.
Yeah. And then he goes and wins the number 1 seed in the NFC, 14 wins with the Seattle Seahawks. And now he's playing an NFC championship game.
I missed a stop. He spent a year in San Francisco as well.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
So he's on his 5th NFL team, and he's a win away from going to the Super Bowl.
It is a great story. And it's a story that I would like to see paired with another great story in regards to Jarrett Stidham, who hasn't thrown a pass in an NFL game in 3 years. And now he's thrust into an AFC championship game. They are a 1 seed at home, but they're 5.5-point dogs.
So your Super Bowl would be 2 1 seeds, yet I would tell you it has the potential to be the grossest, blandest Super Bowl we've had in years.
Good.
A lot of that depends on how Stidham plays this week. Like if they win 6-3 and he plays awful, okay,
Yeah, we got 2 weeks to look forward to that Super Bowl.
It is the rematch of old AFC West foes, Jim.
We got Stoney back on the show.
That was just 2002 when that changed.
Yeah,
when the Texans came into the league, Johnny, he just called you old. You played.
Right, I played in that era. Yeah, 99 was my first year, so that would have been going into my 4th.
You got a big birthday coming up. You are getting kind of old.
Yeah, well, I'll be halfway there.
So the great thing about I opened the door, so it would be great. NBC's got the Super Bowl, so they've definitely got all the film of the old 4 o'clock AFC West starts back in the day. Dick Enberg, come on.
Hey, fire up chips, Dick Enberg.
Charlie Jones, you know who that is? Great old NFL announcer.
Mm-hmm.
I'm nodding. Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He did. You were alive, and he's still calling games.
Okay. Jamel in Auburn Hills, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, y'all. John, go blue.
Go blue.
Yes, sir. Fellas, I think we're going to see the Patriots and the Rams in the Super Bowl. And honestly, as a betting man, I put money on Stafford to get his 2nd ring. Spent 13 years, with the Lions, didn't really have much success, and to see him move on and have the success that he has now, I can see Stafford getting the 2nd ring.
He's the best quarterback remaining. If you're coming down to close games, big drives, got to have it. I mean, we saw flashes of it in Detroit where he'd gut it out and he'd pull off some heroics. He always had that gunslinger in him. Mm-hmm. And now with a more competent team around him, he's already got 1 Super Bowl, and they got more than a shot to win a 2nd.
So if you get Pat's Rams again, there is a little bit of a redo of the Brady Warner story. Brady was in his 2nd year like May, even though it was his first year starting, and Stafford's the older guy, the proven guy that's already got 1 Super Bowl.
So this will be the 3rd time the 2 teams have met in the Super Bowl. You mentioned the first. The
one
second
was great. The other was.
The second, John loved.
Yeah, it was a defensive masterpiece.
Well, because Matt Patricia gave Bill Belichick the blueprint on how to stop the Rams offense. That's true.
Yeah.
That's what he said.
So not only does Matt Patricia responsible for the greatest defensive play call in Super Bowl history, the Malcolm Butler pick, he'll tell you all about it. He also gave the blueprint to win that Super Bowl, John. What a genius.
Just couldn't win. Couldn't. It was The irony is that it was a historically bad defense by the time he left here in Detroit. Historically bad defense.
I know.
He was such a genius that he'd have a whiteboard and a pencil in his ear. Figure that one out. Anyway, let's get to Heather with the news.
This news is sponsored by Gardner White. Well, not only is it going to be cold, and I mean cold this weekend, we're also going to have some snow.
Oh,
Did
Sunday,
you know that?
right?
Yes, Sunday. And a decent amount of snow. Most of us could see between 3 to 6 inches. So, like, not just a dusting, a
Yeah.
decent amount of snow. So, yeah. Wind chills today will drop to about, 15 to 25 below zero. They'll stay through Saturday morning. And it's going to be so cold this weekend that several places are closing. Wayne State University, they're going to move to online classes. Belle Isle Nature Center, they're going to close. The zoo as well is going to close. And there's an event scheduled for downtown Birmingham that was going to take place on the 24th.
What's it called?
That's Birmingham Outdoor Festival
When was that supposed to be?
tomorrow.
Okay. It's still going on? Or
No,
it's
it's been canceled
Okay.
because
All right.
Too much burr.
It's too much burr.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay. Yeah.
It's burr.
That's where the wedding is, so I'm glad that those people will be gone.
at, the,
Oh,
at the Birmingham Festival.
it's in Birmingham. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Not at the festival. Yeah. They're getting married inside.
that's good.
Good call for them.
It's very
It's
good.
going to be ritzy, isn't it?
Oh, fancy.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's. I don't know. Lisa has taken care of all the details. I know
just
know
gonna
it's
show
in
up.
Birmingham. Yeah.
Yes.
And that's your first night out together since Teddy was born?
Yes.
Which is-
First night we're staying the night out.
It's a long. It's 4 years.
Yes.
Be careful.
Yes.
We know what happens, huh?
Got a sixth on the way.
Aiden Hutchinson has been named a finalist for the AP Defensive Player of the Year, which is pretty cool. So he's recorded 14 and a half sacks, credited for 36 tackles, forced 4 fumbles, recovered a fumble, and snagged an interception. He is also nominated with Will Anderson, Myles Garrett, Micah Parsons, and Nick Bonito. Pretty cool. If Hutchinson earns the most votes, he'd be the first player in franchise history to be named Defensive Player of the Year.
It's going to Myles Garrett. I mean, it's. Congratulations to Aiden. I don't mean to say that it's not a great accomplishment. It's a terrific accomplishment, and happy to see more of these in the future. He will be a finalist for this award many times, and I do think he'll win it at some point, but Myles Garrett just had an unbelievable season.
We'll find out on Thursday, February 5th. Dan Skipper, his playing days are done. The longtime Detroit Lions offensive lineman announced his retirement on social media in an Instagram post. And he basically just said, you know what? 24 years of putting on pads and a helmet every fall. This year, I'll trade that out to pursue a career on the other side in coaching.
Good luck.
So he did say it's time for me to report as retired. So good luck in the future. Let's see. In response to the shocking firing of Sean McDermott, thousands of Buffalo Bills fans have now are actively petitioning for the team to reinstate the coach. So they've started a petition on change.org, and it's already drawn tens of thousands of signatures from fans who are calling his firing heartbreaking and baffling, saying that he deserves another chance, especially with the team's new stadium on the horizon. As of Thursday afternoon, there was more than 29,000 signatures.
Yeah, I don't think they're going back on that one, John. By the way, did you watch any of the press conference this week with the owner and the general manager?
With the Bills?
How uncomfortable?
I'm
Keon Coleman stuff?
Yeah, Keon Coleman's technically still on the roster. He's under contract for the next 2 years.
Well, he's technically under a bus because they ran him over.
Yes, yeah, it's bizarre.
I know you're not a big fan of Leonardo DiCaprio, but have you seen Catch Me If You Can?
No.
Oh, really? It's a great movie.
Yeah.
I highly suggest you watch it if you can get over the fact that he stars in
Is
it.
in it.
But there is
It's going to be hard to get over the fact, given that he is featured
I know,
prominently.
but like you can get over certain, like you don't like Tom Cruise, but yet you'll watch Mission
Mission
Impossible.
Impossible, sure, yeah.
You know,
a lot of things blow up. Does anything blow up in the Catch Me If You Can?
It's not really that kind of
it's
movie.
not
No.
But it's an interesting movie
There's
based on
certain
real
things
life,
that I
which makes
need
it more
in a
interesting.
movie, and doesn't sound like it offers
I
any of
think
those.
you would enjoy this one. I really do. Of all the Leo movies, I would say that because it's. there's
I've heard all the Leo movies. The Departed would be the one that I would like.
I think he'd like The Revenant.
I mean, there's a lot he would like, but I like this movie. I like that it's based off of a true story. It's a good movie. Anyway, there's
the one you just sorry. The
Yeah,
one
no,
you lose your
keep
mind
going.
on is Inception.
well, you have to watch it a couple times.
I don't think If we offer you a certain amount of money that you could sit through Inception.
I don't even know what it's about.
It's dreams within dreams, John.
It's
I'm
a good
not
movie.
Sci-fi is not. It doesn't qualify as.
It's kind of got some thrilling components. Anyway, let's let Heather finish the
Anyway,
news.
there's basically like another real life Catch Me If You Can story that has taken place. There's a former flight attendant for a Canadian airline that's trending right now because he was arrested after posing as a pilot and a current employee to obtain hundreds of free flights over the span of 4 years.
Wow.
So he basically made these fake credentials and ID cards and got away with it. So court documents say that this guy posed as a flight attendant from, this says 2017 to 2019, which isn't 4 years, but I think this is when he was posing as a flight attendant. Used these fake IDs to get free tickets reserved for pilots and flight attendants for 3 other airlines. And during the incident, he used to request to sit in the jump seat in the cockpit with pilots. So huge security issues going on here. There's no explanation of why any of these airlines didn't recognize that his credentials were fake. But we don't also know which airlines were involved, except to say that they are based in Honolulu, Chicago, and Fort Worth. He pleaded not guilty this past Tuesday. So he was arrested in Panama on wire fraud charges. It's crazy.
It is crazy to think that he got away with it for so long.
Yeah.
Heather with the news. Coming up next, the top 10 Leo movies John needs to see. No, I think we'll do the cookie jar. It's 97.1.
Hey, if hair loss has been on your mind, Dr. Berkowitz at Michigan Hair Restoration is the doctor you need to go see. He was just named the top hair restoration surgeon in the Midwest, and that award reflects what his patients already know. Dr. B, he's had the procedure himself. He's restored his son's hair and his nephew's too. And when it comes to trust, it doesn't get more personal than that. Dr. B is a board-certified surgeon and the only physician in Detroit offering both SmartGraft and NeoGraft, all performed by his full-time in-house medical team. There's no traveling techs, there's no shortcuts, just real natural hair you can run your fingers through. And if you've been waiting for the right time, this is it. Don't put it off another year. Make 2026 the year you look like yourself again. Schedule your free consultation today, and when you mention 97.1, you'll receive $1,000 off your procedure. Dr. B treats every patient like family. Visit MichiganHairRestoration.com.
And one of the great places to go work out, Planet Fitness. Their motto, we're all strong on this planet. And they've got the 30-minute workout. They welcome everyone. So if you're new, if you're an expert, doesn't matter. If you're new, they offer free fitness training from knowledgeable trainers focused solely on you. And here's one of the things that I really like about it. It's open 24 hours. And so, obviously, I want to get my workout done before I go to work. To make that happen, I've got to be there at about 3:30. Get in, get a workout. If you are late night workout, again, it's open 24 hours. So it fits your schedule. And if you like what you go when you're there, check out the Planet Fitness Black Card membership. Get you access to the Black Card Spa. It also gets you access to every single Planet Fitness. There's over 2,800 of them nationwide. So if you travel, it also gives you unlimited guest privileges. So it allows you to take somebody with you. Maybe it's somebody to keep you accountable. Maybe it's just somebody because you don't like to work out alone. Find your nearest Planet Fitness club and join today in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness.
Got text pouring in, as you can imagine.
Okay.
Fun exercise. Somebody's got a censor like, English, mother bleeper, do you speak it? Brian at work. Guys, I almost never agree with Heather on anything. But the movie quotes are also my two favorite ever, and both lines I use more than I should.
Oh,
That's
really?
from Kevin, yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
What one was yours again?
Sorry, I was thinking of. I'm looking at the one.
Oh,
that
You're Killing Me,
Colin
Smalls?
Yeah, You're Killing Me,
Yeah.
Smalls, and
I know, I tell that one to Teddy all the time. He loves that movie.
Don't waste your time, Heather. The Godfather and Rocky movies are way overrated.
That's
a bad take.
That's
like,
a
do you
bad
think
take.
somebody who's never seen them and didn't see them at their peak and watch them now, like, do they still have the same effect? Are they
The
still as
Godfather
good?
definitely stands the test of time. 1 and 2 for sure. 3, but
1 and 2 came out well before I was alive. They hold up. Like,
they hold up. Yeah, but now it's just like a lot of the movies that you guys are talking about, and some of the lines from them. Like, I know the lines, but it's not my genre of movie, so I don't know if Godfather would necessarily be your type of movie.
I probably won't purposely try to watch it.
And the Rocky movies, I mean,
Rocky movies are great. They're certainly
they're cult classics.
They're cheesy. They're a lot of different things, but they're still great movies.
Like Rocky 4 specifically, with like the montages and the songs and the. It's incredibly cheesy, but it is a good. I like it.
It is perhaps the most 80s movie that has existed.
Yes.
And I think it's one of those where you've got to get through the first one.
Yeah.
And when you get to 2, 3, and then all of a sudden, hey, okay, I understand the storyline. It builds on itself. And I mean, they're all they're basically all the same, but they're much better after you get through the first one.
Leave the gun, take the cannolis, Keith and Highland.
More Godfather.
What else? Commercials. The Orbitz commercial. What the French toast? Donnie and Wyandotte.
Orbitz, that's the gum, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
The Detroit Zoo. This place is a zoo. Scruff McGruff.
Yeah, I mean,
Doesn't do it for you.
well, I mean, okay, well, I remember them.
The 3 bullfrogs for Budweiser.
Yeah.
Yes.
Bud.
Why?
Zer.
Me and my dog went. You go to Telegraph Road, get a good deal. Yep. A lot of people like the Ann Twins commercial that you referenced, John.
Oh, of course, yeah. Coors Light. It's here's to football. Like there was a series of them, and that was just the best. And
Total
Heather,
Man commercial.
after
I
you watched
it, yeah.
is it not surprising that would
No.
be the one I would remember?
Not at all. I get it.
Before we hand it off to Carson Anderson, Tom Izzo. We have some audio we want to play, but John, you want to set this up for people?
Yeah. So the newest basketball player that was given eligibility, or at least a stay of execution, is Badeko, who's a fourth-year player now at Alabama. Brief history, played 3 years at Alabama, has been out for 3, I believe it is, and it's been signing 2-way contracts in the NBA. He was he the one? There was one that was drafted, one that wasn't. I don't think he was drafted, but has played in the G League, has played in Europe as a quote-unquote professional. He was originally denied by the NCAA. A judge, not surprisingly, in Tuscaloosa,
surprise,
did say that we're going to put a TRO in place so that for the next 10 days until it's heard by another judge, he can go ahead and play. This is the response by Tom Izzo. I love hearing Coach Izzo talk about some of the issues going on. He's obviously talking about it on the basketball side of things, but it's something that is plaguing college athletics right now. And every single time that it's come up where it's been an eligibility issue, he's come out in defiance of it, and I'm on his side of that. There has to be a line drawn in regards to if you're going to enter the NBA draft, or if you're drafted, or if you're playing professionally. I don't care if it's in the NBA, anywhere in the world. If you've already left college, I don't think you should be able to come back to it.
I think it's. I think there's a way to. You're right. I think there's a line you can delineate where you can say this and then you're done. I don't know if I wouldn't mind if the NBA did what the NHL does now, which is you can get drafted and you can still play college hockey. So if you're drafted in the second round of the NBA draft, hey, can I go back to school or do I have to go to the G League? You can make that decision. If you make the decision to go to the G League, then you're done. Your college eligibility is done. But if you get drafted in the second round and you want to go back to school and play there, go ahead and play there. I don't think there's a problem with that. The problem is when you play 3 years in the G League,
right,
and then you're allowed to come back and play college basketball. That's not right. It's not right at all.
No, once you sign a pro contract in a professional league, you're done.
Well, I think once you play, I guess even if you practice with them, like I think that's a sign too, because then you're earning the paycheck, right? You do something to earn the paycheck, then you're on that then you're on that payroll. So I don't know. It's one of the big problems in college athletics.
Gator, what's up?
How are you, Jim?
How are you?
Happy birthday.
Thanks.
I missed it yesterday. Forgot to wish Jim a happy birthday yesterday.
Yeah, that's all right. Sounds like you had a nice day.
Yeah.
You have cookies?
Did I have cookies
Yeah,
from
cookies?
Yeah, I had some cookies for my birthday.
Nice job.
Yeah.
Get pizza?
I didn't. We're going out tonight, though.
Okay.
So have a good time tonight.
You're going out tonight?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Good.
Celebrate.
Happy birthday.
Thanks, Doug.
Yeah.
Carson Anderson coming up next, 97.1.
Well, happy Friday, everybody. We've made it to the weekend. How's everybody doing today? Well, let me start by asking my radio partner, Scott Anderson. That's the question. How are you doing today?
I'm all right.
Yeah.
A little chilly today. We're going to experience the next couple days, and then, yay, Sunday, anywhere between 3 and 6 inches of snow.
Well, it's winter in Michigan, and we're tough. We're hardy people. We can handle it.
Yeah.
We're accustomed to it.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. It is what it is. But it was interesting when I this morning went to let the dog out and let her out in the backyard, and she goes out at the kitchen entrance. There's a door wall to get outside, so I open the door wall. She goes outside, takes 2 steps, and pees on the back patio, in the winter, which sometimes she does. If she can't see that it's because there's concrete pavers there, but she doesn't see it because they're covered with snow, she's just going to pee in the snow because she thinks it's the ground. So she does that, and I'm like, great, okay, awesome. And then she looks around for 2 seconds and then turns around and wants to come back inside. I said, no, you got business to do.
It's interesting. Some dogs don't really care, right?
No, I think it depends on their mood, and I'm not sure she was ready to get up in the morning when we got up. She's been sleeping in a lot lately, so as she's now she's not 10 anymore, Doug. Now she's 11, so it's a little different. She is showing some signs of age, but she when I come home, I imagine she's going to love to run around the snow. She does enjoy the snow quite a bit, but
not this morning.
Yeah, not this morning when it was 0 degrees.
She walked outside and said, "Not today."
No, she did not. Not up in here.
Not feeling this.
So I had to set some towels down on the rug that she tends to go to soil if she's been left at home for too long. Yeah, I'm crossing my fingers that doesn't happen. Really, I don't mind that as much as I mind the urine situation. The urine's no good, but if you're going to drop dirty,
none of it's good.
No, but if you're going to drop dirty, it's easier to clean up.
Anything exciting last night? Can I start? Sorry, I asked you a question.
Doug, what happened to you last night? Anything cool?
I was mad.
Oh.
I got really mad. And you know who I was mad at?
Doug Karsh?
I was mad at sports scheduling. Last night sucked.
Well, you didn't like the 9:45 start?
I did not like the 9:45 start. Here's something else I didn't like. On Tuesday, there were 5 Big Ten college basketball games. On Wednesday, there were 3 more Big Ten college basketball games. And last night, there was 1 Big Ten college basketball game, and it was one of the worst games I've ever seen, Wisconsin and Penn State, as Wisconsin fell behind 4-0 and then went on a 50-14 run and blew out Penn State. And the Red Wings game, why was that game so late?
I don't know. I mean, you've got, I think it just ends up being a 9:30, like ours would be a 7, but it's a Minnesota time.
It was 9:42. It was 8:42 in Minnesota. Could you imagine an 8:42 start here?
Because it was a national game?
It seems dumb.
Okay.
As Gator once said, that dumb.
That dumb. Yeah, I'm not arguing with you. It was an ESPN game. So I don't know.
Yeah, it kind of sucked.
It did. I mean, nobody. I didn't want to stay up that late. I don't know if you did, but I did to watch the end of it.
I made it until I didn't. Let's just leave it at that. There was some snooze factor.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah. Sure, it happens.
Yeah. Let's say I found out who won the game at 3:20.
At least you found out.
I did find out.
Yeah. But yeah, it was just watch the game, and yeah, I hear you with the sometimes TV schedule is just kind of strange. You're flipping around channels, there's nothing to watch. And this was something weird because I was going to watch the Red Wings game. Mm-hmm. I flip it on ESPN at 9:30, expecting to have the Red Wings coverage, and knowing that if there's a college basketball game, typically it bleeds into it, and it's going to be the Red Wings game is going to be delayed, or they're going to start it on ESPN News or whatever. So I'm watching the game. I'm like, oh, it's women's college basketball, great.
Oklahoma, South Carolina went to overtime even.
Well,
Woo!
And it's in overtime, and I don't realize it's in overtime until much later. I'm looking at the score, and it's like a 12-point game. I'm like, oh, well, let's go. End it already, And then I hear them say, and so-and-so has 15 points in overtime. I'm like, what? Mm-hmm. Huh? This is overtime? And South Carolina's this great program, and they're getting smoked by Oklahoma. Yes, I knew that South Carolina had a good basketball program.
Dawn Staley.
So it was, watched that for 2 minutes to get the end of that, and then flipped over to watch the beginning of the hockey game.
So my wife and I have decided what movie we were going to watch, and last night I thought it was going to happen because it wasn't a big sports night, so it wasn't a big work night. Mm-hmm. And then
that's different, Kang.
Yeah, no. We're looking at the Oscar-nominated films, Kang. Anyway, wow. But she wasn't able to. She had other stuff going on, so we weren't able to watch it. And I'm flipping around looking for a game to watch, and Wisconsin Penn State stunk, and the Red Wings didn't start till 9:42. That dumb. And I ended up watching some of the All-American Bowl on NFL Network.
The All-American Bowl?
Mm-hmm.
Anybody of note playing in that game?
I watched 2 plays and realized that they were like, they handed the ball to this Georgia running back who didn't play for Georgia, but was in this all-star game. And I guess it's a forum for NFL scouts to go watch people. And
normally that's up our alley. Let's watch, get ready for the draft. But,
yeah.
When you're featuring running backs from Georgia who didn't play at Georgia.
Yeah. I mean, he was on the roster, but didn't, play a whole ton of money.
Great.
Yeah. So what did I end up doing? I ended up watching Penn State, Wisconsin. It was terrible. Absolutely terrible. But thus is as I waited for that Red Wing game to start. And the Red Wings did lose in overtime to Minnesota, but I mean, I'll take it. Given back-to-backs on the road, Toronto to Minnesota. Minnesota's a good team. Get a point out of it. I'll take it. On a non-John Gibson start night, I'll take it.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. No,
you're not taking it?
No, I'm taking it when I find out that Simon Edvinson's not going to play because of a lower leg injury or lower body injury, I should say. Yeah, I'll take it. And it was an entertaining game. When lots of answering was going on. One team would score, the other team would answer.
Yeah.
It basically was Red Wings score and Minnesota would answer right away. And then you get to overtime and it's just ready, set, puke in overtime because the goal is going to happen. It usually does. And there it goes. I noticed this with the broadcast. I wonder if anybody else did. Did it seem like the guys announcing the game?
Can I predict what you're going to say?
Yes.
Kept telling us how cold it was outside.
No.
Okay. And I'm
but there was that.
Why? What relevance is that?
Oh, because it's coming. I mean, it's relevant to us because we're going to get that today and tomorrow.
I guess.
But it seemed like the audio was like a second ahead of the video.
Oh, really?
Like the guy was announcing a goal before the puck's in the net. And I didn't think it was a problem with my TV. I think that's a tactic. I've seen that in other broadcasts too. Maybe it is just something lagging in my TV, but I don't think it is. I think sometimes it's just a tactic that works so that it syncs up better because it's such a hard game. Hockey is such a hard game to follow as quick as it is. Having just a split second makes it sound better, I guess. I don't know, but I noticed it. I don't know if anybody else did.
I did not notice that. And when I do notice that, I think it's just some sort of
hiccup with the TV.
Yeah, hiccup with a TV or a satellite or whatever. But
because I thought the same thing was going on a few years ago when Shep was doing Tiger games.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he would call a strikeout. I'm like, wait a minute, the ball had barely got across the plate.
There was big excitement in the Karsh household yesterday, though.
Oh, hey,
because
here we go. Okay,
yeah. After years and years and years and years of me saying the same thing over and over and over again, it was finally time, and the trigger got pulled, and the installation took place.
Oh,
a new carpet in our living room, and because the kids, I mean, our carpet was destroyed. Okay.
Sure.
And three kids.
This is hitting me hard right here. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, right. So we had, three kids, and they're all out of the house. And I would always say, "There's no point in getting new carpet until the kids are gone."
I agree.
100%. No point in getting new carpet until the kids are gone. Said it over and over and over again. Well, empty nesting, year one here. New carpet installed yesterday.
Had you ever changed your carpet at all when
Not
the kids?
once.
Okay, that's what I'm fighting for.
You're fighting to do it now?
No, I'm fighting not until the kids are gone. But my wife's like, we need new carpet.
And I'm sure she's right, and you probably do. And we did for a long time. I mean, a long time. And I just, what's the point? What's the point?
What's the point?
And if she were smart, she would have said, well, No, here's why. I'm dead serious.
Oh, no.
She could have said.
No, take that back.
No, I'll say it. She could have said, and she'll agree with this. I still live there. I'm honestly probably just as messy as at least one of our kids. And she knows that's true.
So you insult your wife by insulting yourself as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a dangerous life you live, my friend.
So yesterday, literally, this is a true story. She's hustling home from work because the carpet got installed while I was here. And which, by the way, the process of removing all the furniture and the entertainment center, getting all the knickknacks off the entertainment, it is the worst.
Clearing out a room for carpeting is the worst.
But God bless these guys because they put the couch back, they put the entertainment center back together, and all that.
Those guys are awesome.
But
did you give them a little extra?
Yes.
Something for the effort?
Yes. So she's hustling home from work. I was downstairs in the basement working out. I come upstairs and I hear her come through the door. I run upstairs to see her reaction. She walks in the living room and is standing on the hardwood off to the side looking at it. I come upstairs and I walk out on it, and she immediately turns to me and goes, "We're walking on it with our shoes on." I mean, that's the first thing that happened. Like the first thing that happened.
You can't do that.
And I'm like,
it's new carpet.
Okay.
You should have known better.
And I said, no, apparently not. And quickly took my shoes off. But all right. So
how's it look?
it's great. I mean, the thing is,
well, once you
here's something I learned. Here's something I learned is what's more important is the pad.
Padding, yeah.
The padding's more important than the
padding
carpet.
now because after 20 years, the padding gets worn down to nothing.
And I think when you build
padding.
when you build your house and you're on a budget, we probably had the cheapest possible pad. Our builders did a great job, but a cheapest possible pad as a cost cutting measure, and we inverted that and had the best possible padding.
To me, the most important thing is you're not going to find out till years later. Is when the carpet starts like lifting. I mean, that's just how good of a job did they do installing it. You won't know until 2, 3, 4, 6 years down the line how early, because really good installers, it won't lift. Like I feel like, some of our house, it started lifting faster than the other parts of the house. Like, what the hell? We didn't do anything different. We didn't walk in it more or less, depending, what room it was.
Like separating from the tack strips along the walls?
Yeah, they start to lift up, dude. Okay. You could see it coming up off the ground.
One of the things that this time around, we did not go to a big box store for our carpet. We went to a specialist.
You might be better. There you go. There you go.
I have high hopes. Now, we only did
pay
one.
for quality.
Well, we only did one room for a reason, though.
Yeah, well, it gets to be a little expensive for sure.
Yep. The plan was to do but we just did one room. All right, we've sidetracked enough. Lions news yesterday. We will get into that. If you want to talk some Red Wings, losers last night in overtime, but still in a good spot, man. With each passing day, that team gets a little bit more credible and a little bit more credible and a little bit more credible. And I would say that coming out of the Olympic break, please stay hot. I mean, that's last year it was the Four Nations Cup, the break that they were a winning team going in and they were a losing team coming out. And that's something we're hoping to avoid. The year before, there was the sweep by Ottawa that right at the trade deadline time that kind of was the mark, the demarcation between them being competitive and not. Last year was the Four Nations. This year we got this Olympic break. Red Wing fans, how you feeling about this team being able to keep it up? Is there anything different? Or is it just hope that it won't happen again? 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Sam Bernstein Law has been respecting Michigan clients for more than 50 years. When insurance companies deny or delay, they aren't respecting you. They demand that respect, and they get results to prove it. Get the Bernstein Advantage. 1-800-CALL-SAM. It's our car, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Open lines, 248-539-9797. So we look, there's the cold, and we got some stuff we need to ask you about with the cold it's coming up this weekend. Red Wings last night. The thing about the Red Wings is getting a point is actually decent, given who Minnesota is and coming off back-to-backs. And we're wondering, is there any evidence that this team isn't going to swoon after a long break like they did last year, or after the trade deadline like they did the year before? Is there any evidence that March is going to be good to this team? Or are we just hoping?
Well, I'd like to think that the last 3 years were the aberration, right? You're not supposed to do that every year for 3 years. That does, and let alone a fourth. I'm going with the odds. The odds are in the Red Wings' favor. That's not going to happen again. I mean, come on.
Yeah. You sure? I guess.
Well, they're in a better place now than they were a year ago.
They seem to be playing better now than
they are. They are first place in the conference.
Right. In part because of the schedule. Like,
what do you mean in part because of the schedule?
Well, how many games have they played?
Well, 52.
And Tampa's behind them with 48 and 1 point back. So, Tampa's probably going to pass them. But I'm pleased with where they are, don't get me wrong. But, Tampa's got 4 games in hand. But Montreal is in third place, only has one game behind, and they're 4 points back. So they're authentically near the top of the Eastern Conference. But they have played 4 more games than Tampa. 248-539-9797. Adam in Gibraltar. Hi, Adam.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
Yeah, I'm a diehard Wings fan. I'm bought into this team. I think even after the Olympic break, I think this team has a certain level of toughness that certain Red Wings teams in the past didn't have. Mm-hmm. You can tell that they're better in the front of their own net this year than years past, too. PK's a little better. I mean, they're middle of the pack. Still a top 8, top 7 power play unit. But the thing that worries me the most is in a jam-packed Eastern Conference like you see, they need to start winning in regulation if they want to be like serious playoff contenders. I feel like finishing off games or even knowing how to take the lead late in games. Because getting a point on back-to-back days is great against good teams. But I feel like when it comes to the end of February, early March, if they can start winning in regulation, I think they're going to be serious playoff contenders.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. If you look at the top teams, Montreal has fewer wins in regulation, but many of the top teams in the East have. Well, I guess not all of them. I hear what you're saying though. Wins in regulation that cost them a playoff spot a couple of years ago.
Right, and I can see them making the playoffs, but I don't expect them to be like a 1 or a 2 seed going in the playoffs. I can realistically see them being like a 3 or a 4 or a 5 seed going into the playoffs. But like I'm saying, if they can start winning in the regulation this later part of the year, I can see them being that first or second seed in the playoffs, depending on what Tampa does.
Yeah, well, I hear you, and you're right. That's something to watch for, and God, they've been good in overtime.
They have. They've won a bunch of games in overtime until obviously they lose last night. Yeah. But and his point is valid. They do have a lot of overtime wins, and at the end of the season, that's a tiebreaker for some categories. So it'd be nicer to not have to wait for that. But I don't know if that's a harbinger of things to come in the playoffs, that they can't close out games. I think that maybe does that show that they do? Because some of those games they came back to go to overtime. They weren't always ahead, but I get it. It's valid.
All right. 248-539-9797. What makes you believe this Red Wing team will not have a collapse late in the season, as we've unfortunately grown accustomed to? Playing really well right now. Okay. News yesterday, Gator. The Dan Skipper is hanging him up. Dan Skipper, one of the all-time favorites, is hanging him up. And, of course, we remember Dan Skipper for all his contributions to Detroit. I think Dan Skipper might be in a category all by himself.
He might be.
As a all-time favorite, not great player in Detroit. He served a purpose. He played a role. He became a cult hero. But nobody ever said we're good when players got hurt because of Dan Skipper. But we loved him.
I find him to be a really interesting character in Detroit sports history because I'm not sure I would put him in the category of like, oh, he's a great role player like, Ryan Rayburn was for the Tigers back when they were, playing good baseball 15 years ago or whatever. Or, like a Darren Helm was a role player that the fans were attracted to. Dan Skipper became, as you said, a cult hero because of something that he did on the field that wasn't recognized by the officials on an iconic play when he reported tackle eligible and they didn't announce it. And then he's the one that gets blamed for it. So every time he came into the game after that at Ford Field, number 70 is recorded as eligible. The crowd went nuts.
It went nuts. And I went back and watched the highlight again today, and it was so clearly an official's mistake. Mm-hmm. He ran away after Decker had reported and didn't see and acknowledge Skipper. But it was more than just that. It was more than just the reporting eligible thing. And Detroit loved this guy. Is he in a category all by himself? Or are there others in recent memory in any Detroit sport that is Skipper-esque? Who is most Skipper-esque? 248-539-9797. Dan Skipper retiring from the Lions. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Dan Skipper might be in a category all by himself as an elite emergency break glass guy. I don't know how else to describe him. Hey, nobody, and I say this with all respect too, I think that guy carved a role out for himself on one of the best teams in football the last few years that, people never thought he was the answer, said they need more Skipper, but everybody appreciated what he did. He also had some of the most notorious moments in Detroit sports history, none bigger than this one on a 2-point conversion at Dallas back on December 30th of 2023.
Wait for it.
Oh, it's painful.
Just devastating.
It's painful.
This is like when Gator found out the Pierre LeBrun account was fake.
Yeah. It's
What?
exactly like that.
Wait a second.
Huh? Oh.
Was it costly? Was it costly? Well, that's the difference between the Lions playing at San Francisco instead of at Ford Field for the NFC Championship game. Was it costly? It's one of the most costly plays you can ever remember.
Yep.
Skipper reported as eligible. And as you mentioned earlier, like that. When I see the replay, I can see it happening. I can see Decker talking to the official. I can see Skipper running on and the official paying no attention and then running over to tell the defense. And
No, I think it was that Skipper was not reporting and Decker was supposed to. That's why it was illegal touching.
Whatever it was.
Well, the problem was both guys went there to
Well, they kinda
literally
confused
they
them,
did
yeah.
it to confuse
The
Dallas,
other team, Dallas, yes.
Even though they had talked before the game with the officials and explained exactly what they were going to do, and the officials were like, okay, cool.
Yeah.
And then they do that, and then the officials say
God,
no.
the moment that Dan Miller acknowledges, is there a flag? It's like, what's that flashing red light,
How would you like to be the person in the booth that taps Dan on the shoulder and points? Hey, over there.
It's just like that. It's nauseating, but it wasn't the only notorious moment for Dan Skipper. On December 5th of 2024, the Lions were playing Green Bay. He was forced into action, started at left tackle, played 80 snaps, 80. And the Lions beat the Packers that day. And maybe this moment is even better. After the game, Dan Campbell gave Dan Skipper a shout out in the locker room. Cameron's cut to a shot of Skip down on one knee over in the corner of the locker room. Over a trash can. Right?
There you go, Skip. Keep throwing up. Whatever you're doing over there.
Such a great moment.
It was.
Then a few weeks later, December 15th, 2024, the Lions hosting the Bills. They faced a 2nd and 4 in the red zone, down by 2 scores. Here's what happened. He got in the end zone.
There you go. Well, Lomas, I think TJ, they both knew. Skip!
Yep. So, 248-539-9797. Who else is in the category with Dan Skipper? I thought of one that, and this is a very personal question. Like, you know that this guy wasn't a great player, but you loved him in his role. And I've got one. And but again, I think Skipper outdoes them all.
It's so tough because, again, it's. I'm not even sure this is a role player. You know why he's a cult hero. He's not. It's because of a play. It's an infamous play that makes him, in that status.
And then everything he did after that seemed like it was a little out of the box. The throwing up after a game,
right?
Him scoring a touchdown.
Like, I thought Jalen Watts-Jackson, because he had done really nothing to separate himself in Spartan history of being a guy until he recovers the trouble with the snap and eludes the defenders trying to tackle him.
You have to refresh my memory.
Ends up in the end zone and his teammates falling on top of him, and he literally broke his hip while he's on the bottom of that pile, and everybody's celebrating. And he's like, hip's broken, guys. And that's what he did as a Spartan. That was it. And actually, a couple years later, transfers out, entered the portal. So it's wild. Yeah. But that's his play. I could think of one for you that doesn't involve Detroit sports.
Okay.
And Kang, maybe you'll agree with me on this, knowing how much Doug has praised this play in the past. Dan Skipper is akin to Doug's Arcidiacono for making the extra pass in the basketball game. And Doug gave all the praise to the guy who made the pass, not the guy who knocked down the game-winning shot, but the guy who made the pass to the guy who knocked down the game-winning shot, simply because the guy who made the pass wasn't playing hero ball, but it was the obvious play. Like, hey, he's open, give it to him. And you went nuts about that assist.
It was the point guard for Villanova, Ryan Arcidiacono. In a world in which, when March Madness rolls around, there is an abundance of over effort to get your one shining moment, where you get the ball in your hands with 12 seconds to go and you're not giving it up, and you dribble around for 11 seconds and end up shooting a fadeaway three from the corner because you've done nothing and you want to be the hero. Ryan Arcidiacono gave up the ball to a wide open teammate, given he was wide open, but made the right play, who drilled the three to win the national championship. Sort of. I'll give you the one from Detroit sports that I love and acknowledge that he wasn't particularly good, and that was Gerald Laird. Gerald Laird hit 230 for the Detroit Tigers over 3 seasons. Now, he was better than that defensively, but I love Gerald Laird. And part of it is because he looked like a Pepsi delivery guy that we joked about all the time and started calling him the Pepsi delivery guy, like a guy with the hand truck walking in with a couple cases of Pepsi for the vending machine, and somebody asks, hey, we're down a guy, can you catch? And he's like, yeah, I can catch. I caught in high school. And the dude, I thought, played his role brilliantly. And yet, I think Skipper's in a category by himself. I don't know that anybody will be beloved for so many so many off the wall, things that like reporting eligible, like barfing in a locker room, like catching a touchdown from the tackle spot.
With all due respect. So, Gator, I said with all due respect. No one's had more moments with less talent than Dan Skipper. Not in Detroit sports history. I think he is in a league of his own, Doug. I think he is a one of one. Like, we played 3 pretty big moments for a guy who's started this year on the practice squad. Didn't even make the team.
He's kind of always been on the practice
squad. He's just... So my guy is doesn't have that much talent, with all due respect, but got a lot of moments. Darko Milicic. Darko Milicic got way too many, quote, moments for a guy who was not good. The human victory cigar. They cheered just like Skipper did every time he entered the game.
It's true.
Got up and, there he is. There's the blonde hair. Yeah. Light it up. We're winning the game.
Or the streaks and then dark hair.
Yeah, but either way, my point is too many moments for
He was trying to create more moments with each dye job.
Well, not that much talent.
248-539-9797.
All due respect. He did say all due respect.
He did say with all due respect. Skipper deserves more than Darko.
Yeah,
But yes.
Here's the
yeah,
thing.
like I said, he's one of one, but the only one I can think of other than him.
I gotcha.
I think that plus here's the other thing that Dan Skipper did. I think that endeared him to fans. It was his last time that he was in public. When he's like crying in the locker room because he knows that he's going to make the decision. He's probably done. He's like, yeah, he's dealing with injuries that he knows he may not be able to come back from. And I think anytime you show emotion as a player, and for a guy that was limited with the talent, he's talented enough to play in the National Football League, right? But he's not your typical starting offensive lineman. So he made the most of it, and I think fans appreciate that.
Here's some feedback coming in. Sean Casey was Skipper-esque.
Well, Sean Casey was a pretty good player prior to coming to the Tigers.
Yeah, but here, he did some things. Greg in East Point says Armando Galarraga is the most Skipper-esque player in Detroit sports history.
Armando Galarraga will always get applauded because of that game.
Yeah.
And I think the moment where he came out the following night to hand out the scorecard and
it was a classy moment.
Umpires there and the whole thing. It was pretty great. What about Aaron Bates and Charlie Gant? Remember the Little Giants play against Notre Dame?
Yeah.
That was the combination of holder to tight end to catch the fake punt against Notre Dame. And Brian, who was the coach for Notre Dame, Brian Kelly's, the look on his face afterwards was like, what?
Pain Brian Kelly.
It was confused Brian Kelly. He's like, what just happened? And when Antonio goes midfield to shake hands with him, he's all smiles. And then even Brian Kelly's like, oh, yeah, great call, man. But does anybody remember? I mean, Spartan fans will remember, but if I said the name Aaron Bates to you, would that?
No.
Yeah. He threw the pass.
Scott writes in, Dan Skipper, he's my favorite 8-foot-tall Dungeons & Dragons character thrown up in a post-game celebration, awful pass route runner player ever. 248-539-9797. Who's the most Skipper-esque player you can think of? Coming up at 11 a.m., got a question about the cold in Metro Detroit. Hey, this just in, it's cold. 97.1. Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights is ready to warm up your winter with these hot deals. Lease a new 2026 Chevy Trax LT for just $239 a month for 36 months. You heard it right, $239 a month with $19.99 down. All you need to unlock this deal is a GM employee discount. Don't forget, Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights is your number one volume Chevy dealer in Michigan. That means they have a huge inventory of Silverados, Equinox, Blazers, Trax, and electric vehicles, hundreds on the ground to choose from. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Big D Dog on Twitch says, what about Don Muhlbach? Is he in the skipper category? Kind of is.
Well, ish, but he didn't have. Muhlbach doesn't have the play.
Well,
Muhlbach's, there's a role player. I mean, you could say that, but I mean, he doesn't have the.
No, the notoriety from.
Does he have cult hero status? Maybe he does because of the longevity.
Yeah,
because he was there forever.
A lot of Donnie Kelly baby is coming in here. Somebody suggests Jake Rogers. Sean Lavonia suggested Jake Rogers.
Well, I mean, you had Gerald Laird. So they're comparable, right?
But Jake Rogers, I think wasn't he the guy who started the "Don't Let the Tires Get Hot" thing? Like from a Tiger perspective.
Yeah, maybe.
Andrew Romine was loved here and was just average, but a Swiss Army knife. Santiago was similar, but he was not nearly as praised. Natalie
Romine was more praised than Santiago.
Well, that's not you. This texter seems to think so. Natalie at home says, Skipper's the best. He is my favorite. I got a signed Dan Skipper jersey for Christmas. I will miss him very much, but so glad I got to watch him play. Unnamed texter, what about Kyler Ellsworth making the game-winning tackle in the Rose Bowl?
Yeah, that's an incredible play, and he actually had an incredible game, but that play was iconic.
Forced into action. Joik Bell, love the guys from Chris in West Michigan.
But do you have the play? The one play.
He probably did at some point. Oh, here's a good one.
But if you can't remember it, do you have the play?
I don't know. What about Spike Albrecht? Great first half in the Natty against Louisville. Outside of that, essentially a role player. Did he hit like 5 threes in the first half of that game?
He hit a bunch.
Yeah, Trey Burke got in foul trouble. Who's getting his jersey retired tomorrow?
I think he got so hot he was taking his shots to try to date Kate Upton.
Yeah, he like that's social media.
Talk about heat check.
Yeah, he did. He like reached out to Kate Upton after the game.
It's hysterical.
From the logo, man.
Yeah,
dude. Yeah, right.
Hey, call me. Who was the Piston that had the 50-point game a couple years ago?
Oh my God, Macalahai Flynn.
Malachi.
I call him Macalahai because he was the first Amish player to ever do it. That's what I think. Yeah, that was. I said that was the most unbelievable thing to ever happen in Detroit sports history. Like nobody could have predicted that.
No.
I think I might have one that's the closest to the Dan Skipper category.
What's that?
Riley Shahan. He scored the last goal in the Joe history, and he also got pulled over dressed up as a Teletubby. I mean, it's the closest that you can possibly get to the Dan Skipper territory.
Teletubby is sort of unprecedented.
I mean, who here hasn't dressed up as Tinky Winky from time to time?
Here's a bunch. Robert Fick, especially banging a home run off the roof in the last game at Tiger Stadium.
It was amazing.
Wasn't he also part of starting that massive brawl with the White Sox?
Oh, he was part of that massive brawl with the White Sox and Doug Brocail and all that. Yeah. And he also had some other issues later on that were not so good. But that home run that he hit, the grand slam, last game at Tiger Stadium was, I mean, I almost had a tear coming to my eye. It was so perfect into the night. It was amazing.
And it was Robert Fick.
It was Robert Fick.
Detroit Red Wing Jason Williams.
I barely remember, but yeah.
I barely do too. Our station's Kenny. What do you remember Jason Williams?
So vaguely. He's like an early 2000s flash in the, not even a flash in the pan because he wasn't even.
He was just in the pan.
He was there.
There was no flash.
Yeah.
He was an ingredient.
Yeah.
He was like in the shadow of Boyd Devereaux.
Boyd Devereaux.
Matthew Dandino.
Uh-oh, we're playing. Random Red Wings, go.
Stu Grimson, not any good. Still a fan favorite for being a fighter. That's from an unnamed texter.
Stu Grimson was great.
Yeah.
Stu Grimson was actually drafted, I think, the same year that Bob Probert was. Mm-hmm. I think they drafted Probert, Kosar, and Stu Grimson in the same draft. And they didn't sign, like Grimson ended up going to Chicago and never played for the Red Wings in the early part. Played with them late in his career. But
that's
that was
a team that wanted to add some sandpaper, didn't they?
That's brawlers, man.
Good God. Well, congratulations to Dan Skipper. I guess he's going to try and get into coaching, and good for him. And
yes.
You were beloved in Detroit, Dan.
Apparently he's already coaching. They show, I think he's at one of these bowl practices.
East-West Shrine game or something.
Whatever.
Senior Bowl. Senior Bowl's coming up. I watch way too much Senior Bowl. All right. So it's bitterly cold, and we all know that. We live in Michigan. We're tough as nails. We can deal with it. Gators dog went outside briefly today, turned around and came right back in. I will be outside later because there's some snow removal that needs to be done. And
that's not snow, what you're going to try to remove.
Here's the other thing is I am going to the Michigan-Ohio State basketball game tonight. I've got a system to beat parking costs where I park relatively far away and have a walk. And I'm going to do it again tonight.
Oh, man.
And it's probably going to be around 7 o'clock. Let's see what the temperature is expected to be. It'll be -3 at 7. More importantly, after the game, between 10 and 11, post-game press conference, probably out of there around 11, it's going to be -9 as I make the walk back to the car. But I'm gonna definitely have.
Yeah, but what is it with the wind chill though? I mean, it's probably.
Well, winds aren't too bad, 5 miles an hour, but it's definitely going to make it feel colder. Feels like when at 11 o'clock, it'll feel like -21. But I'm going to do it. I'm going to just bundle up. You know, the face mask being a big part of it. Get the head sock with the face mask. But do you have any reason to be outside this weekend?
No, I really don't. I'm probably going to go to my mom's tomorrow for a little bit. But beyond that, I don't think I have any reason to. And I feel like I'm wasting my time if I stay at home on the weekends.
Mm-hmm.
But
But is this a human hibernation this weekend?
I mean, it could be. I do have food now, so.
So I was about to say, are you going to bunker down? Like, is there preparations? Is it, hey, I want to get extra soup?
I did that the other day.
Okay.
I did kind of think of this ahead of time. So I went and got some soup and grilled cheese fixins.
Mm-hmm.
I also yesterday made the decision on my way home. Like, you know what? I got half a tank of gas, but I'm getting a full tank of gas. I'm not gonna mess around. Just let's get it now rather than deal with it later on. So I got gas yesterday, and I'm so glad I did because obviously things are a lot colder now.
Yeah. Kang, do you have any reason to be outside?
Nope, except for if it's it's supposed to snow on Sunday, right? So I might be doing that. But other than that, no. I'm with you, Gator. I hate like not doing stuff on the weekends because that's your time to do stuff. You know, no work, right? You get to get stuff done or whatever. But yeah, not this weekend, man.
What about the kids?
They're gonna have to watch.
Dancing, no recitals.
Nope. That's all during the week. So this weekend is play with all the toys that you have.
My wife's a
you're
teacher.
Lucky to have.
My wife's a teacher. I think the call came in around 4:30 yesterday that there would be no school today.
What time was the first glass of wine poured?
That's what I said. I said, are you breaking open a bottle of wine? Kang, when did you get the call that there'd be no school today?
Before school was even out. I kept the call.
Before school I was even out yesterday.
Yesterday, yes. Like, so about 3 o'clock. Or, no, 3. Yeah, 3 o'clock, 3:30 maybe, somewhere within there.
Okay. There's 3 groups of people we want to talk to. 1, ice fishermen. Is this your jam? Are you fired up? Is there enough ice now?
There should be.
Are you on a shanty? Is this your weekend? 2, food delivery dudes. Is it great because you're going to get a lot of orders, or is it brutal because of the cold? 3, are you bunkering down human hibernation this weekend? 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Hair Restoration. The Pistons are in action tonight as they host the Houston Rockets in downtown Detroit at 7 o'clock. Of course, along with Houston comes Asar Thompson's twin, Amen. While it's always a fun rivalry and a good story for us media members when the Thompson twins face each other, for Asar, he doesn't put much weight into it and says he tries to treat it just like any other game. Houston is in fourth place in the Western Conference this year with a 26-16 record. Tonight is their second game of a back-to-back. The Pistons are favored on FanDuel Sportsbook by 3.5 points. Tonight's game starts at 7 o'clock as Mark Ryan will host pregame coverage here on 97.1 beginning at 6:35. And breaking news in college football this morning, the college football playoff will not be expanding to 16 or 24 teams as the Big Ten and SEC were unable to agree on an expansion plan to move forward with. Next year, it'll still just be 12. We've also got Michigan basketball tonight as the Wolverines welcome Ohio State to the Chrysler Center. At halftime, they'll raise Trey Burke's jersey to the rafters. That game is at 8 o'clock. And the Super Bowl matchup will also be decided this weekend as well. On Sunday, the AFC Championship between the Patriots and Broncos kicks off at 3 o'clock, followed by the Rams and Seahawks in the NFC title game at 6. At the Carwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hello, and welcome to Hour 2 of the Karsch Anderson program. Thanks for being with us on a Friday. Hey, look, it's obviously cold, and you know, there's even I do love the winter. I'm totally aware of how painful this can be, and if it gets windy, it's ridiculous. And tonight, I'm going to be walking probably a couple of miles on my way to the Michigan-Ohio State basketball game. Park on the perimeter and walk in, and I'm like, you know what? I'm going to do it tonight. I'm just going to bundle up. But three groups of people I really want to hear from. Ice fishermen. Does this feel like opening day? When we do opening weekend in hunting and we get hunters to call up, I always like it because it's a culture that you and I aren't into, but it's such a passionate group of people here in Detroit. I know that ice fishermen, people love ice fishing. They love it. My brother-in-law, David, lives on a lake, and he always wants to go ice fishing. And I'm always intrigued because it doesn't sound particularly exciting to me, but it obviously is way better than, what a rube like me knows about fishing. I don't do a lot of fishing in the first place, but put you out on a frozen block of ice, drill a hole, put up a shanty. People seem to absolutely love it. So, but you have to have the right weather. So to the ice fishermen out there, are you like stoked? Is this weekend perfect? You've had really cold temperatures, and by the time tomorrow rolls around, wherever you like to go, is it going to be iced over with enough ice that you can get out there and do your thing? Is this like opening weekend for you? Food delivery people, DoorDash, Uber Eats, pizza delivery guys. Do you love weekends like this? Because people aren't going to go out as much. They're going to order in more, chance to make more money, but you are also driving around in this, waiting at, having to take the food up to the door. Sometimes you have to wait at the door. I know some of you just knock and drop it off, but is this a great weekend or does this weekend suck? And then is anybody, or it sounds like you, Gator, are planning on human hibernation. Just bunker down.
Yeah, I wanted to go to the auto show, but I didn't go this week. And I thought, I'll wait for the weekend. And no, probably not.
Yeah.
Too damn cold. I think it's just some parking issues too. So that's not going to make it easier.
248-539-9797. You tell us. 248-539-9797. I have never been ice fishing. Have you ever been ice fishing?
Yes. When I was a kid once, there was a pond at the end of our subdivision. Like a small lake, big pond, I guess. And somebody cut a hole in the water. We dropped a hook in it. And I was bored to tears.
Were you?
Yeah.
It wasn't your thing.
No, but I was a kid, and it's not like we had some big old shanty going with a heater in the shanty, and But I don't get it. And God bless you guys that love it. Go do it. I'm not gonna.
Yeah, everybody's
I'm
got
not
their
gonna ruin
thing.
your time. It's awesome for you guys. I have no desire to do it.
Let's go to Max. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Max.
Hey, how are you guys?
What's up?
So, with this weather, it's the biggest asset is that it's going to help us ice fish longer into the season because it's going to build that ice. But the people who are ice fishing today and tomorrow, they're warriors. It's too damn cold.
So, how would you? Are you hardcore when it comes to ice fishing? You go every year? Is this your thing?
Oh yeah. We've been ice fishing since early December. It's been a lucky year for us. So I'm out all the time. I get out as much as possible. We got the shanty, got the heater, and maybe some beverages, and it's a good time.
So like
bonus.
So next Wednesday when it's like 20 degrees, that might be an awesome day to go because it's not warming up anytime soon, but 20 degrees sounds a heck of a lot better than -3.
Absolutely. It's just building ice for a longer season for us. It's really helpful in the long run. And I know people are out there today. I know people are going to be out there all weekend, and I'll actually probably be out on Sunday. But this is really good for the length of time we get to have the ice.
Where do you go?
All over. I'm kind of St. Clair Shores based, so I do a lot of canals. But there's marinas, Metro Beach. A lot of people fish out there. It's wherever you can get on the ice, it's worth trying.
Cool. Hey, thank you, Max. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Herbal. You're next on 97.1. Hello, Herbal.
What up, though, gentlemen? How y'all feeling this morning?
Great.
All right.
Good. So, I am a DoorDasher, and I cannot wait for this weekend for the cold and the snow. When it snows, I already clear about 25 to 30 an hour. With the snow and the cold, I'm probably looking at 40, 50 an hour easily.
Because it tips?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'm projecting to make at least $2,000 by Monday morning.
Nice.
And I'm out here today. I'm out here right now as we speak.
So you can see this coming this weekend is a huge score for you.
Yeah, because, when we got hit with that snow, it wasn't all that cold, but just the snow alone, when it's like that, not a lot of drivers want to deal with that. And so us warriors who out here, we know, like, we're going to get stacked with calls because now there's no drivers, and now you got 20 calls coming in and 2 drivers. So now instead of me having 1 delivery, I'm stacked up with 3 deliveries, and then we're getting tips on top of that. I can't wait. I'm going to be rolling in it this weekend. This guy, yeah.
There you
Stay
go.
warm. Stay safe.
Thank you. You too.
Yeah, Herbal, the DoorDash total, as he put it, warrior.
Yeah.
Not scared of anything.
The Warriors out there. I wonder if their phones just go off like nonstop during weather like, this weekend we're going to have. Like, boom, 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 another one.
Love it.
And another one.
It's not, look.
And another one.
A lot of people don't like this, and understandably why, but some do. Ice fishermen, food delivery guys. But that's been used twice. Ice fisher guy said it's only warriors out today. Herbal said, I'm going to be a warrior this weekend. Commando, whatever you want to call it. Commando with a cold.
No, don't go commando.
Yeah, don't do that.
Yeah, that's true.
It's like when John Wick went excommunicado and everybody, all the other assassins get their phones light up. They know what's up. That's what happens when the food alert comes out.
James is next on 97.1. Hello, James.
How you guys doing today?
What's up?
So I'm a food delivery driver and an ice fisherman, and man, it is going to be a great weekend. I have the weekend off, but I'm working right now, but I cannot wait to get out on the ice. I mean, we had a little bit of ice out there earlier this year, but it's solid right now, so I'm pretty pumped. But yeah, the tips on days like today are definitely worth coming to work, I'll tell you that.
Okay, cool. Where are you going to ice fish this weekend?
So I'm going to probably go out to Metro Beach, be out there with all the other nut jobs, but yeah, it should be a good weekend for sure.
And what makes it so great, James?
I don't know. It's just it's like real peaceful. You know, once you walk out there and get all set up and it's not freezing cold, the walk out is the part that, you know, kind of sucks, and the walk back in. But once you get set up, that shanty's pretty nice. You know, the heater's going, strip down a few layers. You know, you're sitting out there in a hoodie, and it's nice. You know, you can hunker down, bring some sandwiches. It's pretty. It's nice. It's real nice. It's relaxing.
I like the sandwiches part.
Can he lure you out there with a good sandwich?
No.
All right. Yeah. All right. No. James, thank you. 248-539-9797. Brian is next on 97.1. Hi, Brian.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Great.
Good. I was calling to let you know I'll be out ice fishing all day tomorrow. I can't wait. The ice is finally thick enough that I can take my snowmobile out there and venture around a bunch. I'll set up my big thermal shanty, got the heater ripping. I'll be making some breakfast burritos tonight for tomorrow to cook on the heater, have a couple drinks. It's going to be a great day.
Where are you going?
Pinckney State Park, Silver Lake.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, we go out there pretty often, and it's a good time. It's a lot of fun. There's the people that are out there. We all hang out, talk, see how everyone's doing, what people are catching stuff on. Yeah, it's fun. It's better than sitting inside, I think.
All right, well, there you go. And you're not worried about the snowmobile falling through?
No, I always wait until there's at least 6-7 inches of ice. That's more than enough. And with all this super cold weather we've had, it's probably going to be closer to 8 inches, if not more. I know a couple of lakes a little further north, like Walled Lake, had, I think, like 10 inches the other day. So I'm not too worried about it.
Have fun. Enjoy, Brian. 248-539-9797. Today I am very happy, Gator, about some sports news that came out. We will get to that today at 11:31. Ice fishermen, food delivery guys, are you excited for this weekend? It's going to be cold. 248-539-9797. Got some Red Wing talk that we've mixed in as well, and Gator has something he thinks the Red Wings should do, but can they? We'll get to that today at 11:48 on 97.1.
Hey, turn up the heat this winter with DraftKings Casino. You can get cozy while you play more than 1,000 slots. Everything from classics like Cash Eruption to exclusives like Fire Buffalo. New players can wager $5 and get 500 spins over 10 days on your choice of Cash Eruption slots. Download the DraftKings Casino app and then sign up with code WXYTFM. Then you choose from 10 different Cash Eruption slots daily, and you can start spinning. The crown is yours. In partnership with DraftKings Casino. Now, if you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus, physically present in Michigan. Eligibility restrictions apply. Non-withdrawable casino spins issued as 50 spins per day for 10 days. Valid for featured games only and expire each day after 24 hours. See terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Ends March 15th, 2026 at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Can I interest you in any of the? I think it's the American Express Open in Hawaii, the golf.
Can you interest me in it?
Yeah, we're gonna watch any of that over the weekend.
I've not. I probably will not. No.
Okay.
Admittedly, should I? Is there something going on that I need to be aware of?
It's a PGA Tour event. Scotty Scheffler's competing and had a heck of a score yesterday in the opening round. Chipped one in. And
okay.
I just watching Hawaii right now is I don't know if it's cruel or if it's soothing
for you to see warmer temperature.
Yeah, waves crashing, beautiful green grass.
Gotcha.
Palm trees.
Yeah, that would probably bother me. We're talking about whether or not, for ice fishermen, is this weekend like total opening day, or, is it even too cold for you? And we're getting enthusiastic ice fishermen calling up. Also, DoorDash, Uber Eats, pizza delivery, any delivery guy that's delivering food. The response that we have gotten is, this is a windfall, man. This is like you people are scoring big time in tips this weekend. One guy said he expects to make $2,000 this weekend. Our good friend Jennifer Hammond, of course, the Hammer of Fox 2, tweeted out a great question this morning, and I figured you could answer this.
I'll do my best.
She tweeted out, does bourbon count as a cold weather food?
Only from your boot, Hammer. Here's the problem with the alcohol is that it's warming for the moment, and then it has the opposite reaction later on. It actually, I think, lowers your body temperature when all is said and done.
Mm-hmm.
But in the moment, it's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, listen, there's a bourbon drink I like to make. Bourbon with some maple syrup over ice and some bitters. Put it in the shaker, I guess, and then you pour it and strain it.
Yeah.
It's delicious.
Okay. So is this advice to Hammer?
Sure. I'm sure Hammer loves my advice on alcohol.
Sure. Martin and Shelby says, I actually love this weather because I do DoorDash, and I know I'll be able to make more money through people tipping and through the company. That's from Martin. Scott and Carlton says, I'm planning on putting blankets in the dryer, making soup and hibernating and waking up on Monday.
Blankets in the dryer is a veteran move.
Yep.
That is so key.
Adam, the Uber guy, says, Uber Eats driver here, and I love to deliver in the snow and the cold because the tips are massive. Last week, that snowstorm, I made $300 in one day with a 10-hour shift. From an unnamed texter, I'm a sales rep for a battery company. This is our Super Bowl. From unnamed texter, we're headed to Houghton Lake. Tip up town or bust. Beer tent legend from Lake Orion. My husband left yesterday to go to the UP ice fishing with 10 guys for the weekend.
Oh, God. Mm-hmm. Go to the UP to do it. Man.
248-539-9797. John is next. Hi, John.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up,
John?
Good. Hey, I love ice fishing. Gator, what are you going to do tomorrow? Are you going to stay home and watch TV on the couch?
Yep.
I'm going to be in an ice shanty, warm, and watching fish underwater with my camera and catching the fish that way. It's way, way cooler. It's a lot of fun.
Well, good for you. Hope you enjoy it.
I do enjoy it.
No, I get it. I mean, for people like you, that's awesome, and I don't begrudge it. I just, if I'm going to fish, I want to fish on a lake that I can actually, enjoy the water. In a nice summer day. I just, that's how I like the lake. I don't like the frozen lake.
I do that too as well, but it's just, there's something about watching the fish underwater. You can pull your bait away from the little ones and wait for the big ones. So it's kind of entertaining and also something to do.
There you go. Take advantage of, I guess, what the cards were dealt here.
Hot chocolate sounds pretty good.
By the way, Gator, just a quick heads up. The golf you were watching was not Hawaii.
Oh, what? Where were they playing at?
La Quinta, California.
What I was watching last night was in La Quinta?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got them mixed up with the senior tour, which was in Hawaii.
Was it?
My bad. Yes, there's two different events I was watching on the golf.
Scheffler's dominating the senior tour now?
Right?
This bastard.
Well, he looks like he's old enough. But he's actually like 30 or whatever.
He's
But-
relentless.
Yeah. No, there were two tournaments I was watching. My bad.
There
I
you
got
go.
confused.
It's okay.
Thank you for clearing that up.
Oh, all good.
La Quinta.
I manage a pizza place. My delivery drivers aren't thrilled when it gets this cold. We get more delivery orders, but our drivers make most of their money in tips, and tips don't really improve when the weather gets this bad. The worst is when customers take like 5 to 10 minutes to answer the door and then don't tip, especially in this cold. Happens on like 20% of the deliveries my drivers take. Please tip your delivery drivers. That's from Ryan at work.
Nowadays, every time the last couple of years when I've ordered pizza for delivery, everything's done online now, even with the tipping. Like you just open the door, grab the box, and because it's already been tipped. People still tip. I guess the drivers would probably rather have the tip in cash than the credit. So
Jamie is outside in the cold and says, "Food delivery dude here. This sucks. People do not tip more, which is fine, but for some reason they take longer to come to the door. So you're trending there. I think it means standing there. You're standing there, freezing your butt off." I'm a mailman in Taylor. It's cold as bleep out. If you go out today or tomorrow and you don't have to, you're a moron. Stay indoors if you can. Maybe even slip your letter carrier a Fireball shot to warm up.
Fireball.
Especially if you're in Taylor, apparently.
Is that frowned upon if we had a bottle of Fireball in the studio?
I mean, not if we don't tell anybody. We've never done that before. As a FedEx delivery driver, I've already got free Taco Bell and McDonald's breakfast this morning while making deliveries because of the cold. Michigan people look out for each other.
Yep, that's great.
Matt in Garden City. I'm going to play Pebble Beach in a golf simulator tomorrow. At least it'll look warm. Ooh, here's an interesting one. Add movers to the list. 2 moving jobs this weekend. One Saturday, the other on Sunday. 3 and 4 bedroom homes, respectively.
So would you rather move, if you're a mover, and we can answer this as well for ourselves if we think about it, would you rather move in frigid cold temperatures like this or if it's 95 and humid in the summer? Because I think I might take this.
I probably would take the 95. I mean, but...
Because you're active, you're moving around, it's going to keep the blood flowing. You should stay... I mean, you're not going to stay warm.
You could warm up pretty quick, relatively speaking. Like, I'll go outside to shovel and be completely bundled up, and by the end, I might have my jacket unzipped, or I'm not sure if that's going to be the case this weekend, but you can warm up.
You're going to need a jackhammer to get through that snow.
Kevin in St. Clair, you're next. Hello, Kevin.
Hey to you all.
What's up, Kevin?
Hi, guys. Hey, I belong to a fishing club up north, and we were supposed to have a veterans ice fishing event tomorrow, and we canceled because of the cold. We're going to do it next weekend.
Too cold, huh?
Too cold to ice fish. Does that make any sense?
Well,
for some people, no, but for me, yes, it makes total sense.
Have a great day, guys.
We'll see you. Unnamed texter, I deliver pizzas on the weekend. I'm predicting this is going to be a massive tip weekend, especially since I work at the busiest jets in the country. Wow. I deliver produce to bars and restaurants, and today sucks. I bet I hate winter more than Kang. That's from an unnamed texter.
No one can do that.
That's tough.
That's tough. Those are big words, my friend.
Those are big words.
HVAC tech here. This weekend is nothing but OT. We don't want to see homeowners, but we will be out there grinding.
What does he do? I'm sorry.
HVAC.
I
bought veggies, pork, and chicken yesterday. Last night started hydrating my dried beans, making a big old pot of soup. I'm a mailman. This weather sucks and dangerous for us. Don't be shocked if you don't get mail this weekend. I thought through rain or
yeah,
they probably hate.
Oh wow.
No.
Gator, how do you feel? Soup or chili?
Chili.
Yeah, me too.
In fact, the guy that just got me inspired. Now I'm thinking like maybe
jarred something loose, huh?
He did jar something loose there, Tiger. Maybe I need to stop off the grocery store on the way home, get some chili fixing.
That's right. What do you like on top? What are your toppings, man?
I mean, first of all, it's a beef chili.
Okay. Beans or no beans?
Beans. Usually use 2 different kinds. Kidney beans and there's a dark red kidney beans and a light kidney beans.
Whatnot.
Yeah. Onions definitely in there. So to top it, once I actually have it, I'll go with cheese for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Shredded cheddar.
and then diced onions. Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
And depending on how spicy I've made the chili, maybe some sour cream.
Like a little dollop, my friend.
Yeah.
Doug, do you want to get a turkey chili? I know you like turkey chili.
I do.
White bean turkey chili? Is that what
Well,
you
I
normally
do.
make?
We do a white chicken chili.
Oh, white chicken
Do
chili.
you ever put a slice of avocado on that? No?
My chili? No, I'm sorry. No. I like avocado. I just thought that was the most perfect Doug Karsh thing to say ever.
Well,
I have not. Is it really good that
yeah.
way?
Yeah, I
Okay.
like putting a slice of avocado, even a few.
Oh, even a few. Well,
Yeah.
I mean, you can't just have a slice of avocado. You might as well eat the whole avocado. Get all the benefits.
Sometimes I like leaning into being me. 248-539-9797. Straight ahead, news from the sports world that I love. And Gator came away from last night's Red Wing game saying, you really want him to do this. We will get to that today at 11:48 here on 97.1. All right, Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1.
But King, you gonna go with? You gonna make a soup this weekend? You're a super chili guy.
Might do a chili. Also, I don't know if you ever had something like a Brunswick stew. That's really good too.
What's that?
It's basically like if you go to a barbecue, any good barbecue place will have one. It's like the kitchen sink of pulled meats, brisket, pork, whatever, beans, but it's more stew-like than chili. There's no like ground beef or anything like that. Still works well with like some pickled jalapenos, some cheese if you want, sour cream.
I got you.
It's really good. You'll like it. I know you're a big chili guy. You'll like this.
Yeah, I like a stew. A good beef stew that works.
Doug, you don't want any of that?
No, I'm good. I'm completely good.
Pulled chicken.
Yeah, you can do pulled chicken.
So the white chicken chili is what we make all the time, which you just crock pot. You throw in 4 chicken breasts, you boneless, skinless chicken breasts. You pour salsa over it, and then those great northern white beans, and you cook it for a day. Like you put it on in the morning, and it's ready at night. And you do a buttermilk biscuit. It shreds up the chicken. You can mix it up a little bit to do that, but as it cooks, you do that. And buttermilk biscuit, you pour it over the biscuit. You put cheese, sour cream, and a few slices of avocado on top, and there you go.
There you go. Mm-hmm. I'm getting inspired, though.
What's that?
I'm getting inspired, and I feel the inspiration is going to be zapped the second I walk outside to go to my car.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm thrilled today. I'm thrilled today because I think the commissioner of the Big Ten is a boob, and that is Tony Petitti. But because of his stubborn stance, and I think ridiculous stance, the college football playoff is going to stay at 12 teams. I'm thrilled with that result. What happened here is today was a deadline to change the format. Everybody in college football wants it to be a 16-team playoff. Tony Petitti wants it to be 24. I think what we have happening here is the guy who runs the Big Ten is a former TV executive, and he wants to put together a TV show. He wants to put together a 24-team playoff with more playoff games to get more ratings and perhaps, go figure, line the pockets of everybody involved, including the networks that he used to work with. And everybody else wants 16. For whatever reason, basically, Tony Petitti, the Big Ten commissioner, and Greg Sankey, the SEC, have been granted the right to make all the decisions for people in college football. Which, hey, look, I love that the Big Ten has this kind of power, but I think it's ridiculous that these two commissioners dictate to everybody else what's going on, but even though they are the two most powerful commissioners in college football. I don't want it to expand just yet. I can't stand when we come up with a system and then I swear we react after something goes haywire and try and make a perfect system to address the season we just had. Or we don't even let this thing breathe to see if it's good. I'm enjoying the college football playoff. The problem with expanding the playoff to 24 teams and automatic bids is that 3 and 4 loss teams are going to get into the big dance at the end. I don't know if there's a greater example of weakening a regular season as there is that. I think one of the great problems that college basketball has is that the tournament is so all-encompassing and big at the end of the year, it's really hard to drum up interest, and I don't think people are nearly as interested in regular season college basketball. Now, would they always have that problem? They might. But March Madness is such a monster at the end, people kind of say, wake me when that comes. And I don't want that to happen in college football. There is meaning in regular season games in September, October, and November. I mean, if we're talking about 4 lost teams getting into the playoff, that feels to me like it is simply done, not based on merit, not based on merit at all, based on making more money. Now, it's nothing new in sports, but here's even a bigger problem. The Big Ten wants 4, under Petitti's plan, there'd be 4 guaranteed spots. Do you know how hard it is in a 20-team conference or is it 18? 18-team conference to determine who the 4th best team is when you play less than half of the conference?
Right.
The standings at the end feel like a snapshot in time that should be about halfway through the season. And they just say, okay, season's stopping. I know you didn't play everybody. I know you didn't play any of the teams you're being compared to.
Ooh, I have the solution. In-season tournament. The Big Ten Cup.
You know, essentially, you are going to have teams that don't play each other with the same conference record. Like being fourth in the Big Ten is less well-defined now than it ever has been. But we want to guarantee spots to the top 4 teams in a very inexact way of measuring them against one another.
Well, I think it's ridiculous that you're asking for a number of guaranteed. That's BS. It's total BS, and that's big conferences trying to manipulate things, and it's not fair. It's just not fair. Do it on merit, but this is the world we live in, I guess, where you just want to run roughshod over everything, and it's not right. The 24-team playoff, it sounds ridiculous right now, and I agree with you. Let it breathe a little bit. Let's get a few seasons of this with 12 under our belts before we see. And maybe you'll determine in a couple of years, okay, the adverse effect that the college football playoff has on the bowl system, the rest of the bowl system, is too much. We do need to include more playoff games and more playoff teams because that'll create more interest and keep players involved and wanting to play. But then the more games you add, then you're adding more games to the schedule. And now you're talking about college kids playing an NFL schedule.
Mm-hmm. And when's the season going to go into?
Because what did Indiana play? 16 games?
Yeah. I mean, we're talking about finishing the season in February. Now, if they're going to move it up, if they're going to eliminate conference championship games, that's fine because conference championship games are useless and almost harmful as much as they help people. But I wanted it to stay at 12 to maintain what I think is one of the best regular season in sports. I was reluctant to even go to 12. I thought 8 was fine. But now that we're at 12, we've just started this thing. We've only done 2 of them. And already they want more. And I'm like, let's just let it breathe here a little bit before we make any rash changes. Because here's what's not going to happen. They're never going to go back. They're never going to say, let's make it smaller. So I'm glad Petitti had this hard line thing. And I just feel like he's trying to create a TV show. And, I'm stunned that one guy can hold it up. But he was adamant. And so I guess I get my way by default. They are going to stay with 12 teams. What Petitti was proposing, he said, okay, I'll agree to 16 if you agree to go to 24 in 3 years or 4 years, which was also weird.
Yeah, how about no guarantees? How about
no guaranteed spots?
No, the guaranteed spots go to conference champions, and then you'll figure out the rest of it because you've got a committee that's supposed to dig into it and come up with those teams. That's how it works. I don't think you should ever guarantee, 4 or 5 teams from a conference because you don't know if year to year how things are going to change. Some years you might have like a few years ago, I'm sure people would have said, "Oh, the ACC should be included in that too," right?
Yeah.
Well, how's the ACC look now?
Well, I don't know. They just put a team in the national championship game, which is making the SEC jealous.
Well, right, but typically you'd think Clemson, Florida State, those are teams that would, here we go. But now that's not the case. They had Miami.
Yeah,
it was worth it.
Well, Miami's pretty good. They got a history.
No, they were good. But I'm saying, but you can't guarantee more. Because you don't know from one year to the next how many teams in the conference are going to be good. Duke was the conference champion.
They played in the conference championship game, right, against Virginia?
Yes, and they won it.
But see, this is an example of why you shouldn't guarantee spots.
That's what I'm saying.
Do you know how many teams that finished 6-2 and tied for second place in the Southeastern Conference? SMU, Miami, Pitt, Georgia Tech, and Duke were all 6-2.
In the ACC.
So let's just say that you guaranteed 3 spots to the ACC. They had 5 teams finish tied for second, third, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Like that,
They're gonna. It's a dog chasing its tail, I think, is what college football is right now. It's a dog chasing his tail, trying to figure out the best way, and you just can't do it because your conferences are too big.
Mm-hmm.
Your conference championship games really don't mean that much because as you point out, you're excluding teams that probably have every bit of the right to play in that game, and then you have too many haves and too little have-nots, and there's too many teams in the pool.
Now, the championship game had an incredible TV rating. It's the
national championship
most watched college football playoff title game ever. And
what was number 1? Do you know?
There
were over 30 million people that tuned in for the
Yeah.
Indiana Miami.
I don't know
which
what's
is incredible.
number one. 30.1 million viewers, according to ESPN PR. Second most watched college football title game ever. Second best cable telecast ever. And the most viewed non-NFL sporting event since the 2016 World Series Game 7. So
Impressive numbers.
Yeah, I mean, so it's still popular, but this doesn't. It feels like a system that we currently have that needs fixing, not to be broken more. And but it's staying the same, which I'm happy about.
Yeah, but they want to break it in the guise of trying to fix it.
248-539-9797. Anyway, Gators got something. Watching the game last night, you came in today and said Detroit needs to do this, but it could have some ramifications. We'll get to that at 11:48 here on 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1. All right, so you're watching that Red Wing game last night, and you come to a bit of a conclusion. And Scott Anderson, that conclusion is?
I think the Red Wings need to do everything they can to sign Quinn Hughes when he becomes a free agent after next year.
Okay. So Quinn Hughes has an affinity for this area. And Quinn Hughes is a guy that didn't agree to sign a contract when he got traded to Minnesota. He wasn't going to sign a contract anywhere. But first of all, what stood out? Is there something in particular? I mean, I know he's a good player, but
the amount of time he was on the ice I think he played 30 minutes last night, over 30 minutes. Mm-hmm. He's averaging 27 minutes a game this season, 28 minutes a game in the 20 games he's played with Minnesota since he was traded there this year. He's a point-a-game guy, but it's his skating ability. You just watch him on the ice, and he is such a different skater. Like, you watch him, is that a defenseman that's doing that? He's always in the play, and I think he's just a remarkable player. He may not be this incredible goal scorer like we've seen in the past with some defensemen, which guys have put up some ridiculous totals back in the 80s, guys used to, but he's a remarkable player. It's nothing new. And he's going to cost you a mess load of money. He's nearing the end of his contract now, which I think is paying him $7.5 million. But he's got all the next year, and then he's a free agent. And will he sign an extension this offseason to stay in Minnesota? We'll find out. But I got to believe that every team in the NHL wants to land this guy, and it seems like the Red Wings would have a great opportunity to land him if he gets to free agency because, yeah, he likes it here.
So there's a couple things. Because I think it's a pretty safe assumption that Steve Yzerman doesn't want to trade for any player that doesn't have term on his contract, and meaning signed for the rest of this year and beyond. He doesn't seem to want rentals, so you're cutting into the cap space in the future. Does that mean would you rather have Quinn Hughes at the expense of making a trade now, right? If you're getting a guy that's being paid beyond this year, it might take away from the money that you would want to throw at Quinn Hughes. So does Yzerman have to change his philosophy and go for a rental so that he'll have money for Quinn Hughes? And if you're trading for a rental, you're giving up assets, and then, short term, they don't feel like they're a player away. How much do you want Quinn Hughes? Would you want him so much that it would change what you do now, I guess is the question.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I get it. And if I knew that I was going to land Quinn Hughes, I would bypass trading for someone that I would have beyond this year. I would focus on an expiring contract for somebody to trade for.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's too good.
All right, so does that clearly changes your approach at this trade deadline?
It could very well do. I mean, it depends on what player. I mean, obviously, what player you're looking at, what player you're targeting. But like, for instance, Panarin is a free agent after this year. So does that make sense? Yeah. Now all of a sudden, Panarin makes more sense than Stamkos would.
Mm-hmm.
There are players like that. Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, if you know you're going to dedicate the money, the problem is it's bird in the hand, right? If you trade for a player with term, you have him this year, next year, the year after, whatever his contract says. That's the bird in the hand. You don't know you're going to get Quinn Hughes.
No, you don't know. It's a gamble to play, but I would imagine there's some back channels and all that, and all the players know each other, and they all talk to each other in the offseason, and you could get word out and figure, get some kind of knowledge of, hey, if this were to happen, would you want to do blank? And, you'll have to figure out the money on it because he's going to cost an extraordinary amount. And Cole Makar is a free agent after the end of this season. It's another defenseman who's of the same ilk. He's going to set the market for defensemen. So you'll have a great idea of what that's going to be. It's a gamble for sure. But I couldn't take my eyes off watching him skate last night. He just flat out stood out.
Noted Red Wing watcher, our station's Kenny, your thoughts on Quinn Hughes' availability and it changing the approach at the trade deadline?
I would like it to not change the approach at the deadline. I think making the playoffs is mission critical this year. And if we find a player that we can trade for, and I'm not in the business of giving out names and just randomly projecting whether it's Stamkos or Panarin or Rasmus Anderson was the last guy we wanted or whatever it was. I'm not in the business of that. But I don't want it to change our mission critical right now. That being said, if there's a chance we can get him once he's a free agent, I would spend whatever dollar amount, primarily because from every projection that we have right now, the cap is going to keep going up and up and up and up. So the sooner you sign him, and for the longer you sign him, the more of a bargain that becomes. Everybody talks about the Mo Seider and Lucas Raymond contract in the hockey world being a bargain. You know why they're a bargain is because they signed him for long term, and by the time they're in the later years of that contract, that's going to be worth so much to us, and they could be making so much somewhere else.
Which is another reason why they'll likely sign Edvinsson, because it's going to be the same thing. You're going to get a bargain on Edvinsson because Simon Edvinsson is developing into one of the better defensemen in the NHL.
You set the market now, it's worth a lot more later. 248-539-9797. Okay, so we're going to watch this thing as we approach a trade deadline. I think one thing, I don't know if you can draw a straight line from one to the other, but if the Red Wings do trade for a rental, I don't think it means it's a foregone conclusion they're going to make a run at Quinn Hughes, but it's something you have to consider. If Yzerman changes his, philosophically, and he'd probably tell you, I would take the rental at the right price. People ask for too much for rentals, but if he agrees to move somebody for a rental and he's thinking, I'm getting the player now, and then I'm losing him at the end of the year, but that's okay because I think I can get Quinn Hughes. It's been a long time since being the Red Wings has benefited the Red Wings. What I mean by that is, how long has it been since we felt like Detroit got a big free agent to come here because he wanted to be a Red Wing?
Marian Hossa? I don't know. It's got to go. I feel like you got to go back because when we thought we had it, we didn't. When Zach Parise and who was the other player? There were the two guys that signed at offseason but went to Minnesota.
Was it
It was a big defenseman.
Sutter?
Yeah, Sutter.
Or Suter, yeah. So when those guys ended up signing with Minnesota, and we were like, oh, well, thought we were going to get them here in Detroit.
You really thought we were going to
I really thought we were going to get at least one of those guys, and then you come to find out, well, they had some serious ties to Minnesota, but that was I felt like that was like the last one.
So here we are with a chance where being the Red Wings can help the Red Wings with a player like Quinn Hughes. Do you stop what you're doing and take advantage of that? Would you rather have a player now that can help you make the playoffs now, or Quinn Hughes later, or make a legitimate run at Quinn Hughes later? Kenny doesn't move off the stands. Mission critical, make the playoffs this year.
Patrick Kane might fit into that
maybe
mold too. I mean, he came to the Red Wings because of playing with DeBrincat and because of the history of Detroit, and that hopefully pays off this year.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. You want to keep talking some Red Wings? It's a great spot to do it. In the meantime, just a reminder, you can stream the show with the Odyssey app. Get it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. Then you can listen to this show and all the shows here on 97.1 The Ticket from anywhere in these United States. Also streaming through our website, 971theticket.com, where our guy Evan and the Birchie Kid are responsible for the great content. Lots of original and fresh stuff there. Also streaming with video, twitch.tv and youtube.com. Thank you, everybody, for watching our program and participate in the streaming chat there as well. So, 248-539-9797. Coming up, get to some Piston stuff as they are in the midst of trade rumors. Also, which sport has done the most damage to itself in your mind? That at 12:40. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1.
The Pistons are taking on the Rockets tonight at Little Caesars Arena, and we do have an injury update for you on the Pistons front. 3 Detroit players are sick as a bug seems to be going around the locker room in just about all of America right now. Cade Cunningham, Ron Holland, and Karis LeVert are all dealing with an illness and all have different designations. Cunningham is questionable after missing Detroit's last game with presumably the same illness. LeVert is doubtful. He missed last game as well. Holland played in the last game and is probable for tonight. Duncan Robinson is not sick, but dealing with some lower back issues. He is also probable for tonight's game as well. Houston has not yet submitted its injury report as of 11:45 this morning. Tip-off tonight at 7 o'clock right here on 97.1. We'll have pregame coverage starting at 6:35. In college football today, the playoff will remain at 12 teams for at least another season as the Big Ten and SEC failed to agree on expansion to 16 or 24 teams today. And speaking of college football, sort of, in case you missed it yesterday, the Baltimore Ravens announced that they are hiring former Michigan football defensive coordinator Jesse Minter as their next head coach. In pro football this weekend, the NFL playoffs are back on Sunday. 3 of the 4 possible Super Bowl matchups could be rematches of relatively recent Super Bowls as the Broncos host the Patriots at 3 o'clock on Sunday, followed by the Rams at Seattle taking on the Seahawks at 6 o'clock. Michigan basketball also tonight as well. They'll take on Ohio State and retired Trey Burke's number that game at 8 o'clock in Ann Arbor. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Of course, Sunday we got that AFC and NFC championship game, which this is the time of year where I start to behold football. Like we're running out of football.
Well, I mean, we're
tanks getting low.
Got Championship Sunday, yeah.
Where's your deep-rooting interest
for the games this weekend? It's New England. Probably. I mean, it's New England overall.
Is it?
Yeah, and I'm a little ashamed to admit that, but I mean, these are the teams we're left to root for. I don't have any rooting interest for Denver with Bo Nix out.
Yeah, you don't. You're in a weird spot.
Yeah.
You're in a really weird spot because you understand how Boston fans have been spoiled.
Yeah.
13 championships since 2000 in all sports. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, you're not making me feel any better about it.
No, but you have this weird hatred of Denver, which I think goes back to being a kid.
It does. It goes back to 1977. Yeah.
And I'm not. Is it because you like the Cowboys and they've played the Cowboys in a Super Bowl?
And the Cowboys beat them 27-10.
That's
Super Bowl 12.
So your Cowboys won the game 50 years ago. And 50 years later, you still hold it against a team that lost.
Because the next move that I ever remember what the Denver Broncos doing was they end up with John Elway. And I couldn't stand John Elway.
Okay.
Refusing to, go to the team that wanted to draft him in the NFL, was going to hold him hostage, playing baseball, the whole thing. I didn't like it. I didn't like John Elway. I didn't like Stanford. Didn't like any of that. So that continued the next era of Broncos football, which was 20 years or whatever. So I didn't like that either.
Mm-hmm.
So they've been kind of harmless since then. I like Peyton Manning. So when Peyton Manning went there, it hurt me a little bit, more than a little bit, but I wanted Peyton to win because I was a big fan of his. But then they've been kind of harmless, and now here comes Bo Nix, and I like Bo Nix. But without Bo Nix, I don't care.
Yeah,
I'm not a big Sean Payton fan either.
This goes back to the roots of this go back to 1977 and 1983. Do not ever say that this man won't hold a grudge.
I can hold a grudge.
He holds a grudge against the Denver Broncos. New England has played one of the easiest schedules ever. They are playing a Bronco team that just lost their quarterback for the right to go to the Super Bowl. So the Patriots follow up one of the easiest schedules ever with one of the easiest path to the Super Bowl ever.
And yet they're only a 4.5-point favorite.
Yeah, they are. On the other side,
that
you
defense
can't
is tough.
stand Sean McVay.
No, absolutely not.
Can't stand him.
Nope.
You also kind of had enough with Stafford.
Mm-hmm.
And for some reason, and you are not a fan of hype at all. I know you well. There's a guy on the other side.
Not a fan of overhype, yeah.
For that team that is one of the most overlooked and dismissed players ever. Ever. Sam Darnold constantly being dismissed. He's not even that old. He's played for the Jets, Carolina, San Francisco, Minnesota, and now Seattle.
First 3 stops were brutal.
He's the first player in the history of the game to lead 2 different teams to 14-win seasons in back-to-back years. He is one of the most disrespected players ever, and the opposite of hyped. And you can't stand him.
No, don't like him.
The psychology here is amazing to me. You don't like anybody but left.
I really don't. But you got to pick.
It can happen to anybody. Yeah, this can happen to anybody.
This has happened to me in the past.
And the genesis of the Darnold hatred.
I don't know. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is about Sam Darnold. Maybe it's because his first game in the NFL, he throws a pick 6 in his first pass against the Lions, and I was at that game, and then they come back and beat the Lions.
Okay.
I mean, that might have something to do with it. I don't know. I didn't like him at USC. I don't really like USC. The hype machine starts there, I guess. It's probably overhyped because he's a top 3 pick and all that, and not a fan. But with Seattle, I like Kenneth Walker, so I'll root for him to do well. And I don't want the Rams to win, so I'll be rooting for Seattle to beat the Rams. And I can feel myself softening a little bit the last couple of weeks with Seattle with Darnold, because Darnold has done some things that I've been impressed with. Like, I didn't think he could make this certain throw he made. I'm like, okay, he looks good. I'll give him credit because he's clearly done something different in the last couple of years. And maybe it's just simply he's playing with actual players, which he didn't have with the Panthers, the Jets, or in San Francisco the time he was there. Just I think he was a backup. So I can pull for Seattle a little bit, but I'm not going to be like openly cheering for them. I'm more rooting against Sean McVay and the Rams. And
okay.
I get it. The other thing is, Seattle beat Detroit, right? We've seen Seattle beat Detroit in the past, and I don't like those games. Those are bad memories.
We've seen everybody
right
beat
now,
Detroit.
but those games like stand out, right? The whole Calvin Johnson play, the fumble, and the guy pats it out of the end zone. That whole thing. Like, there's been some things that have really stuck to you when it comes
what else?
to Seattle. There were like 3 games in a row the Lions couldn't beat Seattle in the last 10 years.
Oh, Geno Smith.
Yeah.
Who's gone.
Right. But it doesn't matter. It's still Seattle.
Okay.
The Seabags. So, but they're maybe the least harmful of the other group of 3.
I feel like Darnold's a player that you should like.
I don't like him. But the Patriots have never really offended me. Like, they haven't affected the Lions at all. So it doesn't really affect me that much. The Tom Brady factor, well, guess what? Tom Brady's not there. So maybe that's why I'm rooting for this group, because
Craig Morton's not in Denver anymore.
No, he's not. But maybe if the Patriots win, I could say, see, it wasn't all just Tom Brady or Bill Belichick. It's a whole different regime here. The fact that it's still Boston area and another championship, if they win it, that's sickening. I got it. Mm-hmm. I understand it. But, I mean, if there was another team I could root for, I could do it, but I can't. I just can't do it right now. And the NFC is tough.
Well,
it's tough
funny
to pull for any team in the NFC when the Lions don't get there.
Because there's some reasoning behind some of your disdain for some of these teams. I think the one that makes the least sense is a 50-year grudge against a team that your team beat.
I just never.
That's fine.
Growing up, that's what you like and what you don't like.
Yeah.
I mean, people don't like the Cowboys when they grew up because they like the Steelers, and guess what? They still don't like the Cowboys.
And
that seed was planted.
Yep, but Denver, I don't think ever had their day against Dallas ever.
But it was the first Super Bowl I ever remember watching.
Is it?
Yeah.
The Patriots thing, I cannot get behind. I cannot when I saw somebody hold up a sign that said "Finally, we're back" at a Patriots game. I'm like, finally.
But you rooted for him when Tom Brady was there.
I did.
And they were what?
I did. But A, he's gone. And B, it's time for them to suffer. All of their teams. I don't want Boston. I want Boston's for this century. I want their championships to be done with. To the year 3000.
Was Brady the last?
To the year 2100. Sorry.
Were Brady and the Patriots the last championship
3000
team
would
in
do
Boston?
too. What's that?
Were Brady and the Patriots the last championship team in Boston, or did one of the other teams win after Brady's last win?
The Celtics have the most recent one, but let me double check that.
I
mean, I understand that part of it. I don't like it either, but I can take solace knowing that it's not Brady Belichick, that it would be something different and something that I like. I like Vrabel. I like Drake May. I like Keishon Butte.
It is the Celtics.
I like Diggs. I like the way that team plays.
248-539-9797. Dan and Warren. Hi, Dan.
Hey, guys. Good topic.
Is it? Thank you.
I agree with Doug. I hate the Patriots. No, not the Patriots. I think no fan base deserves as much success as they have had with the Patriots, the Red Sox, the Bruins, and the Celtics. They seem to win a championship every other year or every third year in one sport or another. No city deserves that much success. And I like Tom Brady because I'm a Michigan fan. But
so you weren't complaining when Brady was winning, but you'll complain now that.
Well, but it's not just the Patriots because the Celtics have won 2, the Red Sox have won 4, the Bruins won 1, or they might have won more than 1. But like their teams, they just have been racking up championships since the turn of the century. It's really impressive and unbelievable.
All right, Hotshot, who are you rooting for?
I am rooting for Denver or Seattle.
Denver because you just don't want Boston.
Yep.
And Seattle because
Seattle
you don't
to me
want
is harmless, and I think it's kind of funny that Darnold had got passed around so much, and all he's doing is winning.
Yeah, maybe he'll show why he's been passed around in this game on Sunday.
Kang, you're shaking your head.
Because it won't matter what Darnold does. Gator's going to not like him, which is fine. It's your prerogative,
Yeah,
man.
it
You
sure
don't have
is.
to
Well,
like
we'll see
him.
on Monday who's champ and chump.
The guy's
I mean,
going to go back-to-back Super Bowl MVPs, and Gator be like, well, let's see if we can win a third one. You know what I mean? Like
That's not
well,
true.
That team
That's
carry
not
him.
true.
You've said everywhere he's gone, well, anyone could win with that team. Then the Vikings, they moved on without him, and they didn't make the playoffs.
Well, look who they had a quarterback.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's the point.
Yeah, with a guy. Well, I'm sorry. Is JJ McCarthy good?
But you said, damn, Darnold's not good, and anyone could take that team.
Darnold's better than JJ McCarthy.
Clearly.
But clearly not anybody could take him to the playoffs.
Yes.
Well, maybe go with a legit quarterback. If they had Kirk Cousins there, they would still win. But they didn't. They moved on for JJ McCarthy.
JJ will be fine. He's just not there yet. Mm-hmm. But Cousins is the answer.
No, he's more of an answer than McCarthy, and neither one of them are answers.
248-539-9797. All right, got another edition. Are you going to eat that coming up today at 12:35, 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Thanks for being with us on a Friday. Stay warm this weekend, everybody. It is cold. It's going to be actually dangerously cold. So, everybody, prepare yourself for that as best you can. If you got to be outside, to bundle up. The least amount of exposed skin as you can have.
You know, the irony I was ripping on Minnesota or whatever is they still beat the Lions twice.
Dude, I know.
They beat it with Max Brosmer. Didn't need Sam Darnold to beat the Lions. They did it with Max Brosmer. They couldn't do it with Sam Darnold.
I talked to a longtime NFL coach that told me Brosmer is awful. And he beat him.
He was just bad enough.
He beat him.
He was still bad that game.
Yep.
It's not like he was good.
Their offense was awful. They had one play
that he handed it off.
Yeah, a little flip, and there goes the receiver.
It was like end around or a jet sweep.
Yeah. So a bit of a saga perhaps came to an end last night. Now, I have to admit, I am part of the problem. Gator, on December 24th, I met with a cell phone provider about getting new cell phones.
You have a saga.
We had some outdated phones that needed to be upgraded. We had a chance to change carriers and save some money and get new phones. The process started December 24th. There have been 5 trips to the cell phone store. And last night, the saga mostly came to an end.
Oh, no.
That is on January 22nd. Going in, I made the comment to you 2 days before that I had to go to the cell phone store and I was dreading it. And it is because going to the cell phone store, and I'm not going to name the carrier because the people at the store did their best.
Mm-hmm. Oh, no. When you said did their best, oh, no.
Because I think going to a cell phone store to get a problem addressed, that is my real world personal hell. And sure enough, the saga perhaps is done. Now, given we are a bit of a unique situation, and I'll explain why. Mom and dad are on our cell phone bill, family plan.
Mm-hmm.
They are in their 80s. This whole thing came with them getting an upgrade, which, as it turns out, they didn't want.
No.
And you know that feeling,
Yeah,
right? So we had to take those phones in and replace them and get their own phones reactivated. We were changing carriers, which is a challenge. The phones that we wanted were out of stock and had to be ordered. And one of the phones was going to my son, who's away at school in Connecticut. So when you're changing carriers, you get a temporary number. Then you have to port in from your old carrier to your new carrier, and he is out of state. So there's a lot of particulars when I say it's our fault. And maybe I knew it going in. But even when there haven't been a lot of particulars, for me, going to the cell phone store with any problem, I first of all say this is going to take 2 hours minimum. Secondly, there is a good chance that I will walk out of that store without the problem being resolved. And here's how the saga is not over. Last night, my son in Connecticut finally got his phone activated. And it came after he went to a store, one of the carrier stores in Connecticut, to get them to address it. We were told he'd be able to do it over the phone. That was not the case. When it was all said and done, they go, okay, here are your 7 lines, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, wait, what? We have 6 lines. And they read off the phone numbers, and there's a 7th line on our bill.
Oh, no.
Which they think is one of the temporary numbers that we had that hasn't been deactivated yet. But that doesn't mean it's not on our bill. So I'm supposed to go on to their app and check to see if that number's been deleted. Well, last night I couldn't get onto the app because I didn't know the password, even though I knew the password. So I changed the password.
Oh, no.
And then when I went to log on, it said password not recognized that I had just changed.
Right.
Now, is there possibility of some user error there? There is. But it has been nearly a full calendar month. It was December 24th when we started the process, and it started with an appointment. And here we are on January 23rd.
Day 30.
Now, Kang used to work and manage a cell phone store. And you find this saga to be wildly unusual.
Yeah, well, okay, so I stopped doing it before. Before, if it came to my store, you came to my store, you wanted service with us, we'd be like, well, cancel your other service. I can get on the help get on the phone with you and cancel, and then we'll start your new service here. So it's different now. I figured it'd be way easier now. So I don't know how they're doing it, how it's going with you, but the process should have been shorter and quicker. So I know it's different when you're changing networks, but then before then too, you couldn't keep the same phone number, and then that started to change. Now I'm sure you guys have all the same phone number, right?
Yep.
Because every cell phone carrier had their own like bank of numbers that you could use back then. Like you couldn't transfer phone numbers. That was another problem too people had.
Right.
But yeah, I don't know what's going on, man.
Well, as I said, Mom and Dad went back to their old phones. I actually went back to my old phone too, to be honest with you, because the new one was smaller, and I realized that the size of the phone. Size matters, Gator.
Yeah.
Go ahead, laugh.
Bigger's better.
Yeah. But anyway, I ended up we ended up where now the phones all work, but there's this extra line on so we'll see what happens.
I don't envy you in that situation. I mean,
maybe everyone get on their own plan.
I was gonna. I mean, at some point, somebody's gonna. But I get taking care of your parents. I totally understand that part
too. I'm on a family plan too.
Your kids are older now, but they're not. It's not like they're 30. So
no, our oldest is now completely off the cell phone plan, which I thought was a gateway to adulthood.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yep.
So you don't have to worry about him anymore.
I don't worry about him. No, he is now officially an adult. He's paying for his own cell phone.
That's pretty big. That's big. So now you got the other two kids you got to worry about. So
yep. They're going to be a minute.
So why do you have, so there's 6 phones you're worried about?
Yep.
Gotcha. Okay. Yep. That makes sense. It sucks. The whole thing sucks. Every time that I've had to, when I've upgraded the phone, I know that I'm going to spend like an hour, at least an hour in there when it's just me and my phone.
An hour? You're lucky.
Yeah. I just know that it's going to be that because I let them know up front, I'm stupid when it comes to this thing. I'm relying on you to make sure everything transfers. And then at the end of the whole thing, they're like, and you're going to have to mail this in. No. Here's what I need you to do. You need to circle. Here's the address or whatever I have to do. Or if I had to bring it back into the store, my old phone or whatever stuff you need me to do, you have to literally spell everything out for me. And idiot proof it for me because I'm an idiot. And I let them know this, everything up front. And usually it's worked out pretty well. There's been one continued glitch with the contacts in my mom's phone that shows up with my contacts. But
she's got Groosh.
She's got Groosh on her phone. Yeah, among others. So yeah, that's the glitch. It's the only glitch. But I also know this with my mom. Even though my brother and I, like, yeah, we need to get her a new phone. Her old phone needs to be changed. She still uses her old phone to like play games on and stuff like that. I'm like, okay, that's fine, but I just got you this brand new sparkling phone. You wanted a case. I got you the special sparkly case that you wanted.
Oh, the sparkly one.
And she wanted a sparkly. She wanted to,
that's right.
She wanted bedazzling. So it was nice. And and she said, oh, I love this phone. It's beautiful. I'm like, well, use it.
Doug, do you think it would have helped at all had you sent your daughter in instead? Because she's younger, you know what I mean? This might be
more tech savvy,
yes,
perhaps?
Yeah, I don't want to go, yeah.
100%.
Okay, I'm just...
Maybe, not for tech savvy, but I think she would have... It would have helped me because I wouldn't have been there.
Yeah, because here's the thing. Like, you're not as old as my mom or anything, but I wouldn't send my mom to do this.
No, my parents,
doing this.
God bless them. They got their new phones, and I said, hey, do you want your old phones back? And they were like, yes, please. So anyway, they're in their 80s, and they've got their old phones figured out. Hopefully they don't cycle out of being usable.
Dude, every time I go to see my mom, the first thing I do is I grab her phone and look at it because like she won't, sometimes she just doesn't answer it when I call. And I'm like, where were you? She was always just sitting down watching. I'm like, why didn't you answer the phone? Oh, you called? Yeah. And I look at the phone and I realize that she's turned the volume all the way down because she doesn't like the music that plays along while she's playing Mahjong on the phone. So I also noticed that there's like 5 text messages that she hasn't replied to because she's not really good at text messaging, which I get. That's fine. I'm like, but there's like 7 missed calls. There's 3 or 4 messages that are on her phone that she's never listened to. I'm like, I think this is her plan to ensure that I go over to her house at least once a week for the rest of her life.
Check out her, yeah,
just
that's
make
good.
sure that that everything's taken care of.
Carson Anderson, 97.1. Pistons back in action tonight against Houston. You know, right now, the hottest story in the NBA is that Giannis wants out of Milwaukee. If there is accessibility to Giannis Antetokounmpo, what is the list? Who's on the list of players that cannot be touched in Detroit? Cade is obvious.
Right.
How long is this list? And when we start eliminating guys, do we find that there's no way they can make this trade?
I mean, the problem is it would cost you damn near all of the guys. And like, could I get by with if I protected Cade and Jalen Duren? If I protected those two, does that mean giving up Ron Holland, Asar Thompson, Jaden Ivey,
And a first-round
and
pick.
first-round picks. Does that get it done?
Might.
I don't know. And Jaden Ivey, I don't know how much value he's got right now. Asar and Ron Holland have value, but do we overvalue these guys? They're playing great roles on this team, but it's not like either one of these guys are 20 point. They're not 20-point scorers.
But you envision that they could be better, right? They could.
Yeah.
They're doing enough to give you plenty of optimism that they could do even more, right?
I don't think any deal can get done unless you offered up Duren, because Duren's the guy who's already producing at all-star levels. And those other guys have potential, but they're playing roles as opposed to Duren, who's actually.
So would you be willing to move him in a trade to get Giannis?
I mean, you'd have to be able to. You'd have to be willing to. It's Giannis. But how old is Giannis?
31.
How many years is he going to stay playing in his prime like this?
Probably a few. Kang, so how long is this list? He is 31. Because remember, Duren's also a free agent to be.
Yeah. Well,
but he's their free agent to be.
Yeah, and they could extend. They can give him the max and extend him. I mean, there's not a trade package that you cannot include Jalen Duren that the Bucks wouldn't, The Bucks, if I'm on the Bucks, there's no way. If you told me Cade's untouchable, I kind of get it. I get it. He's your franchise player. But everyone else has to be on the table, and that includes Jalen Duren. There's no way they could trade Giannis to the Pistons without having Jalen Duren as part of that package.
What if I give you Chaz Lanier?
Wait.
Bobby Clinton.
I didn't know he was available.
And Darren Helm.
The rights to Jaden Akins, and Sasser. Does that get it done?
Man, it's like Giannis is very enticing. He's still playing at a great high level. It's not like he's slowed down.
Essentially, you're saying, can Giannis and Cade take you to an NBA title? And it's wildly attractive. It sounds like the kind of trade I would do if the Pistons were middle of the pack right now.
Right, but they're not.
They're not.
They're 32-10. They're second best team in the NBA right now, and it's really hard to.
You guys are right. If they weren't good, in a second, let's do this. But they're really good, and I don't want to turn into one of these. I've seen too many blockbuster trades in the NBA in recent years that just did not work out. Like, look, Paul George, Kawhi Leonard, all these huge trades, these big names that get moved around. Damian Lillard went to the Bucks to try to super team them. Didn't work,
Injury, yeah. Well,
and so I don't know if that's the answer, but Giannis is so damn good. You had to look at it.
Yeah, I just feel like as we talk it out here in real time, I don't think you can make a trade for Giannis. Because if we're doing the show in Milwaukee, we're asking for everything, right? It's the only way you trade him. Now, you can always get involved in these discussions and hope that your offer's the best and your offer sucks and they take it. But what are the odds of that being the case?
Yeah, I don't think I don't think the Pistons are the. I think King said it well. And so did you. If we're in the middle of the pack, it's a different story. But we're not. We're looking to add to this team. And that's how you look at it. You're adding to the team. You're not taking away the team to add a superstar. You're adding to the team to make them even better than what they are right now. And I'm not sure if you lost all those players that you'd have to give up to get Giannis. Yeah, you'd have Giannis, you'd have Cade, and it looks pretty great to start off with. But
you're gutting your core, and it's almost like you're starting all over.
You're taking away the soul. Because this team is built differently. I like how this team is set up, and they can still add to this team at the trade deadline without gutting any of their core.
The problem
and make
is
them better.
If Giannis ends up at another Eastern Conference team,
can't worry
contending.
About that.
No, you can't. But that becomes a big issue if Toronto goes and gets him, or the Knicks go and get him.
Then you know what? It makes it an interesting matchup in the playoffs.
Sure as hell does. All right, let's get to another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? New foods, new menu items, things that are out there. See if Gator and Kang want them. I usually don't. Gator, I'm going to start with one that I would not be able to resist. Butterfinger has a collab with BJ's Restaurant and Brew House. BJ's Restaurant and Brewhouse debuts the Butterfinger Pizookie.
Okay.
A new limited edition version combines the classic flavors of Butterfinger's candy bar with BJ's beloved warm, gooey, freshly baked cookies served in a deep dish pan. The Butterfinger Pizookie is topped with 2 scoops of vanilla bean ice cream with a smooth chocolate shell and pieces of Butterfinger, creating a rich, sweet, and nutty dessert. Behold the greatest dessert ever invented.
I mean, can I get a hell yeah?
Yeah, right?
Yeah, that's absolutely. I mean, I'm a big fan of the skillet cookie to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
When you're going to add bits of Butterfinger in there, I mean, the last time I made cookies, which was a couple years ago, I actually bought these the crumbled up Butterfinger morsels to be put in there, and they were spectacular. So to add that, I know what it's already like, and then topping it with vanilla ice cream with a chocolate shell on it, where you take the spoon and you crack it. I'm all about it. That sounds amazing.
Kang?
Oh no, this is all day, man. Of course. How can you say no to this?
Well,
even if it's 0 degrees outside, I'm all about this.
I'm not going outside to get it though.
You know my standard for desserts.
Yeah, is it better than a Blizzard?
The answer is yes. That sounds better than a Dairy Queen
Look at that.
Blizzard. So
Doug's
I'm
on
on
board.
board with that. Yep. Fruit Loops.
Oh, Fruit Loops.
Come out with something. The Fruit Loops Sweethearts. So a Valentine's Day theme. Keeps the original Fruit Loops flavor, but swaps the rings for heart shapes. According to the official product description, the cereal features heart-shaped pieces bursting with fruity flavor and is made with natural fruit flavors and 16 grams of whole grain per serving. You get your whole grain. Gator, the Fruit Loops Sweethearts. Are you going to eat that?
Well, yeah. I mean, it's Fruit Loops. There's nothing different. The only thing different is the shape of the loop. I'm good with it.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, Cheerios does the same thing. That's why you get they do because they want to promote themselves as being heart smart. So sometimes you get the heart shaped Cheerios.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely.
When's the last time you had Fruit Loops?
It's been a while.
It's probably been a while, right?
15 years, maybe. Yeah.
What about you, Kang?
It's been a while for me, but I could see it entering me at some point because my kids are so young and they love cereal, entering my life again. But yeah, I'd be down for this.
Yeah, I never liked Fruit Loops in the first place, so I'm out.
Even a young Doug Cars before you went all healthy.
Yeah, I was a Captain Crunch guy.
Captain Crunch is great.
But
I'm glad to hear that you said you're a Captain Crunch guy at least.
Yep.
At least, right?
At least.
Jack in the Box. Jack in the Box is bringing back something from their menu for their 75th anniversary, the Hot Mess Burger, Gator. This burger is messy. It's absurd. It's over the top, and it's delicious. It's a beef patty with pepper jack cheese, jalapenos, onion rings, a special sauce, and a sourdough bun. It is overflowing with ingredients, and it is acknowledged as a mess. I'm guessing that it sounds good to you, but you do not like messy foods. Are you going to eat that?
That didn't sound that bad, though.
I agree, Gator.
I was waiting
expecting
to hear bacon and let's throw, avocado.
Yeah, lamb leg.
Yeah, tomatoes and all types of crap on there. And it
Pork
was going to be
shoulder.
like 10 feet tall.
A knife going through it, a sword going
Right.
through it. Yeah.
So it's a cheeseburger with jalapenos and onion rings?
On a sourdough? The sourdough will probably hold it.
Yeah. Yes, I'd try this.
Yeah, I'm in.
Okay. All right. So you don't care about the mess.
No, because it's a burger you take home, and I can be messy at home. I just don't want to be messy in public.
And if you unwrap it correctly, you can eat it. It's a lot
Yeah,
cleaner.
the diaper in there,
Yeah, the little
yeah.
burger diaper.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Doug, you're in, right?
You know this. I'm
What if they
not
had
a
an
red
impo-
meat eater.
What if
so.
they had an Impossible version?
It's interesting because I do love onion rings, and I like hot foods with the jalapeno.
Yeah.
But they don't, so alas, I will pass. Next up, Cheez-Its. You like Cheez-Its?
Love Cheez-Its.
You like just about every kind of Cheez-It?
Just about.
Cheez-It crackers, a main ingredient besides cheese, of course, is enriched flour. For years, gluten-free fans have been begging Cheez-It to make a version that is safe for them to eat, and Cheez-It has finally obliged. The Cheez-It original gluten-free cracker just hit shelves. Cheez-It told All Recipes that after hearing from fans who have transitioned to a gluten-free diet that miss the crackers, they've responded. Reviews say they taste great, but something about the mouthfeel is just off. Gator, the Cheez-It gluten-free cracker. Are you going to eat that?
Well, I got to find out. So, yeah, I'll try them.
Really?
Yeah, and I mean, gluten-free doesn't matter. I don't have a gluten allergy, so I'm okay with it. But I'd try it. Cheez-Its are great.
You, Kang?
No, I'm out. I don't even believe gluten-free is a real thing. I think it's a scam. I've eaten gluten-free things before. It's not the same. Like gluten-free pasta is not the same as regular pasta. I'm out.
All right, I'm out as well. Next up.
Let me ask you guys this, because I bought something this past week, and it was really good, and I wondered if this is something you would, along the same lines of Cheez-Its.
Mhm.
I got goldfish crackers, but they were ranch goldfish crackers.
I'd try it. It's not gluten-free, right?
No, that's full on gluten.
I need more gluten.
Maybe I'd try it. I don't think I'd buy them, but
they were incredible. It was best flavor goldfish
I thought you
crackers
liked fish.
I've ever had in my life. Yeah, I do.
Right. Recently, Cheerios released a new confetti flavor. This are vanilla flavored Cheerios with rainbow sprinkles. Tastes a little bit like Lucky Charms. The Cheerios confetti flavor. Are you going to eat that?
I mean, I try it, but like the Fruit Loops, I haven't had that in 15 years. The cereals I eat Raisin Bran. You know,
You like to stay regular.
You know, the Oat Crunch, honey nuts, and that stuff. I don't go for the sugary cereals as much. Not that there's no sugar in the Raisin Bran, but I try it.
I try this too, man. I'm
Yeah.
with you. You got to try it.
Yeah, try it. Not Doug.
No, I mean, if I'm going to any kind of sugar cereal, it's Cinnamon Toast Crunch. And if it doesn't sound better than Cinnamon Toast Crunch, I'm not.
Oh, there's another standard we have.
Next up.
Doug's standard should be on a sheet
I
somewhere.
like it. We got now. We have to
A
know.
spreadsheet, yeah. Cup of Noodles just released 3 all-new flavors. Inspired by chicken wing flavors. They're embracing America's love with chicken wings with brand new limited edition offerings, including spicy buffalo with ranch, lemon pepper, and garlic parmesan. Cup of Noodles spicy buffalo with ranch balances a signature saucy heat and tang with creamy, herby finish reminiscent of the classic dressing dipped wing. Lemon pepper combines bright citrus and black pepper with garlic and onion, and garlic parmesan puts cheese at the forefront of a creamy parmesan complemented by garlic and Italian herbs. The Cup of Noodles wing flavored soups. Would you eat those?
No,
they
don't appeal to me at all.
Can you?
Dude, could you imagine if you had this in college? How would you not be eating any of these, right? I mean,
I might be the only college
Oh,
student
you
that
didn't like Cup of
didn't
Noodles?
have Cup of Noodles. Yeah, or
Why?
I didn't have ramen. I just didn't eat ramen or a Cup of Noodles. I just
I'll try these. I mean, this doesn't sound like it would be that great, but I got to try. Lemon pepper, I'm a big lemon pepper guy. Lemon pepper noodles might work.
You know, there's a shaker of lemon pepper you could put in there.
I'm not a lemon pepper guy nor a garlic parmesan guy. If I were to try these, it would be the spicy buffalo with ranch.
And?
I probably won't.
Oh, dude.
Look, I'm being honest. If I get soup, it's chunky.
Well, you're just being honest.
Got to be honest with the
You gotta be
audience,
honest with the
Gator.
audience.
Yes. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Hey, are you kicking off the new year by trying to save some money? Maybe an ice cold shower. That saves money. Don't do that. That'd be a horrible idea, particularly right now with how cold it is. Listen, call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They can help you out. Don't let a frozen pipe or a broken furnace derail your New Year's before January's even over with. They're local licensed experts, are third-generation family tradesmen who handle the serious stuff. This way, you can focus on starting off the year warm and stress-free. And right now, I know there can be a lot of stress, so make sure everything is ready to go. So whether it's your furnace, your water heater, boiler, or water filtration system, schedule your appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. That's birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
So, Gator, we were sitting around the office, and we always wonder how the fans feel about stuff. And I think you and I have held on to some fandom. When you do these jobs, it's really interesting. The only time I realize that how deep it becomes part of work is when I'm like on vacation and the kids are like, let's go to the, we're in Florida and let's go to the Marlins Braves game. I'm like, sure. And I'll go sit in the stands with two teams that I don't really care about, and I don't have to talk about the next day.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't have to stay sober. Not that I get hammered, but I can have a couple beers, right?
Doug gets hammered drunk.
Right, but I could just be a fan, and I realize this is totally different. You know what I do on vacation that's really weird? I watch SportsCenter just because. And I realize when we're working, I'm watching SportsCenter going, is that a topic? Is that a topic? Do Detroiters care about that? How does that news impact us? But when I'm on vacation, I just want to know what's going on. And so that part is still in there. But I always wonder how fans, like, we can get, when you do this for a long time, the point is we can get disconnected. And I'm wondering, in an era where there are some rapidly changing things going on, which sport has done the most self-damage? And you start listing things that have happened that fans are like making them uncomfortable and not liking. No sport has had as dramatic a change, and really, quite frankly, some stupid changes as much as college football. There is a human nature to not want change. But rather than just sit there and complain all the time, I've tried to embrace the change and look at the things that I like about the new change. Like some things about the New World Order or college football are cool. We're in an era where it feels like everybody has a chance. It's not the same old teams. We're in an era where players come back because financially it makes sense to do so, but they do come back, so you get to keep players for longer. We're in an era where something that people wanted forever is finally in place, a playoff. But there's also portal issues in that, it's one and done, a free agency every year where you don't really get to know your guys. And part of the relationship that college sports fans have with their teams is getting to know them. Some of the money issues are a bit much. The calendar is stupid. But college football's done some dramatic things. Has it done a lot of damage in your eyes? College basketball, pros are coming back to play. Pros are coming back to play college sports. It's held up in court. Will it hold up in court? Well, you just told me a little detail of the Alabama case that's getting so much mention.
Yeah, the Front Office Sports is reporting that the judge in the case is actually a six-figure donor to Alabama.
And he's ruled that this player that wants to come back from the G League, who played with the Motor City Cruise, is eligible to play for Alabama.
3 years in the G League.
But that's what's going on in college basketball, and the portal issues are the same there. You don't get to know your guys.
They've also got the gambling scandals.
Yep. Major League Baseball. The Dodgers have a sweetheart TV deal with the league where they are getting taxed like they're still bankrupt, which they're not. And they are taking advantage of that and signing everybody they want. And it's absurd. On top of that, we are staring down the barrel of another extended work stoppage. The NFL, ticket prices are outrageous. Players are constantly hurt. They're looking to move to an 18-game schedule, which is just going to lead to more injuries. You've got international games taken away from home venues. You've got games that are being streamed. And nobody knows what the hell a catch is. Even in the world of replay, there's debate over whether or not something is a catch or not, which feels like it should be one of the most simple rules to define. The NBA, we're always going to have NBA curmudgeons. There's load management. The proliferation of the three-point shot was something that was embraced. And yet, you got teams like the Celtics that it feels like all they do is take three-pointers. There's a lot that's going on where the fan is being asked to adapt to the new world order. Which sport do you think is most vulnerable to losing fans with what is going on? And there's other things. You know what you guys don't talk about as much anymore? You and Kang don't talk about UFC as much anymore. And I don't know why that is.
Why don't you talk to me about it, Gator?
Why don't you talk to me about it?
I don't like it as much.
Yeah, neither do I. Not anywhere near as
not
much.
the same,
No,
right?
too many. I don't know the fighters anymore. I stopped watching and then I lost track of it all.
I remember I'd been to Gator's house before to watch some fights, man, and that hasn't happened.
And UFC too.
I could sit here and feel like I could say safely that the sport that is doing the least amount of damage to itself is the National Hockey League. I mean, relatively speaking, they solved their work stoppage a year out. It's unheard of.
Yeah, the funny thing is, like, if you wanted to say the NFL just continues to print money and they'll do so, even though they're going down a path that seems like we don't like. You mentioned the college football stuff, and yet college football just came away having the largest
huge ratings
they've ever had, or the second highest they've ever had. Over 30 million people watched the national championship game. And they've got issues down the road. I think the problem is that all these leagues have issues down the road. But which one is going to have the most issues right now that makes you more certain of that?
Well, this is why we asked the fan. What sport has hurt itself the most, in your view, when it comes to how you see it? It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Pistons basketball tonight right here on 97.1 as they will welcome the Houston Rockets to downtown Detroit, and that means, of course, the Ausar and Amen Thompson twins will go against each other. It's the 5th time in their careers that they will meet. The Pistons right now on a 4-game win streak. They've also won 7 of their last 8, trying to continue that against a Rockets team that is on the second night of a back-to-back after losing in Philly last night. That loss snapped a 3-game winning streak for the Rockets themselves. Couple guys still dealing with an illness for the Pistons. Cade Cunningham, Ron Holland, and Karis LeVert all have an illness right now in the injury report. 3 different designations, though. Cunningham is questionable, Holland probable, and LeVert doubtful. Cunningham and Holland and Duncan Robinson, who's also probable for tonight. We're all seeing it shoot around, though. Michigan basketball tonight as well. That game's at 8 p.m. Trey Burke will have his jersey retired in front of the Buckeyes. Also, the college football playoff not expanding to 16 or 24 teams for that matter today after the Big Ten and SEC could not get on the same side, so still 12 teams next year. Also, the Baltimore Ravens announced yesterday that they're hiring former Michigan football defensive coordinator Jesse Minter as their next head coach. More playoff action in the NFL coming up on Sunday as well. Patriots versus Broncos at 3 p.m. in the AFC. That's in Denver. Then in Seattle, it'll be Rams versus Seahawks at 6 p.m. for a Super Bowl berth. At the Coldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Which sport has done the most self-damage? So we were kind of just discussing dramatic changes are going on in sports all over the place. We try very hard not to just hate change for change's sake and adapt and enjoy what is good about all the changes. We're not in charge, and nor should we. And many of the changes aren't meant to appeal to people of, well, they've been around for a minute. They're trying to draw in new people, right? And college football, dramatic change, ridiculous change in some cases. College basketball, we got pros coming back to play the college game, which I suppose there's nothing wrong with that if they're going to re-enroll and be students. But at the end of the day, it feels awfully strange for a established player who's been paid to play the game go back and play. But then you argue, hey, college players are paid now. Major League Baseball, the Dodgers got a sweetheart deal with the league, and they don't have to pay as much luxury tax. They're being treated like they're bankrupt, and they no longer are. They're making money hand over fist. But the way the system's set up, they can sign everyone. And you got labor issues. We're staring down the barrel of a work stoppage. And, of course, in all of this, you can't help but feel in Detroit that we're destined to lose our best player, most valuable asset. In the NFL, tickets are outrageous. Players constantly hurt. International games, streaming games. NBA, there's always basketball curmudgeons. There's a ton of three-point shots. Not everybody loves that. Load management has become a thing. So we ask, is there a sport in particular that for you personally has done the most damage? 248-539-9797. What is it for you?
This is tough because I do think obviously you can make a case for almost any sport and what they're doing. And for me, it's about the damage you expect to be done, which is going to be most irreparable. And for me, I narrow it down to Major League Baseball and college football. Mm-hmm. That's where it comes to me. Because the NFL just keeps making money, and that's always going to be, we'll still watch it even if players keep getting hurt. 20-game schedule. Yeah, we'll complain about it until we're watching it, which will be every week. But with college football, it has changed so much, and it's professional football now. It is. And I think that they're going to have to really – they're going to have a difficult time navigating through it over the next 5 years because there's going to be lawsuits after lawsuit. They've still got the thing going on with the Duke quarterback who not sure where he's going to be playing. He's hoping to get an emergency temporary restraining order that allows him to – transfer and do whatever because he's got a deadline of literally today to let schools know what he's going to do.
We haven't spent a lot of time historically when in talking college football using the term emergency restraining order.
No, not typically, no. So I don't like where college football is headed. But I think in the end, college football is going to have some parameters that make more sense than what baseball is doing. So for me, it's baseball. Baseball, I think, is absolutely headed for a work stoppage. I think the contract that Kyle Tucker got is insane. And the way that they've set this contract up where he's making $1 million for this upcoming season, it's like a slap in the face to team because it's all deferred and it gets crazy and there's an out after 2 years or something like that. It's just nuts what's going on and allowing the Dodgers to do what they do with the grandfather clause, with the TV contract and all that. It's just too much. And with Kyle Tucker in particular, this is a guy who's just voted on MLB.com has the top 100 players right now. Kyle Tucker is number 21 on the list.
Mm-hmm.
He's making $60 million a year. The 21st best player in the major leagues, according to MLB.com.
So are there 20 players ahead of him making more than that?
No.
No?
There's one, Shohei Ohtani, who's number one on the list, who's making $70 million.
And both these players play for who?
Yeah, Dodgers. Mm-hmm. So for me, it's that. Plus, you add to that locally, there's an issue. What's going to happen with the TV contract here because of FanDuel and their problems with hanging on to TV contracts and bankruptcy and all this. And there's just a lot of. I feel like there's more issues in baseball. They're going to take a long time to sort out, and they're going to be butting heads about the salary cap issue that the owners want a salary cap, players don't want it. And for them to find some middle ground and seeing what baseball's done in the past, how they don't negotiate when they should be negotiating. They wait till the 11th hour, and even then, it's a half-assed negotiation. They don't care if they have the stoppage. That's infuriating, and it's my prediction that there's going to be a work stoppage, so I'm going to say it's baseball.
Yeah, I got to tell you, I'd like to say something different, but I actually agree with you. And the problem is predicting doom when it comes to this work stoppage is because we've been down this road so many times before. Anybody who's been around, you can see this coming a mile away. That's where we need the temporary restraining order. That's where we need the emergency injunction. Play the damn sport. That's where we need the courts to intervene and tell them you can't strike and you can't lock them out. Play the damn games. But, that to me is, I would agree with you. And I think they've all done sort of damage in my eyes. But like I say about college football, Saturdays roll around, I still love it.
Yeah, for me, it's college football. Like Saturdays, like you, Doug, I still watch because I like football. It's still football. They're still throwing the pigskin around. They're still first down. They're still rushing and tackling, all that stuff. But before we get there and then after, I don't know, man. I'm watching the championship game the other night, and you had a quarterback who hasn't gone to class in 2 years. Who didn't even start his career there. The other quarterback didn't start his career there either. And the whole damn team didn't start their career there at Indiana, it seems like. And then you have NIL, and I'm supportive of the players getting more freedom of what's theirs. But as a fan, from a fan point of view, It sucks because you have to fight and claw to keep your players every year. The rosters are changing. I don't like the expansion of the playoffs, and you can call me old man screaming at the clouds. That's fine, but this isn't college sports anymore. They're supposed to be. What happened to the academic part of student athlete?
Well, it's supposedly still there.
I just told you the quarterback hadn't gone to class in 2 years. I know he quote unquote graduated 2 years ago.
I know that there are systems in place that's still there to be taken advantage of, the free education. And I know that some schools have a guy whose job is to walk around campus and make sure the players are in class. Apparently not with one of the teams that was playing in the national championship game. Feedback. The first thing I saw surprised me. NASCAR. And it's not even close. They changed their product to become more of a TV show, and no one can follow it anymore, and nobody really cares. Whoa. So I used to cover NASCAR as part of a previous job in radio where I had to be out at MIS 3 times a year for 2, at the time, Winston Cup races and 1 IndyCar race, and do pre-race and post-race. You know what we didn't have? Stage winners. So I'm the only thing I can think of, and maybe NASCAR guy can explain, if that's what you're talking about, points that are given out for winning stages of the race.
Well, and they stopped the race because of different stages. I mean,
and I'm guessing it's an effort to try and keep people running towards the front, motivated to run towards the front and race hard the whole race.
I don't know.
Is that what it's for?
I'm sure there's a gambling aspect to it as well.
Yeah.
So that you can bet on different stages, get more betting going on and more interest. And I don't fault them for trying to find ways to make it more interesting. But to the texter's point, I don't have any more interest in it.
From an unnamed texter, all the streaming on different channels are ruining all of sports for me. It's much too costly unless you want to jump through hoops. I know you hate it. I don't hate it as much. I find that with my cable subscription comes many of the streaming services that I need. And some of them I willfully, like ESPN Plus, I willfully have for work purposes. But yeah, I mean, talking to my dad the other night, where's the game? Peacock. Oh, I guess I won't watch. What the heck do you have, Peacock? 248-539-9797. Next text, boxing, hands down. I can't remember the last big dollar fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's sad.
Well, doesn't it involve a YouTuber?
Well, that's the thing. The sad truth is that the last boxing matches that I've watched, and whether they're in their entirety or even partially, involve the YouTuber. So, I mean, boxing lost me years ago, and I'm not sure why they lost me, but they did. I think there's too many different sanctioned belts and divisions.
But
and
they've
all
always
that.
had that. I think what it is, honestly, Gator,
it's more now than what it was 40 years ago. But I mean, it's a gradual thing.
Yeah, I mean, there's a million belts and weight classes, and I'm a boxing fan. I don't know all of them. I think what it lost the average fan, honestly, is the American heavyweight. That's where I think it lost the average fan, because there was that texter says that he can't remember the last fight he watched, big fight, and I don't know what he's watched, but Canelo Alvarez was a humongous fight against Terrence Crawford. That was a huge one that did not involve any YouTubers or anything like that. That was a big fight. They got a lot of buys. But yeah, overall, I think it's the American heavyweight that honestly doesn't bring the average fan in.
248-539-9797. What sport has done the most damage to itself for you? It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Looking for a brand new Chevy with a payment that actually fits your budget? Well, head to Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield, where the deals are rolling in right now. You can get behind the wheel of the all-new 2026 Equinox EV-LT for just $199 a month with only $999 down. Want even more options? Of course you do. How about this? The 2026 Equinox LT or the 2026 Trax LT can be yours for just $249 a month with $999 down. Now, that's cutting-edge technology, bold design, and Chevy dependability, all at payments that make sense. Don't wait. Inventory is moving fast. Visit Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield at 696 and Telegraph today, or go online at sarahchevrolet.com and see why so many drivers choose Sarah. Together, let's drive.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1. To take it, open lines, 248-539-9797. Brian in Detroit, you're on 97.1. Hi, Brian.
Hey, good morning, fellas.
What's
Cold
up?
out there, ain't it?
Yes.
Hey, Gator, you made a statement about this. You right. You true in what you said that now college sport is professional. But the SEC been doing that for years. Now everybody get to do it. They should take this. College football is expanding, is more popular as ever. The people that hate it, it's not having an effect on the sport at all. I understand what Kane's saying about all the changes. Don't look at it. Because it's big as ever. Look at the people that's running. They trying to add more teams to the playoffs, make it 16, hopefully go to 24 to get all the money they can. That's why the players should be able to do exactly what they're doing now.
Yeah, what else, Brian, is I think they'll figure it out. They'll put guardrails in there and make it make sense within years, but it's going to take years to do that. And whether that's having each team has a cap to work with, I don't know, but it's professional football.
Yeah, Gator, you're absolutely right. It is professional football, but it's been that way for the SEC. Now it's for the whole sport now.
You're right, and I didn't like that the SEC would pay players under the table and just kind of laugh about it, and the rest of the teams had to deal with it, and they didn't do it as much as the SEC. Would they do it? I don't like it. I don't like that part of it. Guys getting paid. I don't mind guys getting paid, but let's find a way to make it equitable here so that Northwestern competes with Michigan and everybody can compete with Alabama.
There's a few things here. One is certainly there were players all over college athletics that were getting paid under the table, and that is something we're not naive about. However, it was pretty much acknowledged that there was one area of the country and one conference that was doing it rampantly. And they joke about it now, and it's all funny to them. Wink, haha, and that Orgeron thing. I think that was hailed as a funny line from Orgeron, but I think it did all kinds of damage to the SEC. We bring the money through the back door now, not the front. Or no, I got it backwards. It's terrible.
Say it again.
We bring the money through the front door now, not the back. Yeah, right. Okay. All those years. Now, was it happening in East Lansing and Ann Arbor and everywhere else? Yes. As much as it was happening in the Southeastern Conference? Of course not.
No, not as much.
And that's when I talk about things that we need to lean into. The Big Ten is killing it in the NIL world. And it's not just college football. It's college basketball as well. Last check, we had 4 teams in the top 11. 5 teams? Was it 5? Michigan, Michigan State, Nebraska, Purdue, Illinois. I think we're all right.
But Big Ten has always had good college basketball.
Yeah, but the SEC had been great the last few years. Big Ten's taken over that. The college puck, look. Michigan State are 1 and 2.
Yeah. Well, also the rules that have changed in college hockey with the agreement with the National Hockey League. That's been a benefit.
Yeah,
too.
they can get junior players now that be paid. But anyway, college football is still damn popular. Let's go to Jim in Birmingham. Hi, Jim.
Hey, guys.
What's up?
Yeah, I like the conversation. This thing has been going on longer than what you guys are discussing. You go back to Little League. You sign that check for $100 and your kid's doing T-ball, and then there's football and basketball and everything. And then, they start getting some skill and playing better. And then the parents get involved, and they want the better players. Those players play, and the other ones sit. And then they kind of recruit. And so then suddenly you got kids playing, and they're not paying the fee because they're good, and we want them on the team. And so they get the free ride while the other parents pay for that. You move on to high school. You've got, all the different clinics and pre-work and everything. And suddenly you're paying thousands of dollars for your kid to play high school football. And then you get to college, and the better players who go on to play college expect that. And the schools have to recruit and guarantee that they have that. And, so it's all greed on, people say it's all greed on the college level.
You're saying it's starting at a younger age, that the people are getting
way younger. You guys are old enough to have seen your kids go through and see this all happen. And now it's just blooming into this multi-headed monster that is going to kind of just maybe not bring sports down, but people are going to lose interest in it because they're going to be, watching, millionaire college players play.
Well, that's what's going on
and
now.
Maybe sit out because they don't want to get hurt and get knocked down, a couple of rounds in the draft because that will affect their power.
I'll tell you this, Jim.
We'll lose interest.
Travel sports aren't cheap, and that's where almost everybody ends up now. And the idea of sort of your community's teams, and I'll tell you what bothers me about all the youth sports, having lived it. And Kang, you're probably about to go through it with your daughters, but having lived it, the one thing that bothers me the most about youth sports, well, there's two things that really stand out. One is travel teams take over year-round, so kids can't play for their high schools in some sports. And the state of Minnesota produces plenty of hockey players, but the state of Minnesota shuts down travel hockey so kids can play for their high schools. But now, like soccer, if you're an elite soccer player, you don't play for your high school. Hockey, you don't play for your high school. In other sports, it's starting to happen. And I think that's a shame. And school of choice being used for sports, kids are going to schools for sports. It was always kids from the neighborhood. It was your community. It was your high school area. For travel sports, let there be travel sports for those that want to play it. Leave the high schools alone. Let it be your neighborhood versus their neighborhood. But that doesn't happen anymore. And I think that's, you go to high school games, I'm telling you, man, attendance isn't what it was. And, somebody might be on the number one ranked travel girls soccer team in the country, and they go to nationals in Phoenix, Arizona, and they win the national championship. And you know who cares outside of that family and those parents? Nobody. But if your high school girls soccer team goes to the state championship game, do people show up to watch? They do. They do. They'll support the high school. Nobody's going to support your travel team. That's fine. Okay? I'm not saying the travel sports are an evil thing. I think they serve a purpose. But the fact is, when it starts to seep into and affect the high school sports, I think that's a real shame.
Well, I go back.
I got sidetracked. I'm ranting about something I know has anything to do with our topic.
It's okay. That was interesting what the caller brought up a point, and it reminded me of the amazing 1994 movie Hoop Dreams.
Mm-hmm.
It was a great documentary following two kids in Chicago.
William Gates and Arthur Agee.
That's right. Who end up you see them enter as freshmen, and where they end up, and it's amazing. If you're good enough, they'll find ways for you to be able to go attend private school.
Mm-hmm.
They'll find people that are going to sponsor it. But if you don't develop as quickly as they wanted to, well, then you're left to your own devices. We're going to start charging you. Hey, how you gonna foot the bill here? And it was really eye-opening to see that and how that plays out with those college kids. And there was a little bit of a local tie-in because you could see, I think, Juwan Howard part of this, and I don't know if Chris Webber was part of it as well, just in flashes where they would show like some of these AAU meets they would have or whatever. But it was kind of eye-opening. That's how it is, and it's unfortunate that it gets to be that point.
So we are talking about which sport is doing the most self-damage. 248-539-9797. I got sidetracked, and I apologize for that. Feedback coming in from Kim. Doug, we've noticed that some Peacock games are also available on the NBC Sports Network. You don't have to jump from cable. That is true.
That is true. I found that out, and I could not have been happier.
Yep. So you could just... Now, NBC Sports Network is on my cable providers like channel 37,586.
Right.
It's not in my normal rotation, so use the voice command to say NBC Sports Network.
Or you can go to the watch options, and it'll show two options. You can watch it on Peacock, or you can watch it on this, and then you click on the right one.
But, Kim, you are right, and I'm glad you pointed that out so we can spread the word. NASCAR stages are meant to reward consistency. A crash can take someone out, and they will still get some points if they were running well. At least that's the thought. That's from Brian at the airport. Somebody said NASCAR, and it's not even close. Ooh. Somebody just sent a text of one that we hadn't even mentioned, and I can't believe it. We'll get to that at 1:31. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Yeah, look, I can't emphasize enough. Our kids have wonderful experiences playing travel sports. I just don't like when travel sports start to impact the high school game. I think high school has become a version of travel sports where it's not your community. School of choice, people bounce around, and I think that's too bad.
I hope it doesn't happen with football. And to an extent it does with like IMG.
So, yeah, I mean, that's for the elite of the elite mostly, although IMG. The point being, you don't have travel football, which keeps kids, you don't have that. But I've seen it in other sports where kids are, no, if you're playing on this team, you're not playing with your high school. And I think that's a real shame. Travel sports have been some really good experiences for our kids. We had some great coaches and met some great people and had some great experiences.
Do you think we'll get to the point where there's an IMG academy in Michigan?
Yes. I think there's
I don't like that at all.
I think that's going to be the case.
I hate that idea.
All right, so we were talking about which sports have done the most damage to themselves. I mean, the fact that I didn't say this, I'm embarrassed because you know how I feel about this, but this guy or girl texted in, Live Golf has ruined the PGA for me. Yep.
It's ruined the PGA.
It hasn't ruined it for me, but I certainly am less interested in all of professional golf because of Live. Because this rival league, and you have every right to have a rival league, but that doesn't mean I have to watch it or care about it. I have not watched any Live Golf. I do not care about Live Golf. I hope that Brooks Koepka coming back to the PGA at the beginning and the end of Live Golf. I hope they all end up playing back on the PGA Tour. But Tim and Warren says, it's basketball for me. I grew up with the Bad Boys and the Fab Five. I love basketball. I can't stand it for the reasons you've already said. From an unnamed texter, I think it has to be baseball, but mainly because we got a regular gut punch from the Illiches. That in combination with the Dodgers situation sucks. Well, you know what's crazy is I'm a little frustrated with their lack of spending. They have produced 2 playoff teams in back-to-back years that I didn't expect. I didn't expect them to be a playoff team 2 years ago, and I certainly didn't expect them to be a playoff team this year. Once they were a playoff team 2 years ago, then I started to expect it. Let me be clear on that. But going into the 2024 baseball season, I had no illusions of them being a playoff team anytime soon.
No, that came out of nowhere.
And so they've delivered. Is there a desire for them to deliver more? Of course.
Yeah.
But they've delivered, and I think they're ahead of schedule.
Well.
But they better. You hate to see them waste away this opportunity while they wait for this next wave of players. And we're going to see some of the next wave. There is one of them. Now I'm getting sidetracked again, but what the hell? It's a Friday.
Wow.
It's a Friday.
It is a Friday.
Baseball, I think, loves this guy. And I don't think Tiger fans pay nearly enough attention to him. I don't think Tiger fans realize how much baseball loves Hao-Yu Lee. Doesn't feel like Hao-Yu Lee is beloved by people who rank
the minor leaguer for the Tigers?
Yeah. Does it feel like he's been in the system for a while?
Well, I mean, 2 years, but yeah.
Do you know how old he is?
I think he's young. He's like 21, 22.
He's 22. And you know, nobody ever calls and says, hey, Hao-Yu Lee's coming.
No. And he made it to AAA last year and fared just fine. I mean, nothing special. I think it was like a 250 average, but yeah, he is thought of as the Major League Baseball MLB.com, their MLB pipeline does their rankings of the players, top 10 each position. I believe he was in the top 10 for third baseman. The Tigers have top 10 shortstop Kevin McGonigal. They have top 10 second baseman Max Anderson. They have top 10 outfielder Max Clark, who's the number 1 outfielder. And there's no doubt that Bryce Rayner, the other shortstop they have in the system, is going to be in the top 100 of all the players, but there's so many shortstops he didn't make it in the top 10, but he's probably 11 or 12 in their shortstop ratings.
Mm-hmm.
Tigers have a lot of these guys you want to see, but yes, Hao-Yu Lee seems to get a lot of attention from MLB.com and maybe from Baseball America and those services. Yeah. And yet there's not a whole lot of talk about bringing him up. We brought up briefly last year at some point. We'll see what happens this year. It has the opportunity.
We brought him up as a
training.
topic.
Yeah, well, we'd bring up his name, like, hey, who's going to get the chance to get called up?
I didn't want to confuse us bringing him up as a topic with the Tigers calling him up.
No. Yes, it was a topic, yes.
Yep.
So I'm curious to see what he does. in spring training.
Total aside, of course.
Yeah.
I'm getting sidetracked a lot today. Doug's impression of Ed Orgeron needs to become a regular thing on the show, guys. That's from Ramon in Waterford.
I don't disagree. I like it.
You like it?
Ken, you like it?
Yeah, we need more of it. That's why I sent the text over.
It's hard because I don't have a scratchy voice to begin with.
Well, that's too bad. If only you had one of those.
Sean is next on 97.1. Hi, Sean.
Hi. I wanted to tell you guys about how you were talking about high school sports, like kids from travel teams switching over to high school.
Okay, Sean, I don't know if you have us on a speaker or something, but you're coming through a little bit like you're underwater. I don't know if you could take us off speaker or talk more directly into the phone.
Hang on 1 second.
All right, yeah. Usually you try and sort those things out before you're on the air, but nonetheless.
All right. Can you hear me?
That's a little bit better. Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, the way it's set up is if you play travel sports and you try and go to one high school, if you played at the old high school you were at, you can't play the next year at the next high school. So you essentially have to sit out a year, depending on if you're trying to play the same sport.
That is a rule?
Yeah, my son went through it last season.
Yeah.
He played soccer at Lincoln High School in Ypsilanti, and then we just switched him this year to Ypsilanti High School, and he had to sit out this year because he played with them last year.
Yeah.
So is that just because it's in the same area or same district? Like if you had gone to, I would imagine if you're switching schools altogether in another part of the state that wouldn't apply, but because it's in Ypsilanti, it applies?
No, it's a MCHSS.
MHSA.
Yeah, it's one of their rules.
Yeah.
What happened was it? Who's the kid that at Clarkston a few years ago?
We ended up at Michigan State.
Kittler?
Yeah.
Kittner?
Big. Yeah, the big from Clarkston.
Yeah. Had the same issue.
Yeah, I mean,
Wasn't
that
able to
school
play
of
high school
choice stuff,
basketball.
you can't, in theory, transfer high schools without sitting out a year for sport, but you can enroll anywhere you want because of school of choice. So if you start at a school, but Steve in Livonia, you're next. Hi, Steve.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
What's up?
I called maybe 3 or 4 years ago talking about my grandson playing travel baseball. And the coach asked them what their goal was, and each one of them said to play high school ball.
Yeah.
And after that year, 10 of them went out. 8 of them made their high school team. One didn't because of attitude, broke his foot. And they went to 4 different high schools. And on his high school team, out of 15 kids, 13 of them played travel. And the 2 who didn't, you can notice the difference.
Well, you're saying the 2 kids that didn't play travel weren't as good?
Right. They weren't. They were good, but they weren't up. Like the pitchers balked more and stuff like that. They didn't get the coaching.
I don't know what you just said. What did you say at the end there?
I said they didn't get the coaching that the travel players did.
Well, I mean, the thing about playing travel baseball is you play all summer. So you get done with your high school season and you play all summer. You also get a ton more reps.
Well, and the coaches you're getting at the high school level are teachers.
Yeah, I got to tell you, if you come across a good high school coach, cherish them. It's a tough job. High school coaches, they get paid peanuts for the time and effort that it takes to be good. God bless them. Jay is next on 97.1. Hi, Jay.
Hey, what's going on? How you doing today?
Good.
Good. Just calling about that transfer stuff to clarify things with that is we have players that transfer, and what they do is they just change addresses.
Right.
So when they change addresses, they can start immediately. So you can play football at one high school, change your address, transfer, and then be on the basketball team 2 weeks later, next semester. And what that's doing is it's forcing our kids, neighborhood kids, to transfer out of their school to go to a different school to play because the coach likes the transfer better because there's a reason why. And it's underlined recruiting, which there's no recruiting allowed, but that's happening.
I mean, again, I think the one thing about youth sports that really, and we've totally derailed the topic, but whatever. High school sports should be left alone. Should be left alone. Travel sports, you can go play with all the all-star teams you want. But I just wish we'd leave high school sports alone. Let it be a place that's about community.
Well, basketball, the AAU teams are in the summer, right?
Yep.
So baseball, how does it work? When does travel baseball
Baseball starts in the summer.
Okay,
travel baseball.
so that's not affected. So
Soccer, whatever.
is affected.
Soccer, it's out of season though. It's, if you have I think the girls play in the fall and the boys play in the spring. So girls travel soccer's in the spring and boys travel soccer's in the fall.
So
I got that right. I might have them
the
inverted.
other way, yeah.
Whatever, I might have them inverted. But the point being, yeah,
So
you
they're
can do
accommodating.
both.
So what sport doesn't accommodate in high school?
Hockey and soccer.
Hockey. Okay.
Hockey doesn't and soccer doesn't, where if you're on the elite, if you're like a great player and you play academy soccer or AAA hockey, you're not playing for your high school team. And that's too bad. That's too bad. I think it's something worth hanging on to, is your community and your school pride and, the bouncing around and all that, it takes away from it. But all right. Yellow clouds, Doug.
Well, you started it.
I did start it. I'm not blaming anybody else. Should have just done it. Or was under pressure.
Yeah, right. I gave you an out there, man.
Yeah.
But no, one last thing on it is I think
Gator bites.
I don't feel this way, Doug, but I feel like sports, the purity of sports is kind of cooked. Once too much money got involved, we can't go back. People are not going to go back now. The best we can do is try to slow it down, I think, as much as possible, but eventually it's going to get there because all the money involved in all of sports, and it starts from the top and just trickles down.
It's all about money. The
Yes.
amount of money that parents are paying
Yeah.
for the travel leagues and all that, and that probably contributes. It's probably a big reason why you get crazy parents at the games, because there's money invested and they want to see a return on that investment, other than the child's smile, I guess.
Gator, you retweeted something, and we have got a surprising amount of response to it. Are you surprised?
A little bit, yeah.
We'll get to that at 146 on 97.1. Sam Bernstein Law has been respecting Michigan clients for more than 50 years. They show up for the people who show up for Michigan. Their firm is built on respecting the hard work you do every day. Get the Bernstein advantage. Call 1-800-CALL-SAM. Gator and I are just sitting around doing the show on a typical Friday. And you retweeted something. I don't know what compelled you to retweet this.
I thought it was interesting, and I figured maybe this is something that we could turn into a topic, if not today, maybe next week.
Mm-hmm. Gator retweeted something from Joe Pampliano, who is a sports business reporter, who was reporting on the Savannah Bananas just released 2025 business update. Some facts. The Savannah Bananas played 113 games across college, minor league, MLB, and NFL stadiums. They sold 2.2 million tickets. They set a record this year in merchandise sales. 787,000 fans bought merch. 80% in person. 1.96 million total items sold.
So almost 2 million items.
On social media, they got 12.6 million new followers. Over 35 million total followers on all platforms, 18 million broadcast views on YouTube. They've invested $13 million in live show production. Players and people under that category, it says 700 plus year-round and seasonal employees. Over 15 million spent on travel last year. 150 to 200 team members travel each weekend. 12,000 potential employees on the wait list. Ticket sales for this year, over 4.2 million fans joined the ticket lottery list.
That's the lottery list. They sold 2.2 million last year. Just to get on the list, it's doubled. This is probably close to $1 billion industry now for the Savannah Bananas. Like if you were to put a valuation on the Savannah Bananas, I bet you it's close to $1 billion. The ticket sales from last year, they estimate to be around $77 million. That's based on the cheapest ticket price being $35. So that's how they get to that. That's the cheapest. So you're talking, it's at least $77 million just in ticket sales they got. And then you get back to my whole foam finger, Doug, before they sold the foam finger. But 2 million items sold. Like, what's the average cost of an item?
I mean,
$20?
It's 20, 25, $30.
Right.
Here's a crazy thing. They have risen to unbelievable popularity and are just sitting around waiting for Major League Baseball to stop playing games. Can you imagine what they might try to do to fill the void? This is already...
you're talking about the work stoppage.
Yeah, if there's a work stoppage... The Savannah Bananas are like, let's expand. Let's bring in the, London Lunatics and the Miami Maniacs and the,
Can't get too big, though.
No, maybe not. Maybe we go with the...
they already have, 3 or 4 teams now?
I don't even know. I don't pay attention. I don't care. But I'm not hostile towards it.
I want to make sure you say that.
Yeah, that may sound like I'm hostile towards it. Hey, whatever floats your boat, right?
Because this is something Kang's going to have to take his girls to.
Maybe.
No, it sounds like I can't get in. There's a wait list.
Well, what's funny is Gator retweets this, and some of the responses are hysterical. Like Ben. No, it wasn't Ben. Who was it? Mark. $35 a ticket. Every time we tried, it was way over $200. Dylan. Never thought I'd see literally any commonality between Manchester City and the Savannah Bananas, but both are here making things right for fans with free tickets. Are they making right with free tickets?
I mean, here's why it's successful. It's family entertainment.
Yep.
It's why animated movies made so much money at the box office, because it's family entertainment.
And they're good too, Gator.
Yeah, and they're also you have to have quality to worthy of it, but that's the thing, right? This is what works. And I've spent maybe 20 minutes of my life watching it. I've been entertained by it. Is it something I'm going to go out and watch? Probably not. But I do think it's entertaining.
Well, I will tell you that the idea that they have become this popular before there was a void of baseball, could the Savannah Bananas and their popularity put pressure on Major League Baseball to not have a work stoppage?
I don't think so.
Don't you?
No, I think it's obviously they would take it. They were smart, which I think they're incredibly smart with what they've done.
The Bananas or MLB?
Yeah, not MLB. Okay. The Bananas, and they'll be able to take advantage of a work stoppage and do different tours, and they probably have more teams to bring it to every Major League Baseball park while there's a work stoppage, if there's a work stoppage. But I don't think it puts pressure on baseball to get it done.
I think they better pay attention. I think it might be foolish to not pay attention what the Savannah Bananas have done in the marketplace of baseball.
Well, the thing is, real baseball is nothing like Savannah.
Not even close.
So, I mean,
these are called, by the way, I've seen these referred to as shows, not games.
This is why I don't think there's pressure. It's just another form of entertainment that passes, that people will spend money on while there's no baseball, if there's no baseball.
Right.
Period.
They're going to get a lot of positive pub, though.
Well,
and they're not going to replace Major League Baseball. Let me be clear. This show it's the Harlem Globetrotters are never going to replace the NBA.
Correct.
But I'm just saying there's a marketplace, right? Can they cut into Major League Baseball's market if Major League Baseball pisses people off enough?
Yeah. Stacy NYC says, and this is the only baseball we'll be watching in 2027.
Oh,
probably.
Can't argue that. But, I feel like baseball, their work stoppages have created more hostility than any other sports work stoppage. You think I'm wrong?
I don't know if you're wrong. Because you're not wrong. They're avoidable. I mean, the last one that they had, it was maddening what was going on. That they literally didn't talk to each other until like the day before. Like, what? It's two stubborn sides that just think they're the smartest guys around, and instead of getting stuff done, it's posturing to see who's got the better angle on this, and you're like, just get it done.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Do you think the city of Savannah is fired up?
Sure.
Do you think people wake up and the Bananas won last night?
I bet you they take great pride that it's their team that started this whole craze.
Is it their team?
Well, I mean, they carry the name.
I got it. Have they ever? I mean, I'm going to assume they played in Savannah.
I think it started there.
Did it?
Yeah, but I mean,
what are the other teams' names, Gator? Do you know? I'm asking.
There's a firefighter group, I think, or something like that. I forget.
I have
went through
no
this
idea.
A few months ago, something came out with the teams in that league.
I didn't know like there was a rule like it had to rhyme with your city, your name.
Yeah,
that'd be cool.
Well, I mean, they've carved out a niche in the market, and good for them. Got a lot of traffic.
They're the party animals, the firefighters, the Texas tailgaters, the local beach coconuts, Indianapolis Clowns.
Wow.
Whoa, the Clowns.
These are the teams that are coming up in the upcoming year.
Okay.
In this year, yeah.
Stoney and Rico are here. You got to turn your mic on. Is it on? You're new here. I know it's your first day on the job. Let me introduce a rookie, Mike Stone.
Hi, how are you? Now, I don't know what league you're actually talking about or what sport, but I will tell you this, that Gators' least favorite team will be the Clowns.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good call. We're talking about the Savannah Bananas, and the amount of money they're making is insane.
But you hate Clowns? They sell out baseball stadiums, and they play like...
Football stadiums they sell out.
Football, too? Wow.
Yeah, they're coming here.
Yes. I don't know if they
Yeah,
sold
you had
the
like a
tickets.
lottery in order to buy tickets. I don't know if you
Great.
could actually get them yet.
Hey. I'm sure if the Globetrotters debuted today, they would sell out all the time, but because people are kind of sick of them, maybe.
Are they?
I don't know.
I don't know what the Globetrotter spot in American sports is anymore.
No, that's what I mean. But if they debuted and they were new and oh my God, what's this? Because that's part of the appeal to the Savannah Bananas. Nobody's ever seen that before.
No.
The choreographed dancing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. They play the Firemen and some other teams.
The Clowns. Clowns are wild.
Well, this year they'll be the Clowns, yeah.
What do you guys got planned coming up next?
You don't like Krusty?
Krusty's fun.
Okay.
Krusty's funny.
TJ will be here at 3:00. We'll preview some of the football, the two conference championship games. We'll get his take on the OC. And at LCA tonight, you have twin versus twin. So we're going to start with some sibling rivalries.
Have a great show. Have a great weekend, everybody. Stay warm, safe, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Good afternoon. You know, it is not Mike Valenti. Stoney in for Mr. Valenti. He is Rico Beard. What's up, Rico?
What's happening, Stoney? It's always good working with you.
Oh, it's a lot of fun working with you. We got Kenny Cat. We got the Hatchet Man. TJ Lang will be here at 3 o'clock.
That was a shocker.
Yes.
Didn't realize TJ was coming in today.
It's a good deal. So we'll talk about conference championships. We'll talk about the Lions OC, maybe his thoughts on Amon-Ra St. Brown. But we should at least mention, I'm sure everybody knows, gee, it's cold outside. My Lord. Yesterday, I substitute taught at Gretschko Elementary School half a day.
I thought schools were done. I mean, I thought they were closed yesterday.
No, yesterday they weren't. Okay. But during my time, they started getting the notifications from all these school districts around that tomorrow, meaning today, everything was going to be closed. So, you know, I guess it's just too cold to do anything out there.
So what do you do for a half day? Just show movies?
No.
Are you the cool substitute teacher? You just show movies?
They don't. This was kids that didn't know me because it was the first time I was at that elementary school in the West Bloomfield School District.
Stories?
No, I didn't do a kindergarten.
Some kids gather around.
And most of it was like 2 or 3 kids in a class because they had, you know, speech therapy or whatever. I read The Cat in the Hat Can Cook.
Okay.
You know, I thought I thought only Brad could cook, but if The Cat in the Hat could cook, I read that book. And then there was a class of 19 kindergartners and just me. And I had a whiteboard that had you hit it and they play some videos and let them play, and then I tell them to clean up and all that stuff.
I thought you at the whiteboard. This is the left wing lock right here.
Yeah. Yeah, that would have been funny. But yes, it's.
I can't imagine you with a group of kindergartners.
Yeah. Either can I. After yesterday, it's like, God love these ladies and guys who actually do this full day, because I only was half day. I was 12 to 4. And man, oh man, it's not easy. It's not easy. But the kids were very cute. They were nice. So that's all that counts. It's not like when I do like for high school or middle school, I like introduce myself.
Right. I
gave
can
them the radio
that.
stuff.
It's just, I can only imagine you coming to pick up your kid and you're hi, I'm Mike Stoney.
Yeah.
You my kid.
Yeah.
Whoops. Wrong one. Wrong one. Wrong one.
Yeah, and in fact, most of them know me more from doing the Touchdown Lakers stuff at the high school games.
Yeah.
than 97.1 or even on TV. But if you are still working outside today, I'd love to hear from you and see if your bosses decided, it's a little too cold to be washing windows on skyscrapers today or whatever they do. Or working the power lines. It's got to be brutal.
Well, it was funny.
Or are you just so used to it, it doesn't even affect you. You just want to make sure that you're lined properly, and it's fine because it's not windy.
Well, yeah, you and Jimmy were like, "Is it cold?" I was like, "Once it goes past 15, it doesn't matter anymore. It's just freaking cold."
Yeah.
So 15, 10, 5, I don't know. Now, what was funny was I asked Kenny yesterday because he's a big DoorDash person. Do you DoorDash in weather like this?
Yes.
Do you? And if you do, are you being a little bit of a Richard, making them come all the way out in the cold?
No, you might tip them maybe a little bit more. And DoorDash was made for days like this, is the way I look at it.
I'll tell you this, as a person who used to work for DoorDash, tip your drivers on a day like this.
Yes, absolutely.
Like tip your drivers maybe $1 or $2 more than you regularly would.
Yeah.
Don't go crazy, but tip your drivers nice.
And they can choose if they want to take it or not.
Right. They have and exactly, and they have your profile whether you're a cheapskate or a decent tipper too. So that might have something to do with it.
Really? Okay. Because I was just like, I would feel bad showing up because it's cold and it's like, it's the wrong order.
Yeah. All right. 248-539-9797. If you're out in the cold or whatever, let us know. That's number one. Number two, we'll get into a lot of the football later on in the show. But tonight at Little Caesars Arena, Kenny Cott will be there, but more important, so will Ausar Thompson of the Detroit Pistons, and he'll be going up against his identical twin brother, Amen. And so when I was thinking about this, I said, God, I had a sister, as everybody knows. It's been documented over the years. I had a sister. She won the drop tournament.
Yeah,
anyway,
she did.
So when we would play, sports against each other, she's like almost 3 years younger than me. She's better at like tennis than I was, but I would frustrate her and beat her because I would like slice the ball and, yeah. And thank you. Now she just kicks my butt because she still plays a lot and I don't. Anyway, so I was wondering out there, 248-539-9797, as we see the Thompson twins will be going against each other at Little Caesars Arena tonight. Your, unusual favorite sibling rivalry stories, really, where you played sports, against your brother, against your sister. And what was that like? Because I imagine it would have been different for me if I was like playing, basketball or baseball against my sibling. But, that didn't happen.
Yeah, see, my brother was like 6 years older than me.
Okay.
So he beat me in everything. Growing up, it was
right.
And by the time I could finally beat him, it was, I don't want to play anymore. So, yeah, I don't have those like great stories. It's just, he was the one that taught me, how to do everything. But it was such an age gap that it was just like, hey, can I hang out with you? No, I'm hanging out with my friends.
Oh,
yeah.
So you weren't like, because you always hear about stories about, the kid's little, but I was just a little brother, and I was 7, but, playing hockey, I was good enough to play with my brother's team who was 11, and then eventually I beat the snot out of him.
The best thing that was I got to be the bat boy for Little League Baseball. So, there's a picture of me. I didn't know, so I'm running out there just grabbing bats. I was like, no, only grab the bats for our team, not everybody. I was just so excited. Like, this is it, my time to shine. So,
nice.
Yeah.
David, did you have any? You must have stuff with your sons right now. I mean,
I have a lot of things with my sons, and I destroy them and everything.
He's Dikembe Mutombo.
Correct.
In the cereal aisle.
Oh, the 5-year-old? Oh, you want to? Oh, get out of here! Oh, of course, all the time. But like you, Stoney, I grew up with a sister.
Okay.
And so we had our little rivalries with different things, and she wasn't huge into sports. But during the summer, we always had our free throw contest. So when it was time to go in the house for the day or for the night, we would have to make the free throws, and it was a contest of who made them first. It was like up to 10 or whatever it was, who made them first, and eventually she was able to beat me, but I would always beat her in that. So
she never beat you, huh?
Eventually was when I didn't care anymore.
Were you older than her?
Oh, I am older than her, yes.
Okay. Well, what about the good son and the bad son? They got rivalries going on?
They do. Well, it's a constant everyday thing, really. They can make a rivalry out of anything at this point.
Who gets to the dinner table first?
Correct. Who finishes their plate first? Who catches the most balls outside when we're throwing around the football? It's anything at this point.
And one's a Michigan State, right?
Yes, they are.
Good son,
bad
son.
So next Friday is going to be very interesting in your house.
Oh, we're all going to sit down. We usually don't do this for basketball, but they both know their teams are good this year, so we're going to sit down as a family and watch that. Yes.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Matt and Warren.
Hey, how's it going, Stoney?
Good. How are you?
Oh, driving back to the warehouse for the day after these brutal conditions.
Did you have to work outside?
Yeah, but I work with a local wine warehouse and whatnot, and it was brutal out here today. But I was rocking the heated jacket and the ski mask and the ski goggles and whatnot, and
See, that's a man prepared. He knows what he's doing.
Now, when you say heated jacket, is there some kind of elaborate, please?
I found out about this from a friend and whatnot, but I got it on Amazon and whatnot. So you get a little battery source that sticks in one of the pockets, and there's like coils going up through the whole jacket and whatnot.
Wow!
And it heats it up, and it's 3 levels.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I never heard that.
Yeah, you could plug the jacket in and recharge it.
Yes, and they're going to be selling even more probably after today.
Oh God! Just make sure you don't set don't set yourself on fire, right?
Yeah, that's. I hope not.
Thanks for the call, Matt. Appreciate it.
Yeah, it's like coils that go through the core section,
Right,
from the front and the back, and you could, you almost like with a USB or whatever, you charge it, and it's like you can hit it's like warm, hot, and like toasty level.
Wow. I got to take that to football games next year outside.
I'm surprised you don't have one.
No, I am basically what I have. I use those, the foot warmers, the little bags that they're hand warmers.
You know what? And I'm quite sure. Because just doing like football games and stuff outside, same thing. You can get like hand warmers that you plug in and you turn them on. You charge
those
them.
they look like rosin bags. The ones.
No, these look almost like the old school beepers or something. And you hold on to them and put them in your pocket, put them in your hands. Keeps you warm on your walk. So
248-539-9797. TJ, 3 o'clock. We'll have Who Said It sometime in the 4 o'clock hour. It's the Valenti Show with Rico. Stoney in for Mike, 97.1.
Guys, you've heard me talk about what Matrix Basements did for me. They took a totally unfinished basement and they tricked it out, and they did it within about 7 weeks. Now I'm watching all the games. I can watch everything, movies, whatever I want in my basement, and they can do the same thing for you. Head over to matrixbasements.com right now, and they offer a build now, pay later program. Not only that, no interest, no payments until the year 2028. You do not have to wait for your dream space. Let Matrix Basements design and build your new basement for you. As a matter of fact, if you get started right now, you may be ready for the NCAA tournament. Matrix Basements Build Now, Pay Later program, 0 interest, 0 payments until the year 2028. Build now, pay later, and enjoy your beautiful new basement sooner.
248-539-9797. The Thompson twins. Amen of the Houston Rockets. Can I have an amen? And Ausar Thompson of the Pistons. And we're asking about, stories where you played sports, maybe even at a major competitive level against one of your siblings and how that went down, because I can't imagine, what it's like to play against, your brother, especially a twin, because that's a whole, as a father of twins knows, that's a whole different dynamic too. And those guys, they're identical twins too. 248-539-9797.
One is really good at defense and the other's really good at offense.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy.
You know who was playing, what they were doing in the backyards.
That's right. Let's go. And we're also talking about the weather, how freaking cold it is, and if you had to work outside today. Nicholas, you're on 97.1.
How you doing, Sony?
How are you?
I am well, sir. I am a sewer and drain technician. So when all these lines are backed up, frozen, I am the company that comes out here and helps clear it. And it is cold. It's been cold for the last 3 days.
At least, you know what, Nicholas, I can say this. People love you when you show up.
Yes, sir. That is correct. Sometimes they don't like the price, but they like having their sanitary line open and flowing.
So you never even think about calling in sick on days like this, right? Or you'd probably get in a lot of trouble.
Well, I like the money.
Yeah.
But there's times where it's like, well, how did I end up in this position? But I've been doing it 13 years, and I'll do it until I can.
Well, good. I'm sure the people who you're helping out appreciate it, Nicholas. So stay warm if you can. Do you use the heated jacket that I didn't know about too?
No, sir. I am Carhartted up, and Carhartt makes a great product, and I use that, and just some trusted boots, some good socks, and if it gets too cold, take a break, jump in the van, heat it up, and then go right back out there.
Yeah, you have lots of hot chocolate or chicken broth or something in your thermos.
I
guess not. He does it his way. 248-539-9797.
And I got to figure, you want to make the money on days like this.
Yeah.
Because you're in demand. And guys like Nick, I can charge you whatever what else you going to do?
That's true.
Where you going to go? I'm here.
Hey, I'm Saint Nick today.
Yeah, I'm paying for next year's Christmas right now.
Exactly. Let's head to Clinton Township. Connor, what's up?
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
About the whole brotherly topic, me and my twin brother played college baseball for Macomb. And for our last at-bat ever against each other before he unfortunately had elbow problems, I was down 0-2, and then somebody stole second, so we never got to complete the whole at-bat.
So what, you both went to separate colleges?
No, we both went to Macomb, so we're on the same team. It was like a scrimmage.
Oh, okay. I got it.
Yeah. Still joke about it, though.
No, you were down 0-2, so...
Yeah, he was for sure striking me out. But
he was better than you, huh? Is that what you're saying?
No, maybe a little bit. Yeah, he was good.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Connor. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, guys. Have a good one.
You too. 248-539-9797. Do want to mention quickly, Kenny, what do you think of the Wings last night?
I mean, it was a competitive game. It sucks they lost in overtime, but
they played a really good team.
They played a very good
without
team.
Evanson.
That's the closest game I've seen to resemble playoff hockey in a minute for the Wings. That looked like a playoff hockey game. It had the pace of a playoff hockey game.
Yeah, as opposed to the Toronto game, which I even tweeted out. It looked like that game was played in slow motion.
Yeah.
And people were making excuses. Well, it's the camera angles in Toronto. No, it had no pace.
No, it had no pace at all. It was a slow game. It was boring to watch. And if you're not a hockey fan, I wouldn't recommend that being the first game you watch to get into this sport.
Yes. And last night, Talbot, he played good, except he couldn't cover the puck. Like two of the goals, even the winning one, was set up because the puck's lying there and he put his glove on it, somehow got pried loose. But it's good to see Raymond.
So it's funny because I'm glad Kenny said what he said about it being a playoff atmosphere, playoff type game. And I'm glad you said it because ESPN was trying to sell me on that. And I wanted to make sure, that I was watching it because I felt like it was playoff type hockey.
Yeah.
I don't wanted to make it seem like ESPN was pushing it because they kept saying it.
Wait,
it's like
ESPN
two playoff teams.
agenda?
Two playoff teams. They're great teams. I'm like, well, are they both great teams?
So it's funny you say that because I actually was watching something else on a second screen. I had the game muted. I was just watching the game. I didn't know they were selling that narrative.
Were hard.
Okay. I did not know that.
Yeah, Minnesota's fun to watch, especially now that they have Quinn Hughes. But Kaprizov, Kirill the Thrill is great. They got some really good players. Faber, Boldy. I mean, they're
an exciting team. If you're in the Western Conference, it's fun to watch those teams.
Yeah, I know. Dave, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, hi, Mike and Rico.
Hey.
I have two younger brothers. One's 2 years younger and 4 years younger. The brother that's 2 years younger, I used to have to pay him to play wiffle ball and shoot baskets because he was so sensitive he couldn't take any trash, and it drove me nuts. But the 4-year-old or the 4-year younger brother, he was about my size, and I could, let's say, roughhouse with him and beat the crap out of him. But then he discovered football and wrestling in high school, and I was a wimpy baseball player, soccer player, and I came home from college, and he was wrestling, working out for that. I would hide in the closet because he could destroy me now, and I just I couldn't roughhouse with him anymore because he was just so much stronger than me.
So, Dave, how old were you when you came out of the closet?
I think
you put it on the tee for him, Dave.
Yeah, David, even an idiot like me had to hit that, take a swing at that one,
Yeah. All right. You guys take care.
All right. Thanks. Have a good week. Have a good weekend. Oh, yeah. This weekend, as far as sports goes, look, you got some good stuff locally. I mean, tonight, Michigan hosts Ohio State. They are going to honor. They don't use the word retired Michigan because they're Michigan. Trey Burke's jersey.
Wait, you can still wear 3?
Yeah. There's only one jersey that's officially retired, and that's Cassie Russell.
Yeah.
and
that makes sense.
Wait, I thought they would. No, I thought it was getting retired.
No, it's honoring.
Yeah,
the jersey will still be in the rafters, just like Glenn Rice's and Rudy Tomjanovich and some of the other ones.
Do you have to ask permission?
I don't know. But it's just, I thought they were retiring his jersey. And then I did a little research. And
they're treated like the number one in football, maybe?
Well, like at State in basketball, you have to get permission for the number 12.
Right.
You can't wear that unless, Mateen and all of those guys.
Yeah. So it's not technically retired.
So it's not technically retired either?
It's retired because nobody's worn it.
Right.
Like Drew Neitzel wore it for like a game. And then he was like, "Yeah, I don't feel right," and he started wearing number 11. So
if they had some hotshot kid who went to Michigan State and he wanted to wear 12, he'd ask Mateen if Mateen would say yes, they'd let him.
Yeah.
Has he ever been asked?
But no, it's just like number 3 at Notre Dame.
I know. I get it.
The other number 3s have to all sit in the room and be like, "Yes, no, sorry, kid."
So has Mateen ever been asked?
Yeah.
Was it once with Neitzel, and then he decided I can't do it anymore.
Neitzel said, I kind of want to do my own thing, but thank you anyway. But yeah, Neitzel could have worn 12 if he wanted to. But now I figured it was Trey Burke, man. I figured that would be it.
Yeah.
Like who's ever wearing it now, you're going to be the last person type of thing. Kind of like when they did Jackie Robinson, like whoever's 42, you can wear it, but then once you guys are done.
Yeah, Mariano Rivera already had it, and then they retired it.
Mo Vaughn too.
Well, it was like the Tigers. Willie Horton, like Gibby wore 23.
Correct.
You know what I mean? So it's whatever. Also, tomorrow, speaking of Michigan State, they will host the Maryland Terrapins. I'm going to actually go to that game because I have somebody on the radio network from Maryland, and as much as I love him, he doesn't deserve a siren. Also, we talked about the Rockets are in town tonight. The Wings are in Winnipeg on Saturday night, but we do have some professional football. We'll get into that with TJ, but I do want to ask shortly some questions about your shall we say, feelings, inspiration for Sunday's conference championship games. But before we go to that, David, some texts.
I've got a 2-year-old boy-girl twins, and every day they race to finish their breakfast milk cup. The winner will steal the loser's milk and fight them off while they're trying to finish that one. That's amazing. Fellas, growing up, I was very competitive with one of my older sisters, but not in sports. It was more board games, checkers, Connect Four, Monopoly, Uno, to admit it. That is Marlin in Walled Lake. I'm out here delivering mail. It's actually not bad out here. The sunshine helps. Mind over matter.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that it's really not windy today definitely helps. Because that makes it so much worse.
Correct. Here's another text here. Says, I scored in a beer league hockey game against my much more athletic younger brother who plays defense. Skated right up to him and did the John Cena, you can't see me.
On skates. Wow, that's pretty impressive.
I work replacing windshields, and normally I would be outside, but on days like today, if you do not have a heated garage, I physically cannot do the job.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, there's certain things. I mean, how long can you stay outside? But look, if you have the electric or whatever it was, they battered the heated jackets and you have heated gloves, then maybe you can, I guess.
You know, the one sibling rivalry, like if there was a pay-per-view, I would have loved to see the next family gathering after the Harbaugh Super Bowl. When John beat
that next Thanksgiving or holiday or whatever.
You know that John asked Jim, hey, could you hand me that, as he reached over with his Super Bowl ring in front of his face? Oh, never mind. That's okay.
Or if he somehow managed to have the lights go out.
Oh.
97-1. TJ Lang will join us in studio at 3 o'clock, preview the games, and get his thoughts about what happened with the Lions this week. The offensive coordinator, Drew Petzing. 248-539-9797. Let's go to, I don't know where I'm going. That's my fault. Never mind. All right. I do want to mention that we have the games that we'll talk about with TJ this week. The Rams taking on the Seahawks and the Patriots taking on the Broncos. Seattle and Denver, both the home teams. Forgetting about, who you think is going to win, I'm more interested in who you want to lose. And here's another question. Is there anybody in this series, in these games this weekend, who's under more pressure than Sam Darnold?
Whoops, Stidham. I think Stidham's under more pressure because
I don't think so because you're
the number right, but you are quarterbacking the number 1 seed at home. Like, if you blow this thing, it's like the season was all for naught because of you, son. But you lost this for us.
But you have so little expectations from not yourself, or probably your teammates, but from the mass audience, because people are, that's why the Patriots are favored in this game. It's because of you, Jarrett Stidham. To me, it's all Darnold because he's proven that in big games so far, although he wasn't great, but he was fine last week. That's the reputation, and it's because
so does he have to pull a Matt Stafford and go out and win the whole thing before people finally just drop this and say he's no good in the big
No, I just think he has to play well in these games.
Because if they beat the Rams, because Sam Darnold kind of reminds me of what Indiana football was this year. But yeah, just wait, this bubble will pop. Just wait, something's going to happen. Oh, they can't wait till they play an SEC team.
Right.
Wait till they play Ohio State. Wait till they play Oregon. And they just kept going out there and getting it done.
Right.
I'm looking at Darnold like he's not setting the world on fire, Stoney.
No,
but he ain't losing games
No,
for him.
I'm not part of the person who usually sits in this seat, the anti-Sam Darnold, the anti-Ginger deal. I'm not like that at all. I think Sam Darnold is fine. But because of the Valentes of the world and because of a lot of people, he is under the most pressure. If he comes up short this week and doesn't play well, the narrative will just get out of control. Sam Darnold's had look, people.
I mean, he's won 14 games 2 years in a row. But guys, because I know Lions fans remember what happened in Week 18 last year when he came here.
Well, in the playoff game, he didn't play well.
Right, but it was just like, but one quarterback didn't play well either in this town, and we've absolved that. Well, that was just one bad game. But for Darnold, it was, that's just who you are. Honestly, I'm watching. I think he realizes, just don't turn the ball over.
Right.
Throw the ball out of bounds. This defense of Seattle, they're playing next level.
Yes.
That's the game I want to see on Sunday. First game is Stidham. That's the dude, the pep talk is just don't lose this thing for us. Just keep the playbook simple. Nothing complicated. Throw the ball to the tight end or throw the ball out of bounds. Plain and simple.
But I just think he's got the most pressure. Now, as far as if there a player or something with this game that you don't like, I mean, the coaches, I don't think he's been there long enough unless you really take your Michigan grudge to the next level. Mike McDonald, there's nothing I don't think hate about him. I don't think there's anything hateful.
I mean, 2 years in.
Right. I don't think there's anything to hate about Vrabel either. Unless you're a huge Ohio State person.
1 year in. Right.
Right. Unless you were an anti-Tennessee Titan fan when he coached there. But no. Now, the Shawns are a different story. They're both really good coaches. They've both won Super Bowls. And they both have punchable faces.
True. Yeah, McVay, not a lot of people like him. And he comes across as a little bit of a dirtbag. I can see that.
Yeah.
Sean Payton, yeah. It's going to be interesting. Like that, I always laugh at the whole scriptwriters thing. I don't think the scriptwriters exist because these wouldn't be the Final Four teams. Like, there's nothing about these teams that scream like, yes. I was more excited about the games last week than I am about the games.
I mean,
this
the
week.
only, if you want to use the scriptwriter stuff, the only, I don't know, sexy stuff is if,
scriptwriters, let's leave all our top quarterbacks out.
Well, Stafford, wins the Super Bowl and retires, maybe. I don't know if you're talking about script writing.
Right, but
there's nothing else. Well, Stidham's the script writer.
Right.
And,
now,
and Darnold to a certain extent, too.
If either one of those two wins the Super Bowl, I guess you could technically say it's a script writer. Stafford, I think a Stafford riding out into the sunset is Stafford v. Mahomes, or him and Josh Allen going at it, and that's more a little intriguing. If Stafford beat Stidham, does that count? I mean, technically,
in the Super Bowl?
Yes.
Yeah, it would be.
Does it really count, though?
Yeah, you're right. It doesn't, but it would be the battle of the show. Look, it's weird. You have Sean versus Mike and Sean versus Mike in these games. 248-539-9797. Do you hate any of these teams for whatever reason? I don't think.
I think the important thing is if Stafford wins, let's just say the quiet part out loud. If Stafford wins, we can stop asking the question of who won the trade.
I think that question was answered when they won the first Super Bowl.
No, but then it was like, well, you got close, and Goff could still win. If Stafford has 2 Super Bowls and you still haven't made it to the game,
right? You've
lapped.
Bet.
I mean, and we can end that discussion.
Right. You could still say it was a good trade for the Lions, but no, they lost the trade.
Yeah.
If he wins 2 Super Bowls, the other person who might have a little bit of pressure, only because of the injury situation with Charbonnet, is maybe Kenneth Walker, because he's going to get even more carries this week. But I don't think that's pressure. I think that's, he's just a really good football player.
But I think because they've been sharing carries,
that
if Walker would have went down, Charbonnet could carry the load, especially for 1 to 2 more games.
Yeah.
It's not like you got to play 8 more games like this. He'll be fine.
Correct. 248-539-9797.
David, you're about to say something?
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't want to be selfish here, but I'm rooting against the Patriots. That's who I hate the most. They always beat my team in the playoffs back in the Brady era. So, of course, you can never root for the Patriots. Never. And then they would be right back to the Super Bowl this quickly?
Hold on. So, in essence, maybe we were all wrong between Brady and Belichick. Maybe it was the program.
The Patriot way.
So it was Kraft.
Maybe it was Kraft. Maybe we were looking at the wrong way because, it had to be Brady. If they make it back, like you said, just that quickly.
Yeah, because in New England, you're always guaranteed a happy ending.
Right. I was going to say.
Yeah, it might have been Kraft.
Mm-hmm. But how many years is it since Brady's been there? So, it's been at least 5-6 years, right? Because he had how many with Tampa? 2 or 3?
But I'm just saying the quick turnaround. It's like.
Well, the quick turnaround, it really wasn't quick until it was quick from last year to this year. All of a sudden they got a coach.
Right. And now
they got a quarterback.
And let's face it, they kind of had a easy road.
Yeah, everybody's going to talk about their schedule. In that
the
division,
schedule,
yes.
the playoffs, and now, you're on the road, but you get your Stidham.
Right.
Really?
Everything goes their way.
Right. You know what, David? I may be with you there. Because that doesn't seem fair. Like, you may win a Super Bowl, and I would say, who have you beaten?
Right.
But you got the title.
But also in the quick turnaround conversation, what did Campbell say after the NFC title game? We may never be here again.
Right.
The Patriots, call it 6 years if you want to, but that's a pretty quick turnaround to be back in the title game.
With a coach and a quarterback who looks like he'll be great for a decade.
Right. Correct.
When you look back on that, that draft, it's only been a year, but Caleb, Jaden Daniels needs a little more on his resume because he was hurt this year. Drake May, Bo Nix, the only one who hasn't played well right now, and you can whether say he's talent or injury or whatever, is JJ out of that class. But you have four. I mean, if Bo Nix didn't get hurt, you'd have four quarterbacks, I believe, who would have at least played one divisional round. No, Caleb hadn't played in the title game, but yes.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah.
But at least have been to the second round of the playoffs. That's pretty damn impressive in 2 years.
So a draft that was in Detroit that has set everybody up, but not Detroit.
But the Detroit didn't.
I mean, Rick.
Yeah. Yes, they shouldn't have.
Wonderful.
They should have, hindsight at that position, maybe Cooper DeJean instead of Terrion Arnold. But other than that, I mean, there was no quarterback there for them to take anyway.
No, I'm not talking about for the quarterback for them. I'm just saying, period.
Oh, yeah,
like
sure.
other teams were set up at that draft, but not
Philly got
Detroit.
set up,
Yeah. Hey, we were at BW3, so it didn't make a difference. 97-1. TJ will be here at 3. Right now, it's time for a little college football blitz.
Yes, it is, Stoney, and this one has been inspired by the both of you. Because this time last week, we got into an interesting debate conversation regarding blue bloods in college football.
Oh, boy. Another mistake I made. Okay.
So what we're going to do is we're going to blind rank. I have 13 schools. We're going to blind rank them on where you think they rank within Blue Blood Nation. So let's start with this one. This is how it started. Georgia.
Blind rank, 13 teams.
Yep. So you place it wherever you think, and you have no idea who's next.
Is there a right or a wrong, or it's
wherever you think.
I'm going to take Georgia at 7.
You're going to move them in 7. Okay.
Yes.
From not being a blue blood at all to being in the middle of the
I learned my lesson.
Georgia, I would probably say an 8.
An 8. All right.
Do I have the right to move these around?
No movement.
That's what's fun about this.
Let's go to Florida State. That's why I love it. That's
Florida
why I love it.
State. They had about 2.5 decades of really good football. And after that, once Bobby Bowden left, they were pretty well. Jimbo had one good year.
They had famous Jameis. I'm going to go Florida State. I'm going to go Florida State at a 6.
I'm going to take Florida State at 12.
Wow, that is a giant difference between the two of you. I like it. Let's go to Tennessee.
Yeah, there's 13 right there for me.
We agree.
You all agree on 13.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm taking my chances that you're not going to throw like Tulane in here or something.
Let's go to Nebraska.
Oh, boy.
Look, see, the problem with the Blue Bloods in my mind is it's what I grew up being a Blue Blood.
That's why they're your rankings.
I'm going to go, though, but they've been bad for a long time. I'm going to go 11.
They're 12.
Okay, let's go to Penn State.
I'm biased, but I'm going to say 6.
And that's why I did Penn State next, because I figured you would be biased with Penn State.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to say 9 for Penn State.
9. Okay. Let's move to a real blue blood. Michigan.
Oh, well. 14. 11. Half a title in 97.
You can't be serious. Okay, whatever is your ranking.
I'm going to put them at 5.
Okay.
They have to be ahead of Penn State.
All right. Let's go to Notre Dame.
Hey.
Wow. What's that, Stoney?
They're going to be, as much as I can't stand them, they're going to be 3.
Whoa. And see, I think that Michigan and Nebraska, you share the title, right? You're right next to each other. You're neighbors. Kenny?
11, 12. You did say that. So where do you have Notre Dame?
Notre Dame, I'll go 7.
I just liked your reaction when you put when Nebraska came up. You're like, oh.
Let's go over to Alabama.
1.
First of all, whoever says let's go to Alabama, who says that? You said 1, Stoney.
I said 1.
On the back of your family reunion shirt.
I said 1. You know, we apologize for the Shula and the Francione, whatever his name was, years, but Alabama.
I got Bama as 1 as well.
Where do you have them?
1.
1. Okay. USC.
Ooh, I love USC. This
USC
is
had
a
couple of good years.
A couple? They had great years. 60s,
Right, I'm saying
the
the
70s.
2 years but then I'm going to go 5.
All right, 5. Stoney, where do you have USC?
I'm at 4.
4. Let's go to
One team. I know
Texas.
10.
Yeah, I got the 10 spot for Texas. I don't know who I'm putting in 2, 3, and 4 now.
Okay. So then let's go to Oklahoma.
Oh, geez.
Oklahoma is 8. They should be higher, but
I guess by default I have to go 4 since I can't move these around.
Right.
That is true. That is true. Ohio State.
2.
I'll put them at 2.
All right. And finally, Clemson.
God, I should have put them below Florida. Well, you know what?
No LSU?
Nope.
I just knew that was going to LSU spot.
Nope.
Clemson, they did win a title with Danny Ford back in 1981, right? I believe that was the year.
So you have the number 3 left, Rico. So Clemson has to go number 3 for you.
Like Mary and Mary. I've been set up.
And Stoney.
I am at 9.
Yep. You have them at 9.
Why don't you guys quickly read off the order from 1 to 13?
David, set me up.
Okay, here's mine. From the bottom up.
Bottom up.
Tennessee 13, Florida State 12, Nebraska 11, Texas 10, Clemson 9, Oklahoma 8, Georgia 7, Penn State 6, Michigan 5, USC 4, Notre Dame 3, Ohio State 2, Alabama 1.
Yeah, I got Tennessee 13, Nebraska 12, Michigan 11, Texas 9, Texas 10, Penn State 9, Georgia 8, Notre Dame 7, Florida State 6, USC 5, Oklahoma 4, Clemson 3, Ohio State 2, and Bama 1.
How would you guys grade your list on a letter scale?
I was set up.
What do you think yours is, Rico? If this was a student exam of yours, how would you grade it?
Well, the bottom and the top are strong. The middle would need some rearranging. I would probably move Notre Dame and Georgia and Texas higher.
That makes sense. What about you, Stoney?
I give myself a B-. I would probably, you know what? Penn State and Georgia, I might flip-flop, but Oklahoma and Penn State. I'd flip-flop. I'd make Oklahoma 6 and Penn State 8. That'd be my only ones that I'd change.
Not bad, fellas. Not bad. That is your college football Blue Bloods blind rankings. 97-1.
248-539-9797. It's the Valenti Show with Rico. I'm Stoney in for Mike. We got Kenny and the Hatchet Man behind the glass. And ladies and gentlemen, we are joined by a player who actually played in weather that's colder than it is right now. And that would be one T.J. Lang. What's up, Tej? How are you?
What's going on? My car was making noises I've never heard before. Just like with the cold weather.
Right.
It's like the ice gets built up under your tires. My furnace, I'm sitting at home. I felt like the dad from A Christmas Story where he just fights the furnace.
Yeah.
Like, the entire movie. It's like, what are these noises? And like the things coming out of the exhaust on the ground. Like, I don't know what is going on. Yeah, it's frigid out there, but.
You've played in it. You know, right? You've played in weather that's colder than this.
We played, so 2 games come to mind that we played. The NFC Championship game in 2010 at Chicago was, I think it was about 10 degrees, but minus 20-ish.
Was that the Jay Cutler got hurt game?
Yeah. They were down to the third-string quarterback at that point, who threw a pick-6 to our defensive tackle, by the way, which was incredible. And then we played the Niners, I think, in 2012 or 13, where it was about today, like 5 degrees, but this was a 4:30 kickoff.
Right.
So by the time the fourth quarter hits, I think it was about minus 35 wind chill. And it was it's brutal. And as a player, like you don't feel it when you're playing. I mean, you feel cold, obviously, but the adrenaline's going. Where you feel it is if you're out on you're out on a long drive or something, then the 2-minute warning hits, and then it's a TV timeout, and you're out there on the field, and it's like, whoa.
Or do you have to reset yourself at halftime too?
Yeah, because it's almost like a vortex from the sideline. You have so many heaters, and you have the big heated benches, and you go to the sideline, it's like, literally like a 60-degree difference. And you anytime you go to the sideline, you kind of sit on the bench. You can put your helmet on the warmers that warm your helmet up, because those things freeze up, and that's what hurts the worst. And then the heaters coming from the side, and then as soon as you cross that white line and get back onto the field, it's like, ooh, there it is. I actually burnt my gloves one time because my hands were numb, and I couldn't feel. You don't have feeling, and I'm putting them in front of the heater, and one of my teammates next to me started hitting me on the shoulder pad, and I was like, what? And he's like, dude, look. And I looked down, and my gloves were literally starting to char up and smoke. Whoa. But I couldn't feel it because they were numb. My fingers are numb. But it's crazy. And honestly, I'll tell you this, and I'm probably in the minority, but I think the most offensive linemen would agree with me. I'd rather play out there today than play in 90-degree heat.
Really?
I've done both. 90-degree heat is excruciating, man.
It's tough to breathe.
It drains you. You play like 2 or 3 plays, and you're like, why am I already out of breath? I'm hot. I can't breathe. The air's thick. If you at least you play in this stuff, it's like, okay, they have to do it too. Like, it's almost like nobody wants to touch each other, and it makes your job a little bit easier. But yeah, I would choose, if you gave me a choice, Rico, playing in the desert heat or playing out here in Metro Detroit today,
You'd rather play
100 times out of 100.
Okay, so
I'd
do
rather
you go
play
out
today.
there with just, almost sleeveless, just your jersey, or do you have stuff on underneath?
No, you have stuff underneath, but so
because I always amazed,
think,
like offensive linemen or D linemen who come out there and they're almost bare armed, like. Really?
Yeah,
that seems like that would hurt.
I think I addressed this. Actually, I had not a disagreement, but a conversation with somebody on social media maybe a week ago, and it was about the linemen and the sleeves conversation. And it's a myth for people to say it's a toughness thing. We want to show we're tough and we can play in weather. That is a myth. To me, it was always a comfort thing. I didn't like wearing long sleeves because it felt like it restricted me from, extending my arms and, getting the level of separation that I wanted. Mm-hmm. I couldn't do that with long sleeves because it was always kind of pulling me back a little bit, and I didn't like that. So what I did was wear a kind of cut off tank top turtleneck that was pretty thick, like a long john, whatever you want to call it. And then I would wear super long elbow sleeves that were warming, but I couldn't have anything under my armpit that felt like it was going to restrict me from reaching out to kind of keep the defender away from me. So that was it for me. I mean, if I was comfortable wearing sleeves and I'm like, yeah, it feels great, I could do it, I would have worn sleeves every single time. And I think most guys would have. You also have some different tricks that a lot of guys, back when I first started playing, that you'd lube your arms up with Vaseline so that it kind of clogs your pores to where you get cold is when you're playing games like that and you start to sweat. And then the sweat starts to freeze, and that's where you feel like you're cold at. So you would put Vaseline, or a couple years later they came out with a thing called Warm Skin, which is kind of the same thing, a lubricant that you just put across your arms or your legs to kind of keep you from sweating to feel that freezing. But
isn't that dangerous?
Well, you sweat from other places, but it's got to get out somehow. But if you could keep your arms, keep your arms warm, that was the biggest key. But no, I loved playing in the cold weather. I did.
Because you're from here. You grew up playing in the back.
Most old linemen will tell you the same thing because it slows the defensive line down too. They come off the ball a little bit slower, and hey, let me read things. I don't really want to make contact. My fingers are freezing. When your fingers are freezing and you jab it on something, and it hurts like a bitch. We all know that, right? Mm-hmm. So yeah, but I would choose the cold weather, man. I would choose the cold weather.
Every
day of the week.
We'll talk about the conference championship games coming up later, but the Lions did make a lot of news this week with the hiring of their offensive coordinator. I think I said to Mike, I can't remember a coordinator hire getting as much, reaction. Granted, a lot of social media was not around when a lot of the stuff took place years ago with coordinators.
Careful, you may not know ball.
Well, okay, we'll get to that in a little. We'll get that in a little bit later. What's your feeling on their OC? You probably have talked to some people.
I think it was solid, yeah, and I have talked to some people, and I don't have a strong opinion one way or the other. Because the biggest thing to me this offseason is still going to be player acquisition.
Right.
What can you do to bring in, to rebuild that offensive line? What can you do to replenish that defense that's going to lose some guys, especially up front? That's going to be the biggest key to me. So that's why I didn't have a super strong reaction to the Drew Petzing hire, was because I'm like, okay, that's great. That's step number one. Fill in your coaching staff, get those guys right. What I do know is it was an extensive search. I think that somebody I talked to said there were 11 people that they interviewed. I would disagree if somebody told me they couldn't get their top target in Mike McDaniel. No, I don't want to really go down that road. I know Mike McDaniel is a smart football coach.
Right.
I think he can design really good plays. For what this team lacked this past season, when it was details and being attentive and doing what you're supposed to do, I don't know if bringing in a guy that's just going to call really cool plays is going to help that. I think you need somebody that's going to
the other thing
about Mike McDaniel. He's still interviewing for a job.
Can you imagine if the Lions hired him? Yes.
And now he's the Buffalo Bills head coach.
Let me put this in a hypothetical way. If you hired Mike McDaniel, how long do you think you'd probably have him for?
2 years
if he was good,
2 years max.
If he's good.
Now, what a lot of coaches do, and tell me if I'm up against it. I forget when you guys break. What a lot of coaches do when they interview for these jobs, they have leverage, right? So when they go and they say, I'd love to be your offense coordinator, but I want it my way. I want to bring in other coaches. I want to bring in my guys. I want to bring in my own quarterback coach, my own O-line coach, my own running back coach. Mm-hmm. So you're kind of purging the system, right? So you're saying, okay, if we hire this guy, maybe we have to get rid of a Scotty Montgomery,
right,
who's an associate head coach.
Hank Fraley.
Maybe we have to get – thank you. Maybe we have to get rid of Hank Fraley, who's an outstanding offensive line coach. Is that worth it for a year? That's hypothetical.
Right. If he's going to take you to the promised land,
is that worth it?
If you get to the Super Bowl, it's absolutely worth it.
It doesn't even matter if you get to the Super Bowl. Even if they get back to winning 12 games and make it to the divisional round, and the offense is standing pat with what they've been doing and scoring 30 points a game, Mike McDaniel's probably gone. And guess what? All those other coaches are probably going with him wherever he goes.
Right.
So is it worth it to bring in a coach like that that's going to purge your entire staff because you're giving out these needs and he has demands of, I'm going to take this job only if I can bring in my own guys to work with me? Is that worth it for a year? To me, it's not. And I'm not saying that he wasn't one of their top targets.
Right.
I totally agree with that. But when I look at the Drew Petzing hire, take this year out of it because we can all agree that injuries aren't an excuse. When you look at Arizona,
right,
it's kind of an excuse,
Yeah.
right? When you're down to like your fifth and sixth string running back and your backup quarterback and your 15th offensive line that you've seen the entire year. Take this year out of it. 2023 and 2024, when Drew Petzing was calling plays,
they were good.
That was an elite running team. Elite running the football. And you kind of put together a couple other things like him and Ben Johnson, obviously good friends. I think I read a report. I don't know if it's true. Allegedly, I will say that he was in his Ben Johnson's wedding. Like you kind of have the connection, and I think that's Dan Campbell's way of saying, I need to get somebody like this back in the building that's going to be attentive to the details, that's going to be OCD about every single thing we do, because that's where we were missing last year, and that's what John Morton didn't have to follow up what Ben Johnson did. So I have no problem with the hire.
And he also worked with the aforementioned Hank Fraley before.
He did, yeah.
Funny you said that. Because I do want to expound upon that answer next. 97.1.
All right, 248-539-9797. TJ Lang is here. We'll get into the conference championship games. We're talking about the Lions hiring of Drew Petzing. And, people, their first reaction was, a lot of people, who? And then when people started doing the research and you get started into the
Arizona stinks.
No, but I think everybody was who because I kept saying, guys, it was almost like Mike McDaniel or bust. I'm like, I would take the field. It's probably going to be somebody else. But I do want to ask you the question with Petzing. Is it because you're trying to go back to that Ben Johnson type of offense? Because when you found out that allegedly they may have been like really good friends and, it's like, is that what you're trying to do or are you trying to evolve the offense? Are you trying to go back to last year or are you trying to do – and is he trying to forge his own ground?
Maybe a little bit of both. I don't think that you're going to clone somebody to bring in and say, this is the exact same. This is what we have with Ben Johnson. Same person, same message, same detail. You're not going to have that. But what we can have is a young, hungry coach that is going to, like I kind of said earlier, in a joking manner, like OCD about things. Like I need every single detail to be the way that I design it to be. And if you don't do that, then we're going to rerun it, right? If your split's supposed to be at 3 yards, be at 3. Don't be at 4. Don't be at 2. Don't be at 2.5. No, you got to be at 3.
And the pre-snap penalties they had was ridiculous this season.
It was. And that's why I say that I never question guys' effort, right? Like that's the one thing I never do. But when you're watching games, Stoney, like you mentioned, when you're having pre-snap penalties or, not aligning in the right spot, hey, are you supposed to be on the ball or supposed to be off the ball? There were plays where they got away with one. I can't remember what game it was, but I think it was a quick screen out to the outside to Amon-Ra St. Brown, and J-Mo literally dropped back like he was going to catch the ball. And then at the last minute was like, oh, no, it's not me. I got to go block. And they end up scoring a touchdown on it. Now, that kind of masks some things, correct? But at the same time, it's like, where's the detail in that? How do you not know what your assignment is and your alignment's supposed to be? There was way too much of that last year. And I think Dan Campbell did a good job of recognizing that and saying, you know what, I need to bring in somebody that I can trust, that's young, that's hungry, that I know is going to work his ass off, that can get this thing back to the details that we need, because we have the players that can go out there and have success doing it. But are we doing the right things Monday through Saturday to make sure that by the time we get out there Sunday, you're not thinking about it? It's just second nature to me. So I'm not sitting here trying to sell it. Like I told you at the top of the show, I don't have a strong opinion one way or the other. The bottom line, the difference that this team is going to make, the biggest step that they can take is the acquisitions when it comes to players, because we all know you're going to have to build that offensive line, right? Yeah. We know that. We know, Skipper already retired. Graham probably going to be moving on. Taylor Decker, if I had to guess right now, I'd say 50-50. Right. Do you want to go into another offseason where it's like June and you're like, oh, man, we weren't expecting that.
No,
I don't think they're going to do that.
No, I don't think he's going to do that either.
This is going to be a big offseason when it comes to replenishing the players that you have. And you look at teams even now still left in the playoffs, and then we're going to talk about a little bit, but a team like New England or Seattle that just poured resource after resource after resource into what unit of their team? Defense. Look at every single game you can argue this year has been won in the playoffs by defense. I could see a path this offseason where the Lions say we're going to address our offense via free agency or maybe trade. And then when you get to the draft, let's go just load up on this thing on defense.
Well, they have to get it right.
Try to get some young guys that are hungry that can hopefully stay healthy, which has been their biggest problem.
That's why I don't think you can kind of go in there with the whole – best player available. You got to have and that's a grocery list. You got to get this. You got to get this. And
Rico, they're in prime territory to either move up or move back to, like you said, acquire more lottery picks, right? Like lottery tickets, right? Like let's just give me, if I can get 7 or 8 picks here, man, and 4 or 5 of them hit, and they can come help us. Let's do it. Look at New England's, their entire secondary, basically. Both starting safeties are rookies. I think they're both 3rd and 4th round picks.
Yeah.
And they both come in and have been like phenomenal.
Now, see,
like phenomenal
That's
players.
why the Tesla thing made no sense.
I wouldn't agree with no sense. I mean, and look, and
it's not on him. It's just you don't give up 3 third-rounder, or 2 because you have there's one you're moving up.
Yeah, one was a bonus, and look, we can argue about that all day. And right. I played. I hate to do the whole I played I'm not doing that. But when I was a player, our Super Bowl team that I played on was go ahead, it deserves it. But we had Greg Jennings, Donald Driver, 2 really good offensive players, right? And then they drafted Jordy Nelson in the second round. It's like, who the hell? Why we don't need another receiver? And then 3 years later, you're like, damn, okay, like he's legit. We're glad we freaking took him. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that's going to play out that way, but I could understand the thought process behind that. Obviously, Rico, now that you look at a Drew Petzing hire, when you say, hey, it's going to be a lot of 13 personnel, a lot of 12 personnel, you're not going to have. Okay, but when they drafted Tesla, did they think they were going to make this move? No, you probably thought that you were going to have John Morton for 3, 4, 5 years. Let's go on a run. Man, let's do something. This guy's great in the passing game, right? Like, that's his expertise. You're not drafting guys to say, okay, John Morton's a holdover, and then we're going to get a coach that's in 13 personnel. You don't say that.
No, but that's why I want to know. Like, and I know you don't know much, but is this where?
Hold on, I don't know much about what.
Whoa, about ball. Anyway,
that's
no.
Weird way to preface it.
No. I was gonna say you
fresh start.
You don't know.
Fresh start.
You don't know
the
much,
other guys.
You don't know much about what he's going to run because we're all learning. Okay, is that fair? That's what I'm saying. Like, he ran the 12 and the 13 personnel. Is it one where I'm going to do this my way, or do you think he's going to say, all right, let me look at what I got in the kitchen here. I'm going to come up with something better and use all the existing pieces that I have, or is it, no, my way is going to work better. We're going to be running a lot of 12 and 13 personnel with a ton of tight ends.
Well, if he's a good coach, he's going to adapt to the players that he has.
Mm-hmm.
That's my biggest belief. You adapt to the players that you have. You can't try to run a system and look at the players and be like, well, we're going to try to turn them into this. You can't do that. You got to look at what you have. And I think that's partly a problem with what happened with the defense this year, is that they tried to put these guys in positions that they just couldn't have success in, or wasn't their, I would say, their strengths.
Especially after the injuries.
You looked at, I mean, it literally took until the last game where I'm like watching them, and obviously being in the booth for every game and watching from a bird's eye view. Kelvin Shepard, the last game against Chicago, was like, screw everything we've done. You know, we're going to blitz our nickels. We're going to blitz our safeties. We're going to get our defensive line upfield. And it was reckless. Not reckless. It was like, it was destroying like Chicago's offense. And it was like wreaking havoc. And it was like, oh my gosh, where has this been?
Yeah.
Sometimes, and you know what? That's not an indictment on Kelvin Shepard. Sometimes you coach, you got to go in there. You got to be firm with your beliefs and what we want to run and what we're going to do and what we're going to be about and what our character is. But there's also times where the best coaches, you can be adaptable. You can be a chameleon where, okay, we're missing a couple pieces here. I got to change it up. I can't be so stubborn that I'm just going to run this system and expect these players to do it when you know in the back of your head those players, that's not their strength.
So I got to think Laporta's probably happy. Like, yeah, I'm going to be like,
I would
Trey
think
McBride.
so, especially going into a free agency year.
Yeah.
I would think so. And yeah, look, I don't expect anybody to watch Arizona film for the last 3 years and say, oh, this is what this offense is going to be. I think part of the reason why they hired Drew Petzing is because, can you adapt to the players that we have? What is the challenge for most coaches? How can I put my players in the best possible situation to go out there and have success? Now, is that being stubborn and saying, this is what I want to run and this is my scheme and this is what we're going to do? Or is it, you know what? Hey, I haven't called a lot of these plays, but these guys are really good at doing that. Can I adjust to that? That's going to be the biggest challenge.
You know who else played well under his system when he got to Cleveland as a tight ends coach? Was Nkoju. He was really good, and he's a free agent.
Oh, David Njoku, yeah.
Njoku.
Yeah. And look, I mean, this is two ways, okay? If your tight end is the focal point of your offense, you probably don't have a very good offense, right? But if you can make the tight end elevated a little bit with the pieces that you have on the outside,
right?
That's a sign of being a smart coach, that you can involve everybody. So that's what I'm excited to see about it.
Speaking of everybody, a great Lion pissed some people off a few days ago. We'll get into that and our preview of the conference championship games coming up next, 97.1.
Hey, when Team USA is on, you can almost see the moment it happens. That spark when a kid starts believing that they could be next. Now, with Xfinity, they can't guarantee that, but they can guarantee something that's just as important. Your internet price won't change for 5 years. No contracts, no commitments. So while your kid is ordering new gear online, streaming highlight reels, or video chatting with coaches, your Xfinity internet price won't budge. And who knows, by the time the next Olympic Winter Games roll around, your kid could be getting fitted for their very own Team USA uniform. But guess what? You're still going to be paying the same price for reliable Wi-Fi. And there's even more to enjoy with the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get their best price on gig Wi-Fi. 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus get Peacock Premium included for 2 years, a $10.99 a month value. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. To get started, visit Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Two 248-539-9797.
Oh, I was going to take that one, Stoney.
Oh, sorry.
Welcome back.
Yes.
My radio
TJ Long.
There we go.
TJ Long.
We're in the 3:30 hour. I'm here with Mike Stone and Rico B.
Why do you morph into Mark Ryan?
Well, that's a good question. I didn't think about it.
Yes.
Yeah, Rico.
Which twin do you like tonight in the playing of the LCA? Is it us
who do
or?
we got? But
Stuart Thompson
You
or
better
his
park
brother?
close. You don't want to walk far in that cold. Trust me.
His brother.
Gotta
Yes,
get
he'll be playing for the Rockets. Amen.
That's pretty close.
Right. Yeah.
Gotta get in, man. By 5 worst cities I've ever lived in. Detroit, number 1 by far. I don't know how people do it. Okay, what was the question?
All right.
I like Mark. Mark with the C, by the way. Mark with the C.
Yes.
I like Mark. Good dude.
Good he is.
Good guy.
All right. A few days after the hiring of Drew Petzing, on the St. Brown Brothers podcast with Equinemius, Amon Ra talked about the hiring of Petzing and the reaction. Well, I didn't think it was that big of a deal. I think taking a little shot at the fans is not the smartest thing to do, but to me, it's like, okay, no big deal. It's social media. That's what it is.
I just laughed because his brother was my initial reaction as soon as he said it. Was like, wow, because his brother knew, like,
yeah, that's where he went wrong.
Yeah,
that's where you go wrong when you try to insult the fans' intelligence. That's just a lose-lose.
You can't win that argument, right?
I have no problem with the message that he was trying to send. But I guess I got 2 problems. One problem is he's reacting based off of what I'm assuming, unless Amon-Ra has a forum every week with every Lions fans and they were able to speak their mind and you can get a grip on every single fan's opinion about what they think the team's
You're
doing.
responding to Twitter or
you're responding
Instagram,
to social
whatever,
media that isn't real. And you're responding to probably what's 90% BS. And Rico, I think I've had this conversation with you and with Mike too about when you guys read some ticket text sometimes, it's like, dude, like these people are trolling you, man. Like they're trying to just get you. They're trying to get you riled up.
They're trying to be Rieger.
And that's what social media is. And it's unfortunate where you think about a lot of our lives right now is we react to the vast minority of opinions. We don't react to the majority of people. We react to the maybe if 100 people and the 2 people said this, oh well, I'm going to react to that because it gets me fired up and passionate. Why are you wasting your time doing that? I'm guilty of it too. I'm not saying I'm not. I think we all are.
I know you are.
But my second part is that I have a problem with is you can't insult. You just can't. You can never go after the fans' intelligence because you have to read the room where. These are passionate fans. You guys have built this team into being relevant again. And that what comes with that is the fans are going to be more involved. They're going to feel more attached than they ever have been in the last 50 years. Like, that's just the reality of it. So they're going to be in tune with every single thing you do. Every single move this organization makes is going to be scrutinized by a lot of people. And you know what? That's a good thing because that means people are attached. That means you have brought people back in to your reality and the relevancy again. But I don't think he was necessarily going at all the fans.
No.
Right? But I think, and same thing with Jared Goff when he said like, oh, it pisses me off that some fans think we can't do this.
Right.
He's not going at the majority. He's going at the minority of people that are being negative.
Right.
And so, but you never, you have to try as hard as you can to not respond to those people and not let that guide the message that you want to send out.
Go ahead, Stoney.
The one thing, though, I mean, you have to. I mean, he talked about you don't trust Dan Campbell, but he's hired. This will be his 4th offensive coordinator, and 2 out of the first 3 were failures.
The first one was, but I would ask you, and I'm not debating you here.
Right.
I would ask you his first term here, 2021. Who else was out there that he could have gotten?
I don't know. I don't
Right.
remember.
So unless people are going to say like, oh well, you turned down this guy that ended up turning into a stud.
Right. I don't
you
know.
passed him up to bring in Anthony Lynn.
Right.
You made the wrong decision. And I'm not giving you credit for it's kind of weirdly
Ben Johnson
takes
was
me
already
back
here.
into like the Ward Manuel thing. Like, I'm not going to give you credit for moving on from people that aren't good.
Right.
But I also do give you credit for recognizing an issue,
that.
right? And Dan Campbell, I think both times he's done that, has at least recognized it instead of like forcing it. And no, I have to make this work because it's going to make me look bad. And guess what that does? You wear that on your chest. And Dan Campbell knows that. And I don't think he has a problem saying,
No.
I made a mistake. I
love
didn't
that.
do, obviously this didn't work. And I got to make a move and I got to make a change. And I think he knows that he's got to get it right this time.
No, and I guess for me, the thing that got me was, as you said, TJ, you can't group Lions fans because these are the people who follow you, they believe in you, they root for you, they cheer for you. And just a year ago, you were saying the exact same things about John Morton. This was Amon-Ra. And now you're criticizing people who are like, dude, you kind of just told me this a year ago about this guy and it didn't work out. Forgive me if I don't have the blind faith. Like I'm sure Lions fans want to believe, but you know what? You got to show me. And I think that's fair.
Yeah. No, I think that is fair. But I think what Amon-Ra is responding to is some more of the negative messages. Why are we hiring this guy? Arizona sucked. Arizona did nothing.
Oh, yeah.
But, but there's been plenty of them out there where people are bashing that. And like I said, that's probably the very small minority of people. I think a lot of people are like everybody else where, hey, I don't have a super strong opinion, but obviously you need to get this right? You need to get this right, and we hope it is. I'm not going to dive, head first into the pond and say, oh, this is a great hire. This is exactly what this team needs. I'm not doing that. But on the flip side, I'm also not saying, why would you hire this guy? We needed him. We needed X. We needed Y. We needed Z. I'm not saying that either. And I think that Amon-Ra was more emotionally responding to. It's almost like, Rico, when you type out and even Stoney, I'm sure you've done this before too, where you type out a tweet and you kind of sit there for 20 seconds and you look back down at it and you say, let me edit a couple words. Right? Let me wait a little bit. Okay.
My
problem is when you're doing a podcast,
but
you don't have the chance to delete. You don't have a chance to do that.
Actually, you do.
could edit it. Yeah. Well,
he wanted this to come out.
Yeah. And if I was Amon-Ra, I'd be pissed at his.
He could have
editor for putting that out.
He wanted this out there.
Yeah.
If it was live radio, that's one thing. A live interview, that's one thing.
You're right though, but when it comes to here's the thing that got me is
like, wow.
that's the part. Well, as soon as he said that, everything that he was saying was passionate, emotional. You got that. You don't have to go into and you fans don't know anything about football and blah, blah, blah. You're basically dummy. Like, that's the part where it's like full pause.
Yep.
No,
you're not going to win that
can't say
battle.
that, can't do that. You're not going to win it. But on the flip side, Rico, just quick, one of the first, I think you guys talked about this Wednesday, I think, when it came out, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
I think it was Wednesday. I was tuning into you guys, and you guys were talking about it. I thought everything was appropriate, but the first, this cracked me up, I'm sorry. The first caller that called in was like, oh, you don't think we know ball? Well, let's trade Amon-Ra St. Brown and get rid of him.
At all.
You don't tell me I don't know ball. How about we trade you? And it's like, your argument for knowing ball is going to tell me you're going to trade one of the best receivers in the NFL. Like, I was literally in my car crying that this guy was trying to stand up for himself, saying, I know ball, trade Amon-Ra St. Brown, one of the top 5 receivers. It's like, what do you do? Okay, you clearly proven kind of Amon-Ra's point there, buddy.
By the way,
and I'm not saying that about fans. I just thought it was ironic that was and you guys did a great call, great job. Even you and Mike were like, yeah, hit the pause button, buddy. Like, I don't think we want to trade this guy.
He was emotional. He was caught up in his feelings.
Yeah, exactly.
He was one of those people. He felt
We've all done that. We've all done that. We've all done that.
It was just one of those, just keeping it real goes wrong.
Yes.
Stop.
How many times, Rico, how long have you been doing radio for with Mike?
5 years.
6 years? 5 years?
6
Okay.
years, yeah.
I'm sure you've said something that when you go to break is like,
yeah, TJ, I just told you didn't know anything.
I didn't. Can we rewind? Can I redo that
I got
segment?
caught in between a thought. Like, TJ, you don't know.
I know. We've all done it. How many drops do you guys have of me where I'm like, God damn it, did I really just say that? I can't believe I really just said that. But when you're talking about it, that and it's getting recorded, like it's going to get out there. So that's where. But I think my biggest problem is people reacting too much to the negativity, to the small minority of the opinions, rather than just. I think majority of Lions fans are. Yeah, hey, we're willing to give this guy a shot. Does it need to work? Hell yeah, it needs to work. But we're willing to give him a shot.
That's this country right now. And people overreact to everything. All right, I got a text here from somebody when we're talking about the cold weather real quick. Probably only cat enthusiasts wear sleeves. Probably the biggest difference between guards and tackles. I would never wear
I'm
sleeves.
guessing that's from Mr. Tough Guy John Jansen. Oh, look at me. I never wore sleeves. I never wore sleeves either. I told that on the air. But I did wear super long elbow sleeves.
I'm impressed.
Yeah, a little
John
bit.
says he never listened to our show.
John played in a run first play action pass. Who was his quarterback?
Where, in Washington?
Drew Hansen.
Oh, in college or?
Yeah, college.
He had Brady, he had
I think he had
Dreisbach,
Brady for a year, maybe.
Brian Greasy.
Yeah, Greasy threw 15 passes a game. Okay, yeah, good job, John. Way to play full play action
called
pass.
the Michigan game plan.
Yeah, bootleg. Oh, really tough job for a right tackle. Let me double team my defensive end with 3 tight ends to the right of me.
Wow. I could just the next text, if he's listening, is going to say, "Oh well,
Good.
he played at Eastern Michigan."
Yeah, no, I ran scat for 50 plays a game when I was in school.
97-1.
John.
248-539-9797. All right, we're down to the Final Four.
Oh, I wish we could be on air.
Oh, yes.
The full time.
That's called
our
a
off-air
podcast.
talks.
Yes.
So much better than what we put out.
You've played in how many of these?
Rico, get your finger ready for the siren. I'm answering your
No,
question.
you answer your question.
I'm
No,
not
you're
bragging.
good.
I'm answering a question.
No.
I played in 3 conference
Championship games. You were, what, 1 and 2?
1 and 2.
Okay.
Correct.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Before
God
we get
damn
into
it, you just brought up 2014 again. It's going to make me mad.
I almost get the impression, and this is almost
that's what we did to Brandon Bostic after he botched the onside kick.
Okay.
Yeah.
I almost get the impression from being around as long as I have and fandom and covering teams.
You got a lot of experience. Don't
Yes,
sell yourself short.
exactly. That winning the conference championship game is almost more euphoric than actually winning the Super Bowl. Just getting, especially for the first time, that oh my God, we are in the Super Bowl. Is that accurate or no?
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that.
Okay.
But
it's not the goal.
I guess
but
I have but the build up towards it and knowing what that game means.
Right.
And knowing that you're going to get a week off to, kind of recoup and rejuvenate and recover.
See, I didn't play in any of these games, TJ.
Oh, well, how many did you play, Enrico?
I just watched them on TV with Mark Ryan.
What was your favorite? 248.
Well, hey, I said, this guy's a great guy.
What's your favorite conference championship game? 248.
I would think that's only good for the very first time.
Yeah.
After that,
Right.
you don't get to like, hey, we just made it to. Yeah, we didn't win it, son. We still got another game to play, but I get the first time.
No, I disagree.
Really?
And I say I disagree because, well, I'll put it this way. I have a different perspective because I was a very young player. I was in my second year when the Green Bay Packers won the Super Bowl. I don't think I really understood the moment that it was.
Appreciate
I no, I'm not going to say I didn't appreciate it, but the farther away you get from that, the more you want to go chase it. And my next opportunity was 2014, where we played Seattle, and it was a 16-0 lead that we ended up blowing, obviously.
What happened?
A lot of things. It was, dude, what's the law? What's the law where Murphy's Law, where whatever could go wrong is going to go wrong?
Right.
Yeah. We needed one thing. 9 things went against us. If one of those went our way, we would have been playing in the Super Bowl. But Detroit fans don't give a crap about that. Sorry, I didn't say it. Did I say it?
Yeah, you did.
I said it.
It's okay.
God,
That's all right.
Like the first time I've ever gotten close. You're getting me passionate. You want to talk about championship games? You're getting me passionate.
Okay.
Sorry, Tony.
All right.
I didn't mean to say it.
That's okay.
I didn't mean to say it.
Please.
I held it. I didn't say the
Yeah, for somebody
last
who's
2 letters.
who's
But
said
it's,
it,
You
no,
didn't
but
get the last
I
letter.
yeah, but I do agree with Stoney that those championship games you feel so much pressure because it's just, hey, this game, and then the next one's going to take care of itself. Like, that's how you feel in the locker room. And 2016, we got back, and we had a ton of stuff go wrong for us. Our flight got delayed for like 4 hours. But that kind of like built into the storyline of like, guys, like, this ain't supposed to be easy, right? And I remember giving the speech to the team, and it's like, hey, all we got to do is take care of this one. And the next one's going to take care of itself. We're going to be fine. As long as we get through this one, we just got to be together for this one, right? That's all that matters. So championship weekend is definitely, I think, the most pressure I've ever felt as a player.
Let's start in the AFC.
Obviously, my speech didn't work because we got waxed by the Falcons. Who ended up?
You won't be
that
doing
was
any
the 20.
TED Talks
That
anytime
was
soon.
28. That was a
23.
28-3 year. Yeah,
Wow.
But they waxed us, dude. It felt like we were down 28-0 getting off the bus.
Wow.
Yeah, it wasn't good.
Let's
Drop
start.
the chair, Rico. Give me a chair drop.
Let's start in the AFC.
Yep, that's how it was for us. Yep.
You got Denver hosting New England. New England, they had a very easy schedule, and now they're going up against a team with a backup quarterback. It's set up for them, but they are on the road.
It is. I know. Yeah. Well,
which doesn't seem to mean as much.
What's the spread on that?
The spread right now, the
5.5?
Patriots are 4.5. I'm looking at right now.
I'm torn. I just this entire season has been full of anomalies. Like,
Oh yeah.
What? Like why? Who? Really? They did that?
Yeah.
It's weird, and can I picture a game where Denver's defense plays lights out and Stidham only has to throw, like Sam Darnold last weekend against San Francisco? I think he only threw 15 or 16 passes.
Yeah, it didn't have to, TJ.
Right, but like, can I see a game? Can I see a game where Denver's defense dominates and you have Patrick Surtain who locks down half of the field, and maybe you get Drake May to make a mistake, and Stidham doesn't have to control the game.
New
he just
England's
doesn't have to make that
offensive
big
line,
mistake.
Will Campbell, those guys, they're not 100% healthy.
Shaky.
They didn't play great.
Yeah, they're a little shaky.
Yeah.
Could I see a game like that? Yes, I could, but
who you rooting
I think
for?
I got to go. This is gross. I mean, I don't think out of the 4 teams left, my least 4 favorite teams on the planet Earth. Like,
Wow.
they're all so hard to root for. I'm not rooting for anybody. I think what's going to happen is New England's defense has been so they've been so the variety that they've been playing with, meaning they mix calls up, they mix up things game to game. They're chameleons. You don't know what they're going to run the next game. You can't look at them and say, well, this is what they do 90% of the time in 11 personnel in a strong left formation. They're going to change it up on you. And do I see that affecting a backup quarterback? Yes, I do. So I'm going to take New England in this one. But I could see Denver's defense keeping it close.
All right, we'll get more picks coming up next. 97.1.
Pistons star Cade Cunningham listed as questionable for the game tonight with the Rockets since yesterday, but he's now been upgraded to probable. Karis LeVert has been downgraded to out. Hear the game right here on 97.1 at 7. Michigan basketball is set to host Ohio State tonight. Ken Pom has the Buckeyes 36th in the nation. They're coming off an OT win against Minnesota. At halftime, the Wolverines will raise Trey Burke's number 3 to the rafters. I spoke with him in October. Wolverine 7'3" commit Marcus Mahler has put basketball aside for now to focus on his recovery from cancer. Michigan put out a statement in support of him today. Alabama head coach Nate Oates confirmed that former G League player Charles Bediako will play tomorrow. WWJ obtained Michigan football coach Kyle Whittingham's contract. The official terms 5 years and $41 million with various incentives, including $1 million for a Big Ten championship and an additional $1 million for a national title. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Thank you very much, Mr. Otto. 248-539-9797.
Mike. Well, I guess we do have a Mike.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Michael Stone.
Yes. TJ Lang is here.
Ricardo
Rico.
Beard.
That's right. We got the Hatchet Man, Kenny Cott. Did you hear Mr. Otto's update last Friday, by the way?
Stoney, I don't remember what I heard yesterday.
I know.
No. Can you inform me?
Can we have the drop ready just so I just want to tell TJ if you didn't hear it. He was talking about the New York Mets signing Bo Bichette, and he misspoke a little bit. We'll get it in a second before we get to the picks.
I can imagine what he said.
Yeah.
If it was a
yes.
Blow Bichette? Is that what I heard?
Oh, now you're in there.
No,
okay.
I honestly I thought
Yes.
the wrong thing.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to mess up the last name.
No.
I did. Bo is really hard to mess up.
I know.
Bichette is much easier to mess up.
Yeah, you kind of did it.
I would mess that one
All
up.
right. Enough of me blabbering. I'm driving Kenny.
How do you mess up Bo?
You put an L. You put an L in there.
That's
all right.
well. Yeah, I was wrong.
I know. All right.
That was not the obvious.
We are rambling.
Rico. Let's get to the picks.
Let's get to the picks.
So let's start our picks in the NBA. There's a huge game tonight at LCA. The Rockets at the Pistons. Thompson Twins, Cade, Durant and company. Pistons are a 4.5-point favorite. Rico.
Well, according to Jeremy, sounds like Cade will be playing in this game. So if Cade's playing in this game, it's at home. Give me our twin over their twin. They will not get an amen. Pistons win.
Kenny.
Yeah, Cade could be in, Cade could be out, but I will be in the building, so it doesn't matter either way. Pistons by a mile.
Wait, you realize it's Pistons. They don't play on ice, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I was looking around. I was like, this doesn't look like an ice surface.
Shoot the puck!
And because Kenny is going and Cade will be playing, I'm going the Houston Rockets in this game. TJ.
If you want any expertise, criticism, or insight onto NBA basketball, I am not your guy. So I just agree with everything Kenny said and Rico said. I'm going to take the Pistons.
Well, the Rockets played last night and lost a tough game in Philadelphia back-to-back. The Pistons didn't play last night, but the Rockets are pissed off because they're not playing great right now. I'm going to take the Rockets in the points.
Wow. Gutsy call there.
Loser.
Let's go to some prop bets before we get to the NFL games. Rico.
All right, let's go to the Broncos and the Patriots. Jarrett Stidham, passing yards, over, under 200.5.
I'm going to root for chaos. I'm going to be an agent of chaos with these picks and props, so I'm going to say over.
Oh, man, that is chaos because I'm going to go over as well.
Yeah, Rico, when you said that, I had a number in my head that was 188 for some reason. So I'm going to take your under 200.
I'm going to agree with Super Bowl champion Thomas J. Lang.
All right, chill.
Yeah, I'm going to say the same thing. I think he's just going to go out there and be told, don't screw this up, son. Just lean on the defense. Drake May rushing yards, over, under 30.5.
Drake May will be under because he's going to do it in the air.
I cannot believe that is his quote-unquote nickname.
I'm not going to say that ever.
Like, what? I'm going to go under as well.
Well, for sake of argument, I'm going to go over. I think Denver runs a lot of man defense, which means, hey, you see the back, the defender's jersey, I got to take off and run if it's not there. So I'm going to take, I'd say about 45, 50 yards. I'll take the over.
They've been making life hell for quarterbacks, so he's going to have to be able to escape and run. He's going to have one big run over 25 yards, which will get him over the over. Give me the over.
I'm going to go. You went over. I'm going to go over as well because I think that he may get to 30 yards by halftime. I think this is going to be a ball control type of a game. So give me the over. In this game, will there be more field goals made or touchdowns scored?
Agent of Chaos, touchdowns.
I'm going to go field goals.
I'll go field goals. Yeah, low scoring game.
Field goals.
Okay. You're going field goals. You're going field goals. I'm going to go field goals as well. And also halftime points for the Denver Broncos, over, under 10.5.
I will say over because when you said that, I was thinking somewhere in the 13 range. So give me the over.
No, this is definitely under, please.
I think it's got to be. I think it's got to be an ugly game in the first half, 7-7, 7-6, something like that. So, yeah, I'm taking the over. I'm sorry, under.
The only way it gets over is if there's a pick six, and I don't think there's going to be one in the first half. So I'm going to take the under.
I'm going to take the over, 2 field goals and a touchdown, 13 points. It will be over. Let's go to the other game. K9, Kenneth Walker rushing yards, over, under 86.5.
I will say over. It just takes him to break a big one, and I think he's more than capable of doing that.
I really want to hate on K9.
I know you do.
I do, but
you do.
Over.
It hurts you, doesn't it?
It does. Pains me.
David, I'm with you, but I got to take the under. I think Rams defense is going to load up. They're going to make Sam Darnold beat them without throwing less than 25 passes. They're going to take the runaway. I'm taking the under.
For the first time in this exercise, I'm going to disagree with TJ. I'm going to go over because with Charbonnet out, he's even going to get more carries and more yards.
I'm going to take the over. David, he may even score 5 touchdowns.
I see what you did there.
More receiving yards, JSN or Puka Nacua?
Ooh, Puka Nacua. Every time.
No, not every time. It's going to be JSN.
I got to go JSN because of my last prediction that they're not going to be able to run the ball. So I think it's going to be a lot of throws from Sam Darnold. I'm taking JXN.
JSN. I think Witherspoon and company are too good.
Kenny, I'm going to agree with you.
Yes.
I think it's just Puka Nacua. He is just, you know what it is? TJ, it goes back when we used to say, how is Cooper Kupp always open?
Why?
It's Puka Nacua.
How can you not cover him? Why?
Yeah. Same thing with St. Brown. He can't be covered.
You watch some of JSN's routes, though?
No, I
Ridiculous.
get it, but it's just like, it's 3rd and 13.
I know.
You know where the ball is going.
I'm putting this in my mind frame of Rams are going to be up. Seattle's going to have to throw the ball.
Okay. Will he get his revenge?
I think he's going to get more targets.
Cooper Kupp,
we'll see.
Anytime touchdown, over under 0.5. Will he score a touchdown in this game against his former team?
Yeah, a reliable target. I'm going to say yes.
He's no longer reliable. I'm going to say no.
I'm on the yes train. Kenny, I agree with you, buddy.
I'm going to say no. Witherspoon, blanket him.
I'm going to say no as well. I think he's going to get some yardage, but he won't get that touchdown.
It could be like a little end around, one of those jet sweeps that they give him down the goal line, though.
Yeah, there's a number of ways he can accomplish
That's
that.
what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
Stafford, passing touchdowns, over under 1.5.
When you said passing touchdowns, I thought 2 at least in my mind, so I'll say over.
Yeah, I'm also going to say over for this one.
Same thing as Kenny. I thought 2 in my head. Taking the over.
Over.
You guys are suckers. I'm saying under. Go ahead, David.
Let's get to these games. It is championship weekend. Let's start with the AFC. Patriots at minus 4.5 favorites at the Broncos. Then the over-under is 42.5. What you got, guys? Rico?
You know what? The world is on the Patriots. I'm going to believe in the Broncos at home. Give me Denver.
Yeah, the world is on the Patriots. And 4.5 in a playoff game, I'm sorry, but I'll just take the points. I don't know if they're going to win, but 4.5, I'll take it.
It's not going to be a lot of points scored in this game. So because of that, I believe the game is close. So I'm going to go Broncos here.
David, you just stole the words out of my mouth. I think the Patriots win, but I think Denver keeps it close. I think Denver's going to cover that 4.5.
Look, Sean Payton versus Vrabel. I think Payton's going to be able to do enough to keep it close. Plus, home dog. You go for the AFC Championship game in that stadium? Yeah, give me the points.
Do we need to over-under it, by the way, too?
Yeah, 42.5. What we got, guys?
I'll take the under on that.
Yeah, I'm going to go with under as well.
Over.
Under with May and Stidham. Under for sure. Let's move over to the NFC. The Rams visiting the Seattle Seahawks. Seahawks are 2.5-point favorite. What you got, Rico?
Give me the Super Bowl champion Seahawks. I think that defense is just playing so well. Yeah, I know they're in the title game, but they're going to win the whole thing. I'm calling my shot, David. That's what I'm doing.
I don't know about Super Bowl, but it's under a field goal, so I'll take the Seahawks laying the 2.5.
Oh, I feel dirty doing this. Seahawks.
K9, say it with some respect.
David, I feel the same, buddy. Number 1 offense, number 1 defense. I got to take the defense. Listen, I think Sean McVay's a weenie when it comes to making big choices and big decisions. He just always chooses the wrong one. I could see it happening again. I'm taking the Seahawks.
This surely means we're all wrong, right?
I'm going to be the outlier. I'm going to take the Rams. I think that Matthew Stafford is going to get to go to his second Super Bowl, win it, and then retire.
And then quickly, the over-under is 46.5. Rico?
Over.
Over for me as well.
Over.
I'll take the under.
Under.
Cold game?
Yeah, it will be a cold game. Those are your picks. 97-1.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Andrew Pavlik and his sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer because they're going to guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. They're going to find you every discount, rebate, and incentive to save you some money. So get into Hamilton Chevrolet right now and start the new year off right with great deals on their massive inventory. Selection is best right now, and they're ready for immediate delivery. No waiting around, folks. And that includes the January Rico deal, a new 2025 Chevy Trax LT. Get this, $239 a month for 24 months. Walk into Hamilton with $995 down. You'll drive off with 10,000 miles a year. You know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Just stop in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet. Tell them Rico sent you. Make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together. Let's drive.
248-539-9797. I guess we could call it official. The college football playoff 12 teams will remain for next year. And part of the reason of that is because the disagreements going on between the SEC.
Yeah.
And the Big
don't
Ten.
give people too much credit. It's
Correct. But I'll give the SEC credit for not. The Big Ten wants 24. You heard me right. The Big Ten wants 24 teams.
You do realize, in order for that to happen, Stoney, this is where people like Mike Valeni will be right. You're going to have to rewrite how college football is. In order to get 24 in there, you're going to have to start playing the games damn near around Thanksgiving. You're going to have to shorten seasons where you get one non-conference game and then you play 9 conference games. So, like, in order to do this, to get more money squeezed in there, I don't understand what Tony Petitti, actually I do, because he came from TV and he's just trying to make so much money,
it's a
which
TV
is why he's a
show.
horrible commissioner and somebody just needs to kick his ass out.
The college football playoff has become what he wants, and the SEC with ESPN as well. It's a television program.
Dude, the only thing next is what he's going to put all the coaches up and have them walking 8 Mile. Like, come on, man. Quit pimping this conference and let's just play some good football.
Yeah.
Because at 24 teams, you're going to have 4 and 5 lost teams in the playoffs. I'm okay if the team's not undefeated. I'm okay if they got 1 or 2 losses. But USC would have been in the playoffs. Michigan would have been in the playoffs.
It's ridiculous.
They weren't playoff teams.
No. Look, Greg Sankey has publicly supported a 16-team model. But as we mentioned, the Big Ten would only agree to that if after 3 years they went to a 24. So the SEC said, F that, and we'll just keep it the way it is. However, there are some differences from last year that you will notice. Number one, that if Notre Dame is ranked in the top 12, they automatically get in.
Yeah. No, actually, I think top 13.
Oh, I thought it was top 12. Anyway.
But it's close, somewhere around there, yeah.
Well, it can't be top 13 because there's only 12 teams. But ranked 12. Okay. And the other thing is that there will be, one team, of course, from the Power 6 because the Pac-12, the newfangled Pac-12 is now makes it a Power 6. Now, I have no problem with that as long as the conferences, like the ACC, doesn't have a situation where they had a conference champion with a record of 7-5, because the way it should have gone this year was, hey, you know what? Miami should be playing in the conference championship game. They're the best team in there. Let them at least try to win against Virginia, not have a Duke thing. So Miami wins that, they're automatically in, and you wouldn't have James Madison, and Notre Dame would be in.
Right. But
which they should have been in.
Duke made the game because of the tiebreakers, and I don't think the ACC was ready to cut Miami any favors because I think Miami's been kind of the stepchild. Like they treat them like the black sheep of the conference because of the days of the U.
Mm-hmm.
And Miami still went out there and made it to the national title game. I thought that was just kind of funny because Miami stuck the middle finger up not only to the country, but to their own conference.
Yeah.
Oh, we're not good enough to win this. Hey, here we are at home in our own stadium. Yeah, they lost, but they made it there. We don't need – in a perfect world, it would be 8. And in 8, conference titles still mean something because you would have to win your conference. And then there's 3 at-large teams. And here's the thing, and this may be unpopular, Stoney, I'm not for the inclusion of the group of 5 or the group of 6 unless you have a special team, unless you have a Boise State back in the day.
Right.
But guys, Boise State over Oklahoma was a long time ago.
Yes.
Okay? Adrian Peterson is closer to the Hall of Fame than he is to playing in that game.
How many years has Ian Johnson been married?
Right. Probably married with kids. His kids is probably getting ready to go to Boise State.
Yeah.
Like, we got to get past that, but we need to include. Why? Just no. Give me, if you're going to do this farce, give me the 12 best teams. Now, if one of those teams one year happens to be UNLV, Memphis, Boise State.
Remember
Include
one year it was Western.
You're right. And sure, I'll let you in, but you got to show me your resume. Did you beat at least 2 Power 5 or Power 4 schools? If you did, I can allow that. But just the fact that I'm not going to put you in because you played nobody and you're undefeated, no. But I if you're going to do this, just give me the best teams. Plain and simple.
With 8, which makes sense to a certain extent, so you have no buys. But man, the arguments over who would get left out would even be worse. But you know what? I don't care. That's what makes it interesting.
Here's where 8 would make more sense. It's just like this national champion. We're gonna play it on the field. I don't care what the committee said you're ranked. Win your conference, you're in. And then if you're in, you don't have to worry. If you don't win your conference, now you got to go sit in the waiting room and wait to see if you can get one of those 3 remaining spots or 4 remaining spots now.
Right. And Notre Dame would have to schedule some, have a better schedule now.
It's not that hard.
No. Well, they have a decent schedule this year.
No. I'm saying it's not that hard to really make this thing work. Stoney, if right now in the last 5 minutes we've pretty much said what should happen,
right?
You would think that college presidents and athletic directors could figure this thing out too.
Well, they can't even decide whether and guys who sign NBA contracts can play in college basketball. That's all.
Get me started.
I'm sure you talked about that yesterday. That's ridiculous. But
because we said technically Cassius still has 9 games left.
Right,
bring him back.
All these guys do. Yeah, that's right, because Cassius had the COVID year.
Yes.
That whole team. That team got screwed by COVID more than any other team in sports. Anyway, I digress. 248-539-9797. The one person who understood this more than any was a team that actually was in here, the coach of a team that was in the playoff and lost, and that was Dan Lanning of Oregon, who said, here's the deal. We move the schedule. Week 0 becomes week 1. And then you have, after the conference championship game, you play every week after that, and you're done by January 1st.
Yes.
Gee, what a concept. This college football season ending at one of the premier bowl games.
Don't understand the whole week 0 thing. And but I guess if you string it out and it's every 10 days and look at this and look at me, I guess. But to me, right, just get this thing over, because here's the thing. You don't really want to compete with the NFL.
No, they sit there and say, well, if it's spread out, it means, absence makes the heart grow fonder. No, absence makes people forget who the hell you are.
Mm-hmm. And unless it's 2 of the blue bloods in there, you're not really good. Like, okay, Indiana and Miami, it was like, okay, this will be fun to watch, but you weren't fired up if that was like Texas versus, Georgia.
Look,
gotta have a bigger ring to it.
Yeah, Indiana had the juice of the ridiculous, incredible story.
Could they pull it off?
Yes, they had that. But Miami, doesn't. Sorry, they don't have the national appeal that the quote unquote.
Don't tell Michael Irvin that.
I know. Did you see Michael Che do the with on Saturday Night Live last week?
I have not seen it.
It's pretty funny.
I saw that he did, but we've come up to find somebody who loves you more, as like Michael Irvin loves Miami.
It's incredible. I mean, I love my alma mater, but and I would be there if I was there for one of their 3 NCAA tournament games that they've had in their history. But I couldn't be Michael Irvin, man. That is just...
See, let me ask you this, because you all just said something, and I've kind of been against it, but in my head now, looking things up, I think it makes more sense. You all brought up the January 1st thing with the schedule, and then hopefully you can get things to where it ends right there with that bowl game and it's over. And I used to be like, what does it matter? That's tradition, and that's past. But with the transfer portal only having one window,
right,
and that started January 2nd, and you have 15 days. That makes more sense versus you're waiting so long to play the championship game, and then those that are in the championship game then get their window open. And now we're going through the entire month of January. We could be done mid-January. And everything could be done. Championship, format and then
the portal. Yeah, and there are guys who maybe not technically, but who are playing in the championship game who you knew were going to go in the portal, even though they played for a different team in the national championship.
I'm laughing. Like if Miami would have won the whole thing, does Chuck Brantley, who left, does he get a ring? Because he was on the team for all the year, but then he transferred, came back to Michigan State
while they're still in their run.
Yeah, they were still in the playoffs, and he left.
Wow.
Would he get a ring? Or does he get like the Adrian Dantley, we'll hook you up later on?
Yeah, that's
down
one of
the
those
line.
things where you were on the team for half the year and you that's crazy.
It goes to a team vote. So the answer would probably be absolutely
They'd
not.
probably be like, who?
Yes.
Who was that?
Yes. All right, coming up next, it's the Friday staple. It is Who Said It, 97.1. Hope everybody stayed warm on this Friday. And if not, the Friday staple will keep you warm. It's time for Who Said It.
That's right, guys. It is time for Who Said It. Last week was upsetting because Kenny was on fire. So let's see how he does this week.
Due for regression. That is the answer to your question.
You are correct based on what I have here.
I forgot all of it. We ticked David off. I think I went 7 for 8.
Yeah, I did too. I just missed the one.
I was so pissed. All right, let's start here with eligibility.
Everybody.
6 a.m. Yeah, all day.
Including the J people.
Anybody listen to OMC today?
My first
That's
guest,
what's eligible.
Jeremy Otto's my first guest.
We're going to go 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. 6 a.m. to 8 p.m.
You got Rieger, you got Wojo. You might even have a little Mark Ryan.
You got
in
Mark
there.
Ryan in there as well.
Number 1, I think they have to make a trade. It doesn't have to be the trade. They should add some shooting.
Okay.
Basketball.
I would be a little, it's not me, because I would be a little more fervent on that. And I don't think anybody in this show would have said that with that lack of ferocity.
I think that sounds like Gator to me.
See, I was thinking Gator or Kang.
I'm going to say Doug. I think you're right about that time period.
I'm going to say Kang.
All right, so one of us might be right here if it's that show.
So you all locked in on the midday,
Maybe
huh?
we should have stuck with Jeremy Otto.
Yeah, you should have stuck with Jeremy Otto because you're wrong. Who said it?
Yeah, Kenny, we knew this was coming.
Yeah,
we knew this was coming.
You know what? It was the inflection of Costa.
No.
If David would have read it like that, I think I would have.
Yeah, I should have read it. I think they have to make a trade. It doesn't have to be the trade.
Yeah, that's
David's upset with us.
Oh, this is going to be fun.
I had to knew that was coming, Rico. You had to knew that was coming.
Kenny, over under of us getting 1.
Under 0.5, right? Under.
Number 2. I feel like Cignetti went and did what the Wings did. Like he got a bunch of Russians and they weren't Russians.
God, that's so bizarre. Who's going to make the Indiana to hockey? It can only be one of 2 people, in my opinion.
I think it's Gov.
That's it. It was Rieger or Gov, and I'm going to say Gov.
Yeah.
One more time, please, David.
Oh, sure.
Can you use it in a sentence?
Sure. I feel like Cignetti went and did what the Wings did. Like he got a bunch of Russians and they weren't Russians.
I'm just going to go off the chart. I'm going to go John Jansen.
So are we all locked in?
Yeah.
What did you guess, Kenny?
I guessed Govs.
Me and Kenny were on the Gov train.
And you guessed just
Jansen.
Wrong again. Who said it?
Okay, folks, for those who are not watching.
That was Doug.
David is dancing back here. He is in his world.
He's off to a good start. He's 28-3 Falcons.
Oh, wow. So let's see if I can continue this.
Let's lock in. We got
and
this.
win.
All right,
I just got to get 1, and that's all. I'll be happy
agree.
with 1.
Number 3. You haven't done anything in almost 2 full calendar years. You've gone backwards. Like the bottom line is the playoffs. It's not this 15-2 thing.
Who would be a little negative on the Lions? It can only be 2 people. Who would? I'm going to say it's Mike.
I said something similar, but I didn't say it that way.
Can I hear it one more time, David, please?
Sure can. You haven't done anything in almost 2 full calendar years. You've gone backwards. Like the bottom line is the playoffs. Stoney, and this one has been inspired by the both of you.
Either Mike,
because this time last week we got into an interesting debate
Ryan's
conversation regarding blue blood.
And he was on, I think, once this week. I'm going to say Rieger. My instinct was Rieger.
Yeah. What are you saying, Stoney?
I said it's Valenti, and you guys should, for strategic purposes, maybe go around the day part, so at least we'll have the right day part if we don't have the right person.
I'm going Rieger.
Who said it, David?
Wrong. Who said it?
Ah, come on.
David, if we say we're sorry, will you give us a chance?
We apologize. Write down a handwritten apology to you.
This is fun. Let's try again, fellas. Number 4. If you take away his rushing yards, what you have as an offense is still built around the quarterback, and defenses are there to stop him in addition to the rest of it. So great, they'll be able to run the football, but it's because of Kyler Murray.
Huh?
Oh, wow. So they're obviously talking about the Pensick thing.
One more time, David.
Sure. If you take away his rushing yards, what you have as an offense is still built around the quarterback, and defenses are there to stop him in addition to the rest of it. So great. They're able to run the football, but it's because of Kyler Murray.
I want to say John. I'm just taking a stab here.
Yeah, I've reached the point. You beat us into submission. I'm going to go Gator.
I'm going to say Mark Ryan because it doesn't make any
David,
sense.
We're sorry.
I don't even know who would have been talking like this.
Right. Jeremy Otto? Question mark?
So say that again, Rico. You said I'm sorry?
Yes.
You're right.
You know what? I stand with Rico. Congratulations, buddy.
All you had to do is say you're sorry. There you go. You got one.
I'm sorry. I'm very, very sorry.
You know what? I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to hit the portal. I don't want to play anymore.
That made no sense.
I'm counting that as a victory for Stoney and me, too, because I feel
what, Kenny, this is a joint victory.
Yes.
You know what?
Thank
we all
you.
get to pass the cup around.
Thank you.
All right. Number 5. I think this one, no, let me go to a different one. The Big Ten is killing it in the NIL world, and it's not just college football, it's college basketball as well.
Wow. Who would be in tune to both?
I'm going to go.
Would you have said this, Rico? I'm asking.
No.
Because you're in tune with the Big Ten.
I am. But I'm going to go with Wojo because he's in tune with basketball because who's one of the best teams in the nation right now?
Michigan State.
No, Stoney.
Good try.
Michigan. I'm going Wojo on this.
I thought Wojo too, but I'm scared if we both pick him, it's definitely going to be wrong. And David will start laughing at us again.
I'm going to say Gator just to be different. I just want every day part covered here because we're doing so bad, even though Rico just got one.
I'm going to say...
Stick with your gut, Kenny.
No, I'm going to go Costa. He'll double down on Costa. Costa's a big Big Ten defender. Give me Costa.
Who said it?
Damn it.
Douglas Karsh.
It's the other Michigan guy.
Oh, yeah, that's wrong again.
I knew it was the and it's a Michigan. Okay, duh.
Between the three of us, we covered all the bases of Big Ten and Michigan.
See, I thought about it, but I said what I said, Gator, because I didn't think Doug would actually say that Michigan was doing NIL stuff.
That's fair. That's actually fair.
Because Michigan win the NIL and got
I
the
know.
players.
Well, I know that.
Okay.
I have one quick one here. I think this is one of those comments that right now nobody's going to make a big deal about. But let me start over. I think this is one of those comments that right now nobody's going to make a big deal about. But this is one of those comments I think is going to be tough on St. Brown. You can't say your fans don't know ball.
Mark Ryan. I don't know. I give up.
Valenti.
Oh, yeah, I'll go Mike.
No, wrong. Give another one. Try it again.
Rieger.
Jansen.
Did I say it?
You did. Who said it? You did what?
Did I say it?
So Rieger said it. Okay.
Oh man, that was fun. I enjoyed it this week, guys. See you next week.
Look at him. Look at him smile. He's like gloating.
I hope you're proud of yourself, Pastor.
That is who said it. Yes, it is, Stoney, and this one has been inspired by the both of you. Because this time last week, we got into an interesting debate conversation regarding blue bloods in college football.
Oh, boy. Another mistake I made. Okay.
So what we're going to do is we're going to blind rank. I have 13 schools. We're going to blind rank them on where you think they rank within Blue Blood Nation. So let's start with this one. This is how it started. Georgia.
Blind rank, 13 teams.
Yep. So you place it wherever you think, and you have no idea who's next.
Is there a right or a wrong, or
it's wherever you think.
I'm going to take Georgia at 7.
You're going to move them at 7. Okay.
Yes.
From not being a blue-blooded all to being in the middle of the
I learned my lesson.
Georgia, I would probably say an 8.
An 8. All right.
Do I have the right to move these around?
No movement.
That's what's fun about this.
Let's go to Florida State. That's why I love it. That's
Florida
why I love it.
State. They had about 2.5 decades of really good football. After that, once Bobby Bowden left, they were pretty well. Jimbo had one good year.
They had famous Jameis. I'm going to go Florida State. I'm going to go Florida State at a 6.
I'm going to take Florida State at 12.
Wow, that is a giant difference between the two of you. I like it. Let's go to Tennessee.
Yeah, there's 13 right there. For me.
We agree.
You all agree on 13.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm taking my chances that you're not going to throw like Tulane in here or something.
Let's go to Nebraska.
Oh, boy.
Look, see, the problem with the Blue Bloods in my mind is it's what I grew up being a Blue Blood.
That's why they're your rankings.
I'm going to go, though, but they've been bad for a long time. I'm going to go 11.
They're 12.
Okay, let's go to Penn State.
I'm biased, but I'm going to say 6.
And that's why I did Penn State next, because I figured you would be biased with Penn State.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to say 9 for Penn State.
9. Okay. Let's move to a real blue blood. Michigan.
Oh, well. 14. 11. Half a title in 97.
You can't be serious. Okay, whatever is your ranking.
I'm going to put them at 5.
Okay.
They have to be ahead of Penn State.
All right.
There's
Let's go to Notre Dame.
Hey.
Wow. What's that, Stoney?
They're going to be, as much as I can't stand them, they're going to be 3.
Whoa.
And see, I think that Michigan and Nebraska, you share the title, right? You're right next to each other. You're neighbors. Kenny?
11, 12. You did say that. So where do you have Notre Dame?
Notre Dame, I'll go 7.
I just liked your reaction when you put when Nebraska came up. You're like, oh.
Let's go over to Alabama.
1.
First of all, whoever says let's go to Alabama, who says that? You said 1, Stoney?
I said 1.
On the back of your family reunion shirt?
I said 1. You know, we apologize for the Shula and the Francione, whatever his name was, years, but Alabama.
I got Bama as 1 as well.
Where do you have them?
1.
1. Okay. USC.
Ooh, I love USC. See, this
USC
is
had
up.
some couple of good years.
A couple? They had great years. 60s,
Right, I'm saying
the
the 2
70s.
years but then I'm going to go 5.
All right, 5. Stoney, where do you have USC?
I mean, at 4.
4. Let's go to
One team. I know
Texas.
10.
Yeah, I got the 10 spot for Texas. I don't know who I'm putting in 2, 3, and 4 now.
Okay. So then let's go to Oklahoma.
Oh, geez.
Oklahoma is 8. They should be higher, but
I guess by default I have to go 4 since I can't move these around.
Right.
That is true. That is true.
That I have.
Ohio State.
2.
I'll put them at 2.
All right. And finally, Clemson.
God, I should have put them below Florida. Well, you know what?
No LSU?
Nope.
I just knew that was going to LSU spot.
Nope.
Clemson, they did win a title with Danny Ford back in 1981, right? I believe that was the year.
So you have the number 3 left, Rico. So Clemson has to go number 3 for you.
Like Mary and Mary. I've been set up.
And Stoney.
I am at 9.
Yep. You have them at 9.
Why don't you guys quickly read off the order from 1 to 13?
David, set me up.
Okay, here's mine. From the bottom up.
Bottom up.
Tennessee 13, Florida State 12, Nebraska 11, Texas 10, Clemson 9, Oklahoma 8, Georgia 7, Penn State 6, Michigan 5, USC 4, Notre Dame 3, Ohio State 2, Alabama 1.
Yeah, I got Tennessee 13, Nebraska 12, Michigan 11, Texas 9, Texas 10, Penn State 9, Georgia 8, Notre Dame 7, Florida State 6, USC 5, Oklahoma 4, Clemson 3, Ohio State 2, and Bama 1.
How would you guys grade your list on a letter scale?
I was set up.
What do you think yours is, Rico? If this was a student exam of yours, how would you grade it?
Well, the bottom and the top are strong. The middle would need some rearranging. I would probably move Notre Dame and Georgia and Texas higher.
That makes sense. What about you, Stoney?
I give myself a B-. I would probably, you know what? Penn State and Georgia, I might flip-flop, but Oklahoma and Penn State. I'd flip-flop. I'd make Oklahoma 6 and Penn State 8. That'd be my only ones that I'd change.
Not bad, fellas. Not bad. That is your college football Blue Bloods blind rankings. 97-1.
The Pistons are back at home tonight against the Rockets. Cade Cunningham has been upgraded to probable as he deals with an illness and a contusion. Karis LeVert has been ruled out. However, Asar Thompson also gets another chance to play against his twin Amen. Audio thanks to FanDuel Sports Network. You can hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 7. Mark Ryan is the pregame at 6:45. Michigan basketball has Ohio State at home tonight as well. Tip-off there at 8. Trey Burke will see his number 3 raised to the rafters at halftime. ESPN posted an article titled Bold Predictions for the Rest of the MLB Offseason. In it, they have Tarek Skubal winning his arbitration case and Justin Verlander making a return to Detroit. Quote, last season he won 4 games for the Giants, but his 1.2 WAR wasn't so bad. In context, only 4 Tigers pitchers earned more: Skubal, Olsen, Vest, and Mize. The Tigers surely would make room in their rotation for this future Hall of Famer, who not only offers veteran leadership to a team looking for its 3rd consecutive playoff berth, but warrants inclusion based on on-field performance, end quote. Phillip Rivers was set to interview with the Buffalo Bills for their head coaching gig today. For Adam Schefter at the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Two 248-539-9797. Thank you very much, Mr. Otto. By the way, and I'm not going. Don't take this the wrong way. I just think it's somewhat comical. Not what's going on in Minneapolis, but if you are a fan of the TV show Batman, were you a fan of Batman?
Yeah.
You know the police chief in Minneapolis is Chief O'Hara. That's all I'll say.
Oh, okay.
Legitimately.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Before we get into the 5 o'clock topic,
yeah,
I want to pull back the curtain a little bit for people here at the studio. So in the commercial break, I just finished talking with Kenny. I couldn't believe what I was witnessing. Estonia's on the phone watching a baseball game from the 80s?
1980.
And he's doing play-by-play
of
the game on the phone to a buddy of his.
It was Parker.
It was Rob.
That explains a little bit of it because he's a baseball guy. But yeah, MLB Network was showing, I guess they call it Friday First. It was the first World Series that the Phillies ever won, which was 1980. And my sister and I were in the last row behind the plate of Veterans Stadium.
Okay. And it was just kind of, I'm like, I'm eating, and I'm like, wait, is Stoney doing play-by-play? Oh, if it was nowadays, they would have like 3 pitching changes, and I look, and I'm like, is that Mike Smith? Oh my God! How old is this guy?
Well, Jimmy, before he left, where Steve Carlton was on the mound, I said, "Look at his twitches. He would twitch all the time." And then they had the famous play, the pop-up where Bob Boone, the catcher, drops the ball, but Pete Rose makes the catch.
Right, and the way you did it is if you didn't know what was about to happen. I just thought that was so funny. I didn't want to say anything because I just wanted to sit back and watch from afar, but that was funny.
I was like you, Rico. I was just sitting back and watching it all happen.
Like, he's really going through this. Like, I think I
was so surprised that this game was on TV again. I mean, I can't tell you the last time I've seen highlights again, but it was kind of. I can't even say it was my childhood because I was done with college already.
Stoney, it's why we love you. But yeah, I was just like, he is really into this. Like, whoever it makes sense that it was Rob, but it's like, whoever he's talking to, like, they are into this game.
You know what's wild is you bring this up, and I'm thinking, wow, that is crazy. Then I really start thinking, I actually do the same. I have done this, like, if a game, like the one where Chauncey hits the half-court shot against the Nets.
Right. People forget they lost the game, by the way.
Correct. And I have done play-by-play when that game has come on NBA TV. I have done it. Like, I could be at home by myself, and I'm calling the play, and then I'm saying, well, yeah, I'm saying to myself, and they end up losing this game. Like, I just do it out of habit.
All right, let's flip this here. Let's stay with this. What game, when you watch on, whether it's Big Ten Network or, a replay of the game,
You know what happened. You remember where you were when it really happened, but you're still into it, whether it's good or bad. And there, for some reason, every single time the Michigan-Colorado game comes on, I just get so pissed off. Still.
Okay.
I just get really, really pissed off.
Let me help you out with that, Stoney. There's a game that I'm like that for as well, that I have to stop it because I know how this is going to end. Rose is going to live. Jack is going to die in the ocean. And I don't need to see this over and over again. Whenever the Big Ten Network shows the very first Big Ten championship game.
The fumble? Or the bad penalty on Isaiah Lewis?
Right, where State returns the ball back. Yes. And they're set up to win. Nope. As soon as I see it's fourth down, no, we're just going to go ahead and cut this thing off. Can't do it. Now, David, I will say, whenever I see the game against the Pistons and the Spurs, I do yell at the TV.
Oh, the Robert Horry game.
Rasheed, don't leave your man. Like he hears me.
Don't double Ginobili.
You know what happens.
Don't leave your man this time.
That game, by the way, every once in a while, I'll be like taking a shower and that game comes into my mind. I don't know. I hate that game. Was probably one of the worst Detroit games, even worse than the Phantom Foul, because you thought they were going to win.
But yeah, there are a couple games that I'm like you, Stoney, but it was just amazing watching you. Like, Stoney's in his world, right? Like you, if I saw you back in time, like you were there. I didn't know you were actually there.
Yeah.
But I could see, like, you are really into this game. Like, this is entertaining. So, but no, I do some games like that as well.
There's a game, and it doesn't include any of my teams, but it was the very first Super Bowl that I will ever remember because I sat down and intricately remember everything that happened in this game for the very first time. And it's the Mike Jones Rams-Titans.
Oh, Rams-Titans game. Wow.
That one, and I had watched Super Bowls before, but as a kid, I was kind of not really understanding, not really into it. That's the first one I understood everything, was into it. And that Steve McNair Super Bowl was amazing. And he just missed out because of that Mike Jones tackle. Just missed out.
Yeah, and I am guilty. This morning I was at the barbershop watching on my phone. They were like, hey, it was this day in history type of thing.
Oh, I love those.
It was the famous John Candy drive.
I watched that the other day.
By the Niners, and they did the whole final drive.
Yeah, it was unbelievable.
And it was like, wow. Oh, okay. Like they just cut down the field, and then it's just kind of funny because you're like, that's probably a penalty now. That's a penalty. That, you know what? That would have been a review play. That would have took another 5 minutes. But yeah, I did watch that and was like,
sitting there. How is Roger Craig so wide open? Why are they covering Jerry Rice? I mean, I know they had John Taylor.
Roger Craig wide open on a third and something. So
yeah. All right, 248-539-9797. What is that game when it's on, Big Ten Network, ESPN, Cloud, whatever, where you see it again, you know what happens, and even if it's whatever, it's a happy moment, like it was for me when I was just watching the 1980 World Series, or a sad moment, you still watch it and you react to it. Like
you
as
stop
if it was,
what you're doing, you put the remote down, and you're like, I got to at least see this play. I know what's about to happen, but I got to see this touchdown, this three, this home run, whatever it is.
I remember the one that I do the most, and I'll even look it up on YouTube just to remember it, was JD returning from injury and hitting that home run.
Oh, yeah.
That was
off Chris Sale, right?
Yep, that's exactly right. And then Rod goes, could you imagine if he hits a home run here? And then literally next thing that happens.
All right, 248-539-9797. Let's go to Troy. Bob, what's up?
Hey, guys. This was bigger than the Super Bowl back then in '76, the Bird Monday Night Baseball against the Yankees.
They show that occasionally, too.
I just recorded it for my son because they had an hour special about him before, and I recorded the game. And it is unbelievably electric on what that guy did in 1 year. I mean, Gerald Ford comes in for the All-Star game to meet the Bird, and it was just bigger than life. And when I'm showing him this, he goes, "Was this guy any good?" And I go, Yeah, for a year.
He's talking to the baseball.
Yeah. He got hurt. The injury killed him.
And you know what's weird about that? Well, the knee injury, not an arm.
No, I know.
Yeah, and Rusty Staub, they wanted him to come out for an encore. The crowd wouldn't leave.
The curtain call, yep.
And he came out, and Rusty goes, "You got to go back out there." He's like, "No, man, I don't really want to." He goes, "Well, it's not me. It's going to be you." He didn't even have his cleats on. He's out there in his socks.
I remember the Sports Illustrated cover. Thanks for the call.
So did he blow his knee out, or
I
or is
forget
it like one of those things? If he would have did it today, it would have been no big deal.
Probably.
Because I always laugh like Gale Sayers would still be like if you got the ACL injury, that was a death sentence.
Right. The All-Star game was in Philly that year. Now I didn't go, but my friends or family went because I still have the program from that All-Star game, and Fidrich was the starting pitcher. Let's go to Westland. David, what's up?
Hey, gentlemen, nice to speak with you. Even though I don't consider it a sport, for me it's always going to be John Daly in 91 at Crooked Stick. I remember him as the sixth alternate. Yep. I remember his mullet. I remember him beating everybody. I watched all of the majors in high school, and it's just when I catch it, when it's on, it's always going to be memorable for me.
Do you remember whose place he took at the last moment?
Oh, my gosh. The sixth alternate who came in at the last minute. I'm in the car. I can't think of it off the top of my head.
Yeah, be careful.
I believe it was Nick Price.
You might be right. And I do want to say a quick shout out to Rico and say thank you. First time, long time. I'm sorry I can't be on the phone with Mike, but it's a pleasure to talk to you, Rico, for the first time in person. You guys have a great show. And if I could talk to Mike, I would tell him he's got to give the Going to Work Pistons a bit of a break. Defense wins championships, and I hate that he doesn't give that team a lot of credit because that's when basketball is good, when teams win on defense.
You're absolutely right,
guys,
man.
I'll let you go. Thank you so much.
Hey, David, call back any time.
Nice. Yeah, you love watching those 78 to 77 games. I did. I mean, it was
I can only
unbelievable.
imagine his anger. Like, you know what? One game he ain't watching the block of Tayshaun or any of those Pacer games.
That's another game.
The final when the Pistons, what was it, 68 to 64?
I will never forget where I was. That was amazing.
Now, I want him to watch when they beat the Celtics at the Silverdome to get to the finals in 88. That's what you want Mike to watch.
68 to 64, I believe that was the score. That's like a college game.
Yep. Our telephone number, 248-539-9797. We'll take more of your phone calls coming up next. Hey, pro athletes want two things from a coach. To believe that he understands their sport at an elite level, and two, that he can help them become a better player. That's the attitude I took to Dr. Yaldo 7 years ago. Watching games and reading the press notes have become a personal and, quite frankly, a professional struggle. So Dr. Yaldo told me that at age 60, cataracts were beginning to blur my vision, which is very normal. And everybody else my age can't read smaller print either. So he gave me a relatively new procedure back then, bifocal lens implants. Amazing, still is. Technology, even better today, 7 years later. If you've had enough with those annoying readers or dealing with glasses and contacts, then see the man with elite level skills. He'll restore the vision of your youth in a few painless minutes with either custom LASIK or bifocal lens implants. The evaluation is free at YaldoEyeCenter.com and tell him Stoney sent you. 248-539-9797. Yes, for a change, the fellas were making fun of me because I was watching.
Fun of you.
I know. Well, it's okay.
No, it was Stoney. You were dialed and locked in. Like this was happening live.
Yes, the MLB Network was showing Game 6 of the 1980 World Series, where the Philadelphia Phillies, my hometown team, won their first ever World Series. First ever.
Who did they play?
The Kansas City Royals.
George Brett.
And that's right. And I was at the game with my sister. We sat in the last row of the old vet behind the plate. And it was a great moment. And I hadn't seen that game in a long, long time. And I was talking to Rob Parker on the phone. And I was, I guess, doing some play-by-play and reminiscing about my youth. Anyway, so we were asking what games, when you see replayed, that you can't turn it off, whether it's a good result or a bad result. Let's talk to Jason. You're on 97.1.
Hey, Stoney, I've been a fan for years, back in the days of you and Mojo.
Thank you.
Rico, I tell you what, Rico, you have something with my son. My son always talks about you. He enjoys the show.
Well,
but
thanks.
It's good. Yeah, it's a good topic. One thing I like is back in '84 when Goose Gossage was getting ready to pitch to Kirk Gibson, and just sitting there where Williams goes up to him today, here's this, and then just seeing that is just reminiscing of back in the day when baseball. I loved baseball back then, and it just brings you back to that time. So that's just always a good one to replay in my mind, and also watch it when it's always on MLB.
Yeah, Dick Williams, he certainly effed up by letting the Goose talk him out of it. The Goose had a good success against Gibby up until that moment. Let's go to Windsor. Caleb, you're on 97.1.
Hello. Hey, guys. Happy Friday.
Same to you.
Friday, Caleb.
Dave, thank you. David, forgive me if you brought this up already, but it's funny because the situation, I'm a high school teacher, and a lot of the kids that I coach, they're big football fans, and this week they were talking about just Super Bowl, different plays and stuff, and they're making fun of me because I'm a Steelers fan, and I'm telling them, guys, I promise, they used to be great. And I showed them the Santonio Holmes catch in Super Bowl 42, and I've shown this play to people each opportunity that I get, and I love watching it through their eyes like it's the first time I'm seeing it. So there's that play. Well, that game in general was just sensational, and then they asked me, they're like, well, who's your favorite player? And I said, my favorite player all time is Hines Ward. And they're like, who is that?
Yeah.
Like, oh, gentlemen, I will show you. And I show them the Antoine and Randall end around pass in Super Bowl 40. And those two plays, and specifically Super Bowl 42, I could just watch over and over and over again.
So let me ask you a question, Caleb. Since Super Bowl 40 was here, did you go?
I was 16. I did not.
Okay.
I didn't have the funds, but I went to. Even in Windsor, we had a ton of local events going on.
Right.
So, I got my Super Bowl 40 terrible towel, and I did all the events.
Yeah.
I just watched it with my friends.
You mentioned the other one, the one against the Arizona Cardinals. The James Harrison play was
right before halftime. Yeah,
it's one of the greatest plays, not just in Super Bowl history. Thanks for the call, Caleb. In just playoff history,
and it was a great play.
Oh, yes.
But I don't know if that's the best play of that Super Bowl. Larry Fitzgerald on the drive to try to win the game, that run he has, that catch he makes in the middle of the field to run and almost score, that might be better than James Harrison in my mind.
But didn't Fitzgerald almost catch James Harrison too, though?
He did.
Yes,
he did.
Oh, man.
What a game.
What a great player.
David, what's it feel like to win a Super Bowl?
I don't know because it's been so long.
Oh, yeah. Put it this way. The Cowboys have won a Super Bowl a lot sooner than the Niners, just to put things in perspective.
Rob in Brighton. What's up, Rob?
Gentlemen, how are we doing? Stoney, always good to have you back.
Hey.
Guys,
What's up, Rob?
think, I'm pretty sure Rico remembers this year, 2005, college football. October 15th, I was at Meadowbrook Country Club at my brother's best friend was getting married that evening. And my dad and we had, 3 deep at the bar there at Meadowbrook. And it's the Bush Push game in South Bend.
Oh.
And this is a bad result for us if you're
right.
not a USC fan, but what a great game. And what's even crazy about that is that year, Notre Dame, that was the year that Vince Young beat USC in the championship game. But if Notre Dame would have won that game, chances are they played Ohio State in the Fiesta Bowl that year. They had a great year, but the other team that they lost to was Michigan State, and they lost 44-41. This was the year before the 06, and I mean, you know what happened in East Lansing.
Yeah.
Do you guys remember the interception, the pick six that Michigan State had against Notre Dame that year to win 44-41? I was curious if you guys remember who that was.
Was that? It was
Darian Adams.
Oh, Sir Darian Adams.
Oh,
wow.
Yeah,
okay.
To beat Notre Dame. But it was a crazy year for Notre Dame, not only because of the Bush push, but their only loss was to Michigan State, and then they got housed by Ohio State at the end of the year. But crazy year, crazy game. When that game is on, guys like Tom Zibikowski, he went into UFC fighting the MMA. He had that punt return back, and I mean, USC's team had Leinart and Bush and Lendale White and
now, Rob,
Pete
was the state game that overtime game in South Bend?
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I remember that now.
Crazy game. But that next year, Notre Dame got their get back.
Rob, you probably don't realize that this would be coming from me, but you guys got so screwed. You guys should have been in the playoff.
It's a bummer. It's a bummer. But you got to take care of your business, like Marcus Freeman said. Like when Wojo and Rieger asked me, so you're saying you guys should be in? I'm saying no. We should have beaten Texas A&M with 3 seconds left, and when they were forcing goal and they scored that touchdown to win. I mean, you got to win those games. You got to win those big games, and they didn't.
Does it make you angrier, or do you feel justified that Miami made it all the way to the national title game?
Yeah, I think that Miami it showed that they got better as the year went on, and we played them early on, so it was unknown, but their offensive line and defensive line guys were fantastic, and that's why they were there. And
you play them
Notre Dame next year.
You play them next year, right?
We do at home.
Yeah, cool.
And we also play Michigan State at home as well.
Yeah, I know. I'm glad that's coming back, and then in a few years you play Michigan again. So I like to see those games.
I may go to that game. I don't know, man. I'm teetering because I don't know what the team's going to look like.
Yeah, but it's
the atmosphere, though, right?
Yeah, I was there once.
I've been there.
Right,
I've been there a couple of times
okay.
to watch. Oh, I love Notre Dame. All I got to say is the friendliest fan base ever. They're like the Stepford Wives.
Yes, they're very nice.
They're so friendly that you almost think you're being set up. Like they're about to take you someplace and like I'm in the middle of Get Out 2. And all of a sudden I'm just going to get missing. Like, what happened to Rico? He went to South Bend. They're so nice. They're just, hey, welcome to Notre Dame.
You go to the grotto before the game. I mean, I did all that stuff.
What can we help you with? And it's just like, are you real right now?
I believe I was there for the Mike Hart debut game. It was Chad Henne started, I believe. Yeah, Michigan lost that game. Andy, and what's going on, Andy?
Hey, Stoney, Rico. Happy Frigid Friday. How are you, fellas?
Hey, Andy.
We're warm in here.
Yeah, absolutely. So this day holds a ton of significance for me because my kid was born 15 years later to the day. I watch it once a year. I still get excited. March 26, 1997, Retribution at the Joe.
Wow. That's one that I have on VHS.
I had it on, I recorded it that night, and we killed it after about 2 years, and it took me a couple years to find it, but I still own it as well.
It's weird because I had a tumor removed that day, so I couldn't go to the game. And and I was listening to it on the radio with Kenny Cal. And the next day, the Illich family, whatever, Little Caesars, they brought 2 pizzas and a television monitor and a VHS of the game. So I watched it the next day from my hospital room. That was great.
That's amazing. I got to say, though, it's really hard to see Tanguay on the bench.
Oh, yeah, I get that. But he wasn't one of those guys you could hate that much.
No, not at all. But he was an Avalanche at that time, so it just sticks in my craw a little bit. You know?
I get it. Yeah, I get it. Alex Tanguay, good player, good coach. Drew in Roseville.
Okay, all right.
Oh yeah, hold on,
Drew.
Wait, Drew,
you deserve way more than what we gave you there. They dropped a pizza off for you and a TV, and a VHS. Wow, Stoney,
to watch
you
the
are
game.
the Godfather. Wow.
You notice how he casually just dropped that in there. Okay.
Well, I just tell the truth. Drew, what's up?
What's going on, boys?
How are you?
Drew.
Great topic, man. I'm talking about Amnesia Lane all day long here, man. Oh, my God. The one I called I was thinking of the recent one, which was 23 with the Lions and the 49ers, but then I thought of another one, which was the 49ers again with Eddie Murray.
Do you ever get to watch? Has that game been replayed? Do you ever watched it before? Like, were you still watching?
The 82 one has been played on the NFL Network. I haven't seen the other one played, but the reason that it's so grained into my brain is because both games we had a family get together for the game. So we had like 10 family people in the room. And at halftime in the game in 23, we were hugging and high-fiving and we're up 17. We're going to the Super Bowl, baby! And then you know how it turned out, So
yeah, I know.
That's going to be one that's going to be hard to swallow, especially the way the team has regressed since then. So that's the one that hurts the most.
Well, it's funny because that game, the NFC Championship game from a few years ago, my daughter who works at NFL Films, she was working on the Receiver series, and her job was to, once the game ended a few days later, to log all the George Kittle and his wife stuff. And she had to watch them celebrate as they were coming back, and she was, what, Dad, this is the worst thing, worst day of my work experience.
Drew, I may or may not still have that game on my DVR. So,
you know what though, the Murray game was really, because my dad was still alive when that game happened, and I remember us sitting in the front room. And we saw Monty Clark do the sign of the cross.
Right. He
prayed. Kicked that field goal, and he closed his eyes. And my dad looked at us, turned around, looked at us, he goes, he's going to miss this field goal.
and he did.
And he missed it. And we yelled at the old man and said, Dad, why would you say that right before he kicks the ball?
Well, your father wasn't the reason they lost. Gary Danielson. What Danielson have, like 5 interceptions in that game? Something like that? Yeah, that Danielson did not have a good game. All right. That was a lot of fun. 97-1. Now we have a replay, right?
So let's start our picks in the NBA. There's a huge game tonight at LCA. The Rockets at the Pistons. Thompson twins, Cade, Durant and company. Pistons are a 4.5-point favorite. Rico.
Well, according to Jeremy, sounds like Cade will be playing in this game. So if Cade's playing in this game, it's at home. Give me our twin over their twin. They will not get an amen. Pistons win.
Kenny.
Yeah, Cade could be in, Cade could be out, but I will be in the building, so it doesn't matter either way. Pistons by a mile.
Wait, you realize it's Pistons. They don't play on ice, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I was looking around. I was like, this doesn't look like an ice surface.
Shoot the puck!
And because Kenny is going and Cade will be playing, I'm going the Houston Rockets in this game. TJ.
If you want any expertise, criticism, or insight onto NBA basketball, I am not your guy. So I just agree with everything Kenny said and Rico said. I'm going to take the Pistons.
Well, the Rockets played last night and lost a tough game in Philadelphia back-to-back. The Pistons didn't play last night, but the Rockets are pissed off because they're not playing great right now. I'm going to take the Rockets in the points.
Wow. Gutsy call there.
Loser.
Let's go to some prop bets before we get to the NFL games. Rico.
All right, let's go to the Broncos and the Patriots. Jarrett Stidham, passing yards, over, under 200.5.
I'm going to root for chaos. I'm going to be an agent of chaos with these picks and props, so I'm going to say over.
Oh, man, that is chaos because I'm going to go over as well.
Yeah, Rico, when you said that, I had a number in my head that was 188 for some reason. So I'm going to take your under 200.
I'm going to agree with Super Bowl champion Thomas J. Lang.
All right, chill.
Yeah, I'm going to say the same thing. I think he's just going to go out there and be told, don't screw this up, son. Just lean on the defense. Drake May rushing yards, over, under 30.5.
Drake May will be under because he's going to do it in the air.
I cannot believe that is his quote-unquote nickname.
I'm not going to say that ever.
Like, what? I'm going to go under as well.
Well, for sake of argument, I'm going to go over. I think Denver runs a lot of man defense, which means, hey, you see the back, the defender's jersey, I got to take off and run if it's not there. So I'm going to take, I'd say about 45, 50 yards. I'll take the over.
They've been making life hell for quarterbacks, so he's going to have to be able to escape and run. He's going to have one big run over 25 yards, which will get him over the over. Give me the over.
I'm going to go. You went over. I'm going to go over as well because I think that he may get to 30 yards by halftime. I think this is going to be a ball control type of a game. So give me the over. In this game, will there be more field goals made or touchdowns scored?
Agent of Chaos, touchdowns.
I'm going to go field goals.
I'll go field goals. Yeah, low scoring game.
Field goals.
Okay. You're going field goals. You're going field goals. I'm going to go field goals as well. And also halftime points for the Denver Broncos, over, under 10.5.
I will say over. Because when you said that, I was thinking somewhere in the 13 range. So give me the over.
No, this is definitely under, please.
I think it's got to be. I think it's got to be an ugly game in the first half, 7-7, 7-6, something like that. So, yep, I'm taking the over. I'm sorry, under.
The only way it gets over is if there's a pick six, and I don't think there's going to be one in the first half. So I'm going to take the under.
I'm going to take the over, 2 field goals and a touchdown, 13 points. It will be over. Let's go to the other game. K9, Kenneth Walker rushing yards, over, under 86.5.
I will say over. It just takes him to break a big one, and I think he's more than capable of doing that.
I really want to hate on K9.
I know you do.
I do, but
you do.
Over.
It hurts you, doesn't it?
It does. Pains me.
David, I'm with you, but I got to take the under. I think Rams defense is going to load up. They're going to make Sam Darnold beat them without throwing less than 25 passes. They're going to take the runaway. I'm taking the under.
For the first time in this exercise, I'm going to disagree with TJ. I'm going to go over because with Charbonnet out, he's even going to get more carries and more yards.
I'm going to take the over. David, he may even score 5 touchdowns.
I see what you did there.
More receiving yards, JSN or Puka Nacua?
Ooh. Puka Nacua. Every time.
No, not every time. It's going to be JSN.
I got to go JSN because of my last prediction that they're not going to be able to run the ball. So I think it's going to be a lot of throws from Sam Darnold. I'm taking JXN.
JSN. I think Witherspoon and company are too good.
Kenny, I'm going to agree with you.
Yes.
I think it's just Puka Nacua. He is just, you know what it is? TJ, it goes back when we used to say, how is Cooper Kupp always open?
Why?
It's Puka Nacua.
How can you not cover him? Why?
Yeah. Same thing with St. Brown. He can't be covered.
You watch some of JSN's routes, though?
No, I
Ridiculous.
get it, but it's just like, it's 3rd and 13.
I know.
You know where the ball is going.
I'm putting this in my mind frame of Rams are going to be up. Seattle's going to have to throw the ball.
Okay. Will he get his revenge?
I think he's going to get more targets.
Cooper Kupp,
we'll see.
Anytime touchdown, over under 0.5. Will he score a touchdown in this game against his former team?
Yeah, a reliable target. I'm going to say yes.
She's no longer reliable. I'm going to say no.
I'm on the yes train. Kenny, I agree with you, buddy.
I'm going to say no. Witherspoon. Blanket him.
I'm going to say no as well. I think he's going to get some yardage, but he won't get that touchdown.
It could be like a little end around, one of those jet sweeps that they give him down the goal line, though.
Yeah, there's a number of ways he can accomplish
That's
that.
what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
Stafford, passing touchdowns over under 1.5.
When you said passing touchdowns, I thought 2 at least in my mind, so I'll say over.
Yeah, I'm also going to say over for this one.
Same thing as Kenny. I thought 2 in my head. Taking the over.
Over.
You guys are suckers. I'm saying under. Go ahead, David.
Let's get to these games. It is championship weekend. Let's start with the AFC. Patriots at minus 4.5 favorites at the Broncos. Then the over-under is 42.5. What you got, guys? Rico?
You know what? The world is on the Patriots. I'm going to believe in the Broncos at home. Give me Denver.
Yeah, the world is on the Patriots. And 4.5 in a playoff game, I'm sorry, but I'll just take the points. I don't know if they're going to win, but 4.5, I'll take it.
It's not going to be a lot of points scored in this game. So because of that, I believe the game is close. So I'm going to go Broncos here.
David, you just stole the words out of my mouth. I think the Patriots win, but I think Denver keeps it close. I think Denver's going to cover that 4.5.
Look, Sean Payton versus Vrabel. I think Payton's going to be able to do enough to keep it close. Plus, home dog. You go for the AFC Championship game in that stadium? Yeah, give me the points.
Do we need to over/under it, by the way, too?
Yeah. 42.5. What we got, guys?
I'll take the under on that.
Yeah, I'm going to go with under as well.
Over.
Under with May and Stidham. Under for sure. Let's move over to the NFC. The Rams visiting the Seattle Seahawks. Seahawks are 2.5-point favorite. What you got, Rico?
Give me the Super Bowl champion Seahawks. I think that defense is just playing so well. Yeah, I know they're in the title game, but they're going to win the whole thing. I'm calling my shot, David. That's what I'm doing.
I don't know about Super Bowl, but it's under a field goal, so I'll take the Seahawks laying the 2.5.
Oh, I feel dirty doing this. Seahawks.
K9, say it with some respect.
David, I feel the same, buddy. Number 1 offense, number 1 defense. I got to take the defense.
We're all dying out here.
Listen, I think Sean McVay's a weenie when it comes to making big choices and big decisions. He just always chooses the wrong one. I could see it happening again. I'm taking the Seahawks.
This surely means we're all wrong, right?
I'm going to be the outlier. I'm going to take the Rams. I think that Matthew Stafford is going to get to go to his second Super Bowl, win it, and then retire.
And then quickly, the over-under is 46.5. Rico?
Over.
Over for me as well.
Over.
I'll take the under.
Under.
Cold game?
Yeah, it will be a cold game. Those are your picks. 97-1.
248-539-9797. Mark Ryan will take you to Pistons basketball. 7 o'clock at Little Caesars Arena. The Pistons taking on Kevin Durant and the Houston Rockets and Şengün, and they're a really good team, that Houston Rockets. And I know I'm in the minority in this town, but I wanted the Pistons to get Kevin Durant in the offseason because I thought he'd be the perfect person to pair with Cade. Space the floor.
No, he would. You just have a 2-year shelf life with him.
That's right. That's fair. And it's not a bad, people have this opinion of he's a bad guy and all that. No, he's just not a leader. Not everybody's a leader. He's still an elite scorer.
No. He's not a leader, but he thinks he's a leader. That's the problem.
I don't think he does anymore. I think he just wants to play and shoot.
He's destroyed a couple of teams because you need to do this my way. When he won, he wasn't the leader. That was Steph's team.
Right.
And Draymond let him know that. And they didn't,
Anyway, by the way, speaking of the Pistons, I was driving in today listening to a podcast of Bill Simmons, and they were having their Ringer NBA guys on, and he was coming up with, all right, let's come up with some out of the box Giannis trades, because that's, the trading deadline's February 5th. Everybody thinks it's time for Giannis to be traded. And the first one he came up with was here. And it was for Tobias, Ivy, 2 or 3 number ones, and Isaiah Stewart.
I'm sorry. Tobias, Ivy, Stewart, and picks?
3 number ones.
Why haven't
okay?
we made this trade?
Yes.
Well, I know. This is because this was never going to happen, trade. But there was somebody on their panel who said no because Isaiah Stewart is the foundation of that team, and I'm sitting there wasting.
You're getting Giannis.
I know. There's people out there, because I have Nick friends who, I have one guy who thinks he'd rather have Cat than Giannis. I say, well, what have you been watching?
Wow.
I mean, Cat's a good player, but he's not a leader.
Yeah.
He's not Giannis. He doesn't play hard all the time.
I mean, but here's the thing. You put Cat on this team, and this town would love him.
I don't want that.
I don't want Cat.
He's beef stew with skills.
Because he is a cat.
Yes, he's a cat enthusiast.
Wow.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
If he came to Detroit, he's beef stew with skills.
No, he's not.
He's not even close to beef stew.
He's not tough at all.
No, he's a different player.
No, I'm saying size-wise. Okay, yeah, beef stew, congratulations. You can beat up everybody. Can you score?
Yeah, I know. No, I hear you there, but I want the toughness. I would rather have the toughness.
I want the points.
If I'm talking about Cat, no, please, not as Cat.
Okay. See, that's what bothers me. Oh, we don't have time. See, that bothers me.
This was all about Cat, not about Stu. Because I'll trade
Detroit. Well, this guy's just not tough enough. He's not this.
But they're saying that
guys, I want to win. That's why they
team.
ran your boy out of town, Grant Hill. Not tough enough. I don't care.
That's different. But Cat has not proven
anything.
Yeah, when the tough get going, that's his problem. Anyway, Mark Ryan is here, and I want to know from the resident who spent many of his life in the state of Florida, is today the coldest you've ever been dealt with in your life?
Time of death was about 8:11 this morning, Stoney. I didn't make it. I am here post-mortem.
Okay.
But it's very, very much an adjustment. I want to ask the people here, is there any point where you say, everyone's so proud to be a Michigander. Do you ever reach a point where it's just not worth it anymore?
When you get to a certain age, maybe. But, there are days like that. But today, at least, it was cold as hell, yes, which is one of the biggest oxymorons of all time, like jumbo shrimp, because how can hell be cold? But there was no wind or very little wind, and the sun was out, so it wasn't that horrible.
Trust me, I've researched like New Mexico and living there, and it's like Yeah, this gets old fast. Like I'm done with this.
I totally understand that. I mean, it's kicking you while you're down because we've already been through 50 days of it.
Yeah.
Well, I will tell you what. I'm going to tell you the guy that has the most to prove on a conference championship game weekend, and why it's okay to root for one of our own, but not the other. We're going to tackle that between now and 6:35 p.m., and then we'll have Pistons basketball, and then I'll be back with the good people from 10 p.m. to midnight tonight.
Pistons going to win tonight?
Oh, yeah. With or without Cade? With or without you?
I don't know, Mr. Bono. I don't know.
No.
Houston, I mean, they are playing, back second half of a back-to-back.
Good recognizance. The voice must have been good for you to pick that up.
Exactly, but they're a little pissed off. All right, have a wonderful weekend, everyone. Mark Ryan is next.